what are we going to do?
In so many places tonight, it's up to the firefighters alone to comb through the wreckage, while the helping hands of volunteers remain idle, waiting for the all clear to return.
You want to go back in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. If they call me right now, I could do another shift, without a doubt.
And call they did. Working on no sleep and a lot of faith, Boyd joined up with another group of strangers to head back into hell.
Lee Cowan. Joining us now live in our broadcast is Dr. Alan Schneider, Director of Psychiatry at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles and an expert in post-traumatic stress. Dr. Schneider, what are the symptoms of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Well, first of all, Dan, to talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, we have to look at what causes it, and it's usually an exposure to an intense kind of trauma as existed in the events of Tuesday, watching the building collapse, being in the building as it collapsed. And then after that, about 50% of the people who are exposed to that kind of an event, whether it's the people who survived it or the rescue workers who went there, would experience such things as intrusive recollections of the event, nightmares, flashbacks, difficulty with concentration, problems with sleep, and a kind of numbing where they would withdraw from friends and families, very similar to what one sees in depression.
By the way, Doctor, I know that it used to be called post-traumatic stress syndrome. It's now called post-traumatic stress disorder. Before that was called battle fatigue. Before that was called shell shock. But post-traumatic stress disorder. Now, who are the people that are primarily at risk with this?
Well, we think that there's a dose-response effect, meaning that the people who are exposed to the highest doses of trauma would be those that would be at the greatest risk. That would be the rescue workers, the police and fire personnel, individuals who are standing at the scene. But this is a very unprecedented event in the sense that so many Americans witness this on TV live that it may affect thousands or hundreds of thousands of Americans.
Are you suggesting or not that you could get post-traumatic stress disorder from watching television, a heavy dose of watching the events live on television?
Yes, in fact, we know that exposure to these events via the television could, in fact, cause post-traumatic stress disorder.
Doctor, I recognize this is not your area of expertise, but I want to call on your general knowledge. What do we tell the children? I mean, can children have post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, children do develop acute stress reactions, and it depends, of course, on the age of the child. Children from 0 to 3 might show things such as confusion, difficulty with sleep, separation anxiety from their parents. They may have aggressive behaviors. They may start to bedwet or suck their thumbs, whereas they had normally not done that. As children age, the reaction differs. In school-age children, it might be a sense of anxiety about separation. It might be behavioral problems, conduct problems. And then finally, in teenagers, they may show reactions very similar to what adults see, or they may actually have risk-taking behavior as a consequence of this. And what we tell them really depends on their age. I think the thing that we need to instill in the children is that events like this do occur, but that we're in the process of rebuilding and that we're trying to ensure safety.
Now, for children who rank-and-file families far removed from the worst of the disaster, I come back to just if you have a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-year-old, what does a parent, what does anybody tell the child when the child has questions about such a horrific event?
I think the most important thing is honesty at a child's level, that they can understand that bad things do occur, that we certainly have very strong feelings about this, but to reiterate to them that we're in the process of rebuilding, reconstructing, and that we're trying to ensure safety.
Has there ever been an event, well, let's say in the last century in the United States, in which so many people will be at risk of post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, I really don't think so, because unlike the events such as the Coconut Grove fire, the attack on Pearl Harbor, people really were not able to witness that so directly as we were on TV the other day. And so many children who saw this, I think that it's going to really raise the number of people who will develop acute stress reactions, which will hopefully resolve quickly, but then some of them will go on to more chronic post-traumatic stress disorder.
And if you have someone in the family, an adult, that you think is becoming a victim of post-traumatic stress disorder, how can you help?
Well, first, I think it's important to get people to ventilate, to speak about their feelings, and this can be done really on the family level. If it appears that somebody's going on to develop more acute symptoms such as difficulty with sleep, irritability, concentration problems, or in more severe cases, flashbacks, then they really need to seek professional help as quickly as possible.
Anthony Mason has a question.
Dr. Schneider, you described some very visible signs, but I imagine with a lot of children in particular, you're not going to see visible signs, yet they're obviously going to be upset by something like this. How do you detect something like that, and how do you react to it?
Basically, you look for changes in behavior patterns in children. For example, children might become more clingy than usual with their parents, afraid to go to school. My daughter in particular spoke that morning about what would happen if her building fell in, and that requires a degree of reassurance that they're okay, that we won't allow these things to happen to them.
Dr. Alan Schneider, thank you very much for being with us.
You're welcome.
You may have noticed since the attack against the USA that there has been an explosion of red, white, and blue. American flags are popping up everywhere. Maureen Maher reports on a country showing her true colors.
Across the nation, flags have been flying off the shelves.
I've probably gone to 8 or 9 places. There are no flags.
Walmart sold 200,000 yesterday and put more on order today.
This is probably the most direct way for the common citizen to go show his support.
I knew some people on those planes, and I feel like I have to do something.
Ever since the disaster, a wave of patriotism has been spreading across America.
America is united. We are strong. We are stronger than ever.
From blood drives to passing out freedom ribbons.
If it's anything red, white, and blue, it's going to sell.
At times like this, it's what we do in America. We, the people, pull together, and united we stand.
We cease to be New Yorkers and Texans and become Americans really, really quick when the need is there.
And the first question comes up.
At this New Orleans Army recruiting office and others, the young and the brave are preparing to defend the land of the free.
I have confidence that our government will take the necessary action to see that justice is done.
You want to be a part of that?
Yes, sir.
This country has to take care of itself. Nobody else is going to.
That attitude has helped to more than double sales at B&S Guns and other shops since Tuesday's attack.
This gun has no safety at all.
Why are people coming in, do you think?
The first day they were buying ammunition, and now they're beginning to buy defense guns of their own. They don't know how far this goes.
For this man, it only goes as far as trying to vent his frustration out at a paper target.
I've been antsy. I've run every emotion there is since Tuesday, and I thought, well, this is something I can do that's harmless.
Across the country, from dusk to dawn, young and old, the emotions have run the gamut.
These terrorists did what no politician, no speaker, no anything, nothing else, no one else could do, and that is bring Americans together.
But the sentiment and the symbol are the same. Maureen Maher, CBS News, Dallas.
And now we pause for another moment from this attack on America.
We have gathered here today as communities of faith to unite our prayers, our hopes, our support, to express our grief, to remember all the victims of these attacks, and to pray for the ongoing rescue efforts. May our unity in heart and prayer be a beacon of light in a darkened world.
Oh, beautiful, oh, spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains, majesty of all the rooted plain.
This is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America.
The Civic from Honda.
Hey guys, can you help us? We need directions.
It comes with an extraordinarily well-insulated cabin.
Why is it so hard to meet chicks anyway?
The window!
I do not know. Amazing, but true.
While supplies last, get special APR financing as low as 3.9% for 36 months on 2001 Civics.
more. That's what you get with Verizon Wireless. And right now, you get 3,000 more night and weekend home airtime minutes, free every month for life. And there's more. Now get a free AudioBox 135 phone after mail-in rebate. Plus, you can find it all in more places. A Verizon Wireless communication store, the Verizon Wireless Center at Radio Shack, or call 1-800-2-JOIN-IN. So hurry in for 3,000 more free minutes for light and a free phone. Only from Verizon Wireless. Join in.
It's the Profits Fall Sale, and prices are, well, falling. Like ladies' cotton striped sweaters at just $39.99. Men's consensus shirts, $19.99. Save on the season's best shoes and handbags. Save 30% off Oshkosh and Buster Brown children's wear. 30 to 40% off our entire stock of ladies' coats. Plus, a 3-piece rug set for just $19.99. All this and more at the Profits Fall Sale. So, drop in.
Now, East Tennessee's most accurate and dependable weather forecast from WVLT, Volunteer TV's Skywatch 8 weather team.
Hi, everyone. I'm meteorologist Craig Edwards. We'll return to CBS programming in a few minutes just to give you an update on what's going on weather-wise. We wanted to break away for just a moment. We do have a cold front that's making its way down to the south and east. This will be coming on into East Tennessee for tomorrow. Behind it, much cooler air will be coming our way, too, and it does look like temperatures will be dropping. Highs only in the 70s. Lows will be in the 50s over the weekend, and some areas in the higher elevations could actually see temperatures dropping into the upper 40s as we go through the weekend. Satellite pictures showing the clouds and showers as they're dropping down to the south, and a lot of rain over Florida, where once again we're continuing to watch Tropical Storm Gabrielle. Top winds here at 50 miles an hour. It's moving to the north very slowly. It does look like it will make landfall in Florida over the next couple of days. Heavy rain for tonight and for tomorrow over the entire state of Florida, and many areas here have picked up more than 6 inches of rain already, so it's certainly going to be a problem. We'll be keeping a close eye on that storm. It should be a hurricane by the time it reaches the coast. Closer to home here in the Knoxville area for tonight, look for mostly clear skies to partly cloudy skies. Overnight lows will drop to around 62 degrees. Then for the next couple of days, very pleasant weather in East Tennessee. Lots of sunshine for tomorrow mixed with a few clouds as the front passes by. The high will top out at 76 degrees, 74 on Saturday with mostly sunny conditions. Low temperatures will be in the 50s. Into the rest of the weekend, Sunday a few more clouds, 76 degrees the high there. Then on Monday, 78 degrees, partly cloudy skies. Tuesday, the chance of rain that I have listed there is actually some of the moisture coming in from that tropical storm, perhaps hurricane, as it moves into Florida. We'll be keeping a close eye to see exactly how that makes its way up to the northeast, but certainly some moisture could be moving toward East Tennessee from that tropical storm by Tuesday. That's the latest weather information. Stay tuned to WVLT Volunteer TV.
Having just one way to express yourself can be frustrating. That's why Singular Wireless offers a range of airtime options. Choose two and create your own plan. Sign up now and get a deal on a cool Nokia. Singular Wireless. What do you have to say?
Now we go to Harold Al. He has some of the remarkable accounts of those who know that they've cheated death.
People come from all over the world just to go see those towers.
It showed New York as a superpower, super city.
Just 2 days ago, 42-year-old Phil Bachman and 27-year-old Anthony Christopherson worked together for Bank of America, high above Manhattan in World Trade Center Tower 1.
In July, we moved up to the 81st floor, where helicopters would actually right underneath us.
They both came to work early this past Tuesday, where it was business as usual.
It's early this Tuesday morning, the 11th of September, 2001.
But not for long.
8:50 or so, I heard a boom.
Together, Tom Kaminsky, Chopper 880.
All right, Pat, we are just currently getting a look at the World Trade Center. We have.
So when it hit, first thing I did was, I got knocked down.
Anthony jumped back up and looked out the window. What he saw horrified him.
Some people, debris falling, a lot of ashes, a lot of fire, a lot of smoke. That was so scary. That's when I started, panicking.
Everyone on the 81st floor ran for the emergency exit and started down the stairs. At first, they made steady progress.
We're on the 50th floor, the 40th floor, the 30th floor. But as we're going down, we're seeing firemen resting. The sweat is dripping off their face, and they're carrying oxygen tanks. And you start to think, are you going to make it?
Just a few blocks north, Phil's girlfriend, Helen Orloff, was at work, watching TV and wondering the same thing.
I became hysterical, and I tried to call him, and I couldn't get him, obviously. He kept saying that my heart is in that building.
Phil finally made it to the lobby of Tower 1. He was just about free of the building. But then...
What's the other jet doing? Holy Dad! Oh my God!
That's when the second plane hit Tower 2.
All over. Lights went out. 3 cops jumped on top of me. One guy gave me his helmet, and I covered my face, and they just said, remain calm.
They were in darkness, the air thick with smoke and dust.
And the cop said, let's get out of here, and he started feeling his way around. Once we saw that bit of light, I don't think anything would have stopped us. I walked out, it was literally a war zone. There was ashes all over. Right. There was small balls of fire. There was concrete, glass as far as you can see.
Everywhere.
As far as you can see.
Anthony came out a few seconds later. Again, everyone seemed to be safe. But then...
Oh no! Oh no!
Maybe 15 seconds after I walked out, that's when the second tower came down.
And I just turned around.
That's exactly what I did.
And you could actually see it come down. They kept telling us, go north, keep going north, don't look back.
That's when I ran, and if I hold my hand in front of my face, I would not be able to see it. Come to the light! It was so horrible.
I got 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center, and the first building went down.
News photographer Don Hallisey was covering the disaster for the New York Post.
Of course, everybody's running away from it, and I'm a press photographer. I'm running to it.
Hallisey ran towards the wreckage of Tower 2 and started shooting photos, getting closer and closer to ground zero.
And then we heard like this growing, rumbling, and it sounded like an avalanche.
It was Tower 1 coming down.
It was this blast of warm air. It wasn't hot. It was warm. And it picked me up and threw me up against the wall of the building that was...
You were picked up off the ground?
Physically picked up off the ground. And I'd say like from here to... I was about from here to the end of the partition here.
Yeah.
And I'm screaming, anybody out there? Anybody alive? And my voice was the only voice out there.
How did you get out of this?
Well, I started walking around like in very short steps because I didn't want to trip over anything. And as I said, after about 20 minutes or so, it started to settle and the sun came out. It was like the weirdest thing.
By this time, Phil and Anthony had finally run far enough to be out of harm's way.
And then I finally collapsed, and the EMS was so good. You know, they treated everybody. They just said, sit here. They gave me oxygen.
I kept getting phone calls at my desk, and I got this message, and you know, you keep deleting, because and all you keep praying is, come on, God, let me hear his voice. Come on, come on. And then I got, Helen, it's me. The building fell down on me. I'm sorry, don't be mad. I love you. I'm on my way home.
I couldn't see anything.
And my whole department started to cheer.
Look at it now. It's just like, it's like nothing was there. Think how many bodies are still there.
But as for Don Hallisey, he's left with anger.
I've never had this kind of hate before. Never. Those son of a bitches. I was saying there better be a hole in the ground somewhere. Because if Bush doesn't do something about this, I mean, this is not terrorism. This is an act of war.
Harold Dow's report. We're going to be talking about some of the economic aspects to this current situation in a few moments. But first, Let me remind us all that events of the last few days have already changed so much for so many. Life as we know it may never be quite the same. With that thought in mind, here's Bill Lagatuda.
As Americans went about their business today, took their kids back to school, resumed their routines, there was an almost universal refrain. First, defiance. We will not let terrorists dictate how we lead our lives.
If that happens, they've won. I'm not going to leave New York. I'm not going to run.
Then, reality. Some things will have to change.
Do you think that things are different from this moment on?
I definitely think things are different from this moment on.
Definitely be more aware of my surroundings and individuals that are around me.
December 7th, 1941.
This is not the first time horrible events have changed our society. Pearl Harbor showed us how suddenly an enemy can strike. In the early 60s, we learned our leaders could be taken. In the 70s and 80s, that our jetliners could be hijacked. In the 90s, that terror can come from within. Then, this week.
Do you think that this is a moment that has changed everything?
No, I think absolutely.
Dr. Harold Koplowitz is a New York City psychiatrist.
I think there are certain moments in history that make us think differently. I think that Pearl Harbor did that. I think the Holocaust did that. And this kind of evil does that to us also.
If, from this week forward, our way of thinking, our mindset has changed forever, if this was a watershed event, then how do we begin to prepare the next generation of Americans, our children, to live in a different, perhaps much less carefree world?
Just seeing so much smoke and so much flames and these people jumping out of the Twin Towers was, I think, one of the most horrifying things that I saw all day.
15-year-old Jane Sussman was at school just 4 blocks from the World Trade Center when it was attacked on Tuesday.
Do you think that you've changed forever, having seen what you've seen?
How could I not? It was awful. I don't think, as a person viewing America, viewing other countries, I'll ever be the same.
That concerns her mother, Ruth, a criminal court judge.
I hope that the kids can get back to, having fun and just having the carefree, innocent existence that they should have at this point.
Parents just have to bring the topic up. They have to discuss it somewhat, and maybe it's in a small little bite-sized piece, maybe it's a longer conversation, but the kids have to know there's a safe place for them to discuss and get honest, true answers.
For the future, will a show of guns on the streets be the norm? How much security will we tolerate? Jeffrey Lesoff, a lawyer.
I'm sure we're going to have to give up maybe certain of our rights just to make sure that we're safe.
Susie Whiting is a mother of 7 from Utah.
When they told us today that we needed to be at the airport tomorrow 3 hours early so that they could do a security, a more intense security check, we were more than happy to say, you go for it.
So far, there's been a surge in patriotism. Military recruiting stations are seeing people walking in and saying, sign me up. Men like Dennis Martinez.
It's emotional just to think that it happened here. To see those firefighters go down like that. I want to go.
And Herbert Jones just wants a piece of the enemy, whoever that turns out to be.
Vietnam, I just feel, was my fight, or the Gulf War. But when they come to New York City, then it's everybody's fight. And once it hits home, I think every man, woman, and child should be armed and ready.
And then there is Sedenka Calbo, one of the newest Americans, a citizen for only 5 months.
Do you worry that things are changing in this country?
No, I love this country and I will love it forever. No.
Some people may be afraid of being at America's landmarks, like the Empire State Building. She is not.
We still came today, and we wanted to go on the top of Empire State Building, to see the only one what we have left. We have no fear from that.
Bill Lagatuda's report. Dateline Washington, White House and congressional bargainers, as expected, have now agreed to $40 billion as a sort of opening payment for anti-terrorism, and part of that to help rebuild New York. The major U.S. stock markets closed most of the week, will be closed again tomorrow. They will be up and trading again Monday, everybody connected with the markets assures us. CBS News business correspondent Anthony Mason has been reporting on the economic impact of the terror attacks. Anthony?
Dan, the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ say they intend to conduct a complete test of their trading systems on Saturday. If there are no significant problems, they intend to reopen the markets on Monday at 9:30 a.m. For the bond and futures markets, well, they went back to business today, but it was not business as usual.
On the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, traders tentatively returned to work Thursday.
It was just, I don't know, kind of like going into a dark room and then turning the lights on and looking and seeing what was there.
But there was no panic, and at exactly 11 o'clock, trading calmly came to a stop for a moment of silence. The exchange closed early, but trader Jeff Carter said,
"It was good for us to open today. I think it's a good sign for the rest of the world that, yeah, we can do it. Pretty soon Wall Street's going to be there for them."
After 4 dark days, the markets, said New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso, will reopen Monday.
As to our facilities, neither the marketplace itself nor our technology centers, which are split, sustained any damage.
But economists say there could have been damage to the economy if the Federal Reserve Bank had not been aggressive during this crisis.
Just the fact that the lender of last resort is there tends to calm a lot of nerves and make these things turn out to be not as bad as they might be.
Soon after the attack, the Fed made billions of dollars available to banks. So if there was a run on cash by businesses or account holders, the banks would have the money. The Fed's done that before, after the 1987 stock market crash, for example.
What is a little different this time is the speed and the size of the effort and the fact that it's being coordinated on a global basis.
Many foreign banks also had offices in and around the World Trade Center. The Fed has offered help to them, too.
Essentially what the Fed has said is that the financial institutions have a blank check.
And in a crisis like this, that is absolutely critical to maintaining confidence and keeping the economy going. And Dan, most analysts expect that within a week, perhaps as early as Monday, the Fed will follow that up, probably with another rate cut, perhaps even half a point, just to tell investors, to tell consumers, it's okay.
Now, we were told for some time the markets definitely would reopen on Monday. I note the latest information is, well, they're going to have a tryout, going to have a practice Saturday, and now we're told if that practice goes well, they'll reopen on Monday.
Well, I think they're telling us they're going to open Monday. That's the plan. I think the reality is if they conduct a test on Saturday and they've got major problems, they're going to have to reevaluate everything. Their intention is we're opening Monday.
You know, we've tried very hard to keep our focus on the human part of this story and make it clear that the point of this story, up to and including now and certainly through tomorrow's day of prayer and remembrance, is on the families of the victims and the search for whomever, if anybody, may still be alive in the debris. We want to talk a little bit now with Anthony Mason and with Tom Calandra from CBS Market Watch about what's happening and may happen with the economics of the country. Tom, thanks for being with us. Tom Calandra writes a column for MarketWatch.com, writes a daily internet column about U.S. investment trends, helps run the whole Market Watch operation. Tom, what's your read on this? Is it inevitable now that the U.S. economy will go into at least a short recession?
I think, Dan, that you really have to look at what had been happening before the attack. There was very, very little good news on the economic front. I mean, we have the slowest growth probably in 8 years. The economy grew 0.2% in the second quarter. We have manufacturing declining. We have inventories building up. And to have this at a time seems almost too unreal. So I think on the economic front, you have a hope that the U.S. can get out of this, but consumer sentiment, as we saw today, hit a new 8-year low, and you just have to hope that there's a recovery down the road, probably 3 or 6 months.
What about the theory that goes along these lines? Well, yes, South Florida went into something approaching recession after Hurricane Andrew and the $15 billion plus loss in that one region, but because of insurance payments and federal help and so much investment for reconstruction, it not only came back, but it came booming back pretty quickly.
Dan, we have several people now, economists, starting to talk about what I call the Schwarzenegger effect. Nobody wants to say that there's going to be a war or a military action, but you only have to look at the London Stock Exchange, for example, today. BAE Systems, a defense contractor, and one of the largest in the world, certainly in the UK, was up 13% in share price. And a number of other defense contractors have been up sharply. So I think your question is well put. It applies certainly to the defense industry, and certainly with this liquidity that the Fed is providing and other central banks that Anthony Mason pointed out, we will see probably in the short term a pretty stable stock market. I think, though, the investors will be reluctant to buy anything but things like defense contractors.
Anthony Mason, he raises a good point that, look, in wartime, certain people make a lot of money. Now, the military, people who produce military products up, what, 13%, this one outfit on the London market. Construction, be need for a lot of equipment, everything from bulldozers to concrete, once the rebuilding process really starts here.
Well, Tom alluded to it, and there are a number of economists who are now starting to postulate that all of this additional government spending on defense, construction spending, all of that could end up providing an awful lot of fuel for this economy, and that maybe it could pull us out of a recession, which even some of them suggest is inevitable. It could pull us out of a recession pretty quickly.
Tom Granda, what did we learn as we went through the Gulf War at the end of the 1980s, start of the 1990s? The Gulf War was widely believed to have touched off a recession.
You know what, though, Dan? When you look at the invasion of Kuwait and then the U.S. reaction that January, I think it was January of '91, the Persian Gulf conflict interrupted what was the beginning of a bull market. And I remember sitting at my desk, I was working at the San Francisco Examiner at the time. You couldn't find anyone on Wall Street or anywhere in the country who thought the stock market was going to go up when the U.S. became involved that January. And sure enough, not only did the market go up, but it was up about 30% in the ensuing months after the U.S. activity. Here we have something a little bit different. We've had 18 months of a bear market. We've had the beginnings of a very serious economic slowdown. And for this to happen at the same time is very, very serious. And I think that most investors are hoping and praying that the stock market goes the same way the bond market went today, which is up. But you have to remember, in the long term, not 7 interest rate cuts, not any amount of liquidity will help the stock market unless the economy bounces back over the long term.
Anthony?
Tom, what do you think the impact of a 4-day delay in opening the stock market is? I mean, do you think, some people have suggested to me that it's gonna mitigate the shock, or do you think it's just gonna, do you think we're gonna have a little bit of a shock on Monday and then prices will drift down?
I'll tell you something, Anthony. I don't think we're going to see a shock at all on Monday. I think this is a wait-and-see market. Never in my 20 years as a financial journalist, as a reporter, have I seen investors, economists, strategists, and money managers so split on which way the stock market is going to go on Monday. And I know that the world markets feel the same way. For example, this evening in Japan and in Taiwan, the markets are relatively unchanged. Yes, Tokyo and Hong Kong did have sharp falls earlier in the week, but right now you're seeing a world equity market that's looking for the U.S. for direction, and not to have had it for 4 days is very frustrating. I think that because of the liquidity that the Fed's providing to the financial system, and because most investors are used to 18 months of falling market right now, this could be a short-term opportunity to buy stocks, not to sell them.
Tom Granda, thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Dan and Anthony.
There were some signs today that the financial world was regaining its footing. The bond market opened and investors began looking to the future. But for some firms like Cantor Fitzgerald, a major player in bonds, the human suffering was still overwhelming. The company had 4 of the top floors in the first tower that was hit, 1,000 employees. Only 300 survived. Leslie Stahl spoke this afternoon with the chairman.
Howard Lutnick would normally have been at his desk when the plane hit, but on Tuesday morning he was taking his 5-year-old son to his first day of kindergarten. Most of Lutnick's employees at the World Trade Center are missing, including his own brother, Gary.
I'm missing 700 families, 700 people, 700 people.
You're missing more than 2/3 of your company.
700 people. And it's worse because I don't know of any, not a single person who got down from the building, not a one. And that is just the most brutal statistic, and I'm the one who has to tell everybody. And I tell it to them, and I tell it to them, and I tell it to them. And
Yesterday, you set up a center for the families in a hotel here in New York. What did you say? What happened in that room?
They're all looking for answers, and they look, as if somehow I can know the answers for them.
You're the company that when you ask, was anybody completely wiped out? You're the name. Cantor Fitzgerald. The company. What happens to the company now?
Our business is the bond exchange of the world. And
you may have had the largest stake in American Treasury bonds.
We're the market that all the banks and dealers and all the big names, they go to buy and sell their bonds. And last year we did $50 trillion in business.
So the bond market opened. How does it open without you?
I got my people together. There are 275 people who survived in New York. We have 1,000 people in London. And we got them together, and I asked them what they wanted to do. That this is what the Treasury wanted to do, and this is what the Fed wanted, and the Treasury said it would be important for America to reopen.
So you're opened. Your company is operating.
At 7 a.m. this morning, I had 260 people. They never slept. I don't know why they did it. I don't know why. They voted that they wanted to open the market, and they stayed up all night, and they worked every second of every minute. So instead of worrying about the person to the left and the person to the right, at 7 a.m. New York time, they opened the bond markets of the world because they wanted to.
Like so many other Wall Street firms forced out of their headquarters, Cantor Fitzgerald survivors are working in a temporary operations center. Theirs is in New Jersey.
Is there any sense in your mind and their minds that this is a way to fight back? I mean, to say, you didn't cripple us, you didn't destroy us, we're not going to let you succeed?
I think there's a little of everything. I think everybody's different. I think some people want to don't let them get away with it. And some people said, I cannot be at home. I cannot be at home. Other people said, I can't think about it. So I think it's everything. I think it's amazing human spirit.
Cantor Fitzgerald's people helped make today's trading orderly almost ordinary. William Donaldson, former chairman of the New York Stock Exchange, watched the day unfold.
The bond market today, apparently there was a lot of volatility, but at the end of the day, things settled. Do you take this as a positive sign, a negative sign, a sign of hesitancy, a sign of lack of confidence?
I think it's a natural sign. I think as I think back onto other crises we've had, I think it's quite natural when there's uncertainty, there's a flight to certainty, which short-term government bonds represent, short-term securities.
The head of NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange announced that the stock markets would remain closed tomorrow for an unprecedented fourth day in a row.
To resume trading 9:30 Monday morning.
But even a Monday opening is iffy. There are questions about whether the downtown area will be safe enough by then. Not only are some buildings still in danger of collapse, but there have been bomb scares around the city. And the markets themselves are still rebuilding their computer systems.
From just a technical point of view, a need to make sure that once the infrastructure of the marketplace is open, that it works. Because nothing could be worse than to open it prematurely and have some sort of system or power failure.
On Saturday, NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange will conduct a full-scale computer stress test. Only if the system works will the Monday opening go forward.
If the market's open, what do you think's going to happen? In past crises.
Yeah.
People pull their money out.
If we follow past patterns, again, I refer to Cuban Missile Crisis and so forth, there's been a precipitous decline and then a reversal.
At least on the internet, there's already a backlash against the conventional wisdom that Monday will see a big sell-off. Stock market chat rooms today were filled with gung-ho, bullish cheerleading. Please don't sell. If you sell, bin Laden will buy American shares. Invest in America. Even if the markets do open down on Monday, as expected, the mere fact that they're open will be seen by many as a victory.
The major firms of the world, the biggest banks and dealers, they all have issues. Downtown Manhattan is not a place where people are going, and it's not business as usual. The big banks, they all have issues. They're in the disaster sites. So I think Bank of New York lost its main site and its disaster site, so it's in number 3. So, I mean, these are not the kind of business conditions where people are going to go out and try to do a lot of business. What they're there to do is to show that the American financial system is bigger and when anything than anybody else can dish at it, and that the collective group of all the banks and dealers and firms like ours of the world can pull together, and they will make it work.
So many people in the investment community are anxious to send out reassuring signals that the system is sturdy and resilient. And yet, the whiff of pessimism about the economy is in the air, a fear about a ripple effect. There's no question that whole sectors of the economy are already affected, like the airline business and tourism. But mainly there's concern about consumer confidence, which has been the one bright light in the U.S. economy. A fear that people are less likely to go to the mall, for instance, certainly this weekend. Most analysts feel there is bound to be a psychological hit. So the question becomes, what is the half-life of fear? 2 weeks? 6 months? Nobody knows. Dan?
Leslie Stahl, thank you. As we've been trying to do right along, we try to bring you up to date on late developments at the half-hour mark, roughly, and then at the top of every hour. So it's time for me to say again, Dan Rather at CBS News World Headquarters in New York, and this is continuing CBS News coverage of the attack on America. And here are some of the latest headlines. The White House and the congressional leadership agreed late tonight, actually early Friday morning in Washington, on details of a now $40 billion package to fight terrorism and pay for recovery from the terror attacks on New York and the Pentagon. The confirmed death toll is approaching 500. That includes at least 266 on the 4 crashed airplanes, includes 126 at the Pentagon, and a confirmed 94 dead in New York. But nearly 5,000 people are reported missing in and around the shattered World Trade Center. A flight recorder has been recovered now from the plane that crashed near Pittsburgh, and searchers are tracking what they say are signals from another flight data recorder in the rubble at the Pentagon. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell has named right out Osama bin Laden as, quote, the prime suspect in the attacks. U.S. Defense Department officials planning retaliation are now asking the president to okay calling up to 30 to 50,000 reservists. The United States wants Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan and to permit U.S. military flights over its territory. Airline service in this country is slowly resuming, but foreign carriers are still banned from U.S. airspace in most cases. And President Bush is preparing to visit the disaster scene in New York City tomorrow. He is designated, well, actually today now, Eastern Time, on Friday, and the president has designated Friday as a national day of prayer and remembrance. When terror struck this week, thousands of Americans were stranded in transit. John Blackstone now with the story of how some are beginning to get where they were going in the first place.
As they waited in Honolulu, a stranded hula group could at least keep other marooned passengers entertained. At airports across the country, countless would-be travelers have the same goal, to be someplace else.
All they want to do is get out of San Francisco. You know, they don't care how they get out of San Francisco.
But as the aviation system creaked back into business today, there was plenty of confusion. An Italian airliner cleared to San Francisco was turned around twice before finally being allowed to land.
They told us that it was an administrative misunderstanding.
Uncertainties in airline schedules are expected to stretch well into next week.
Has it been damaging? It's been incredibly damaging.
Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says for many, air travel may never be the same.
Nothing. What we're going to find is a propensity not to travel, and that's going to really hurt whole sections of our economy.
With some 40,000 flights a day canceled, the shutdown could cost the airline industry internationally as much as $10 billion. And the losses don't stop with the airlines.
Between mail not getting through, between passengers not getting through, between important documents not getting through, air cargo not getting through, factories having to close, it's significant.
With planes grounded, the post office and other express carriers have been loading most of their shipments on trucks.
And then when you get at the southern end of St. Louis, you want 44 all the way.
In fact, across the country, Americans have been rediscovering the highways. For air travelers in Chicago with other places to go,
Anyone here going to Philadelphia?
Kansas City.
Buffalo.
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Long Island, New York. Philly.
the rental agents at Avis became matchmakers of sorts.
Boston or Seattle? Anybody going to? Oh, yeah. You. Come with me.
Joe Rudolph suddenly found a traveling companion.
Hi, how you doing?
So you two are going to drive together. You've never met.
Never met. I'm Terry.
I'm Joe.
Joe, nice to meet you.
For a 2,000-mile trip to Seattle.
Yeah, we were separated at birth.
Okay, is my crew ready here?
And the kindness of a stranger may get Diane Sawicki and her colleagues home.
We know each other, but we're going with another gentleman that we don't know to Cleveland, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm going to drop them in Cleveland on the way back to Buffalo.
James Daly has decided this won't be an inconvenience, but an adventure.
I've tried Amtrak, I've tried the Greyhound stations. You can't get through to any of them, so we're going to try the old Great American Way, hitting the road.
One group of travelers launched on a cross-country journey by this tragedy made it to St. Louis today. Sherry, Jeanette, Jerry, Ned, and Doug worked together at a foundation in San Francisco.
Well, we're about a third of the way across the country so far.
They were at a meeting in Washington, D.C. when the terrorists struck and they couldn't fly home.
You know, it felt really good to get out of D.C. Started hitting some countryside, those rolling green hills.
I think part of the reason we got in the van to go was we just couldn't take sitting there and feeling like, you know, we weren't in control in some way of what was happening to us and maybe, you know, to our country as well.
I think it's reassuring.
As we drive and look at the scenery, I start thinking about how we've taken our freedom for granted. I mean, something like this happens, and all of a sudden it changes life as we knew it.
To be free enough to do that, to be free enough to get in our own vehicle and to head out, despite all of the tragedy and all of the uncertainty and all of the concerns about security, we're still free enough in this country to do this. Every state we come to, Ned knows the state song.
So what is the state song for Illinois?
1818 saw your founding, Illinois.
At other times.
John Blackstone, reporting from the West Coast. Well, a possible significant breakthrough in the story of the attacks on Tuesday. A man who tried to use a fake pilot's identification to get past security at John F. Kennedy International Airport has been arrested, and 5 other people have been detained at city airports by the FBI and Joint Terrorist Task Force. The incident about this man who used a fake pilot's identification to get past security caused the 3 major New York airports to close again Thursday shortly after they'd opened. The airports remained closed as we went into the early hours of Friday. Now, a source quoted by the Associated Press as being, quote, knowledgeable of the workings of the airline industry said the man was arrested at Kennedy Airport. That man was checked in sometime between noon and 4 p.m. today. The man was trying to board American Airlines Flight 299 bound for San Jose, California. The man had been scheduled for an earlier flight on Tuesday bound for Los Angeles. Now, we reported this incident before this evening. But that flight, the one on Tuesday, which was due to take off around 9 o'clock in the morning, New York time, the flight was canceled after the terrorist attack began on the World Trade Center. Now, a subsequent strip search of this man is said to have found a pilot certificate from a Florida school. Now, Anthony, you have some other information on this?
There's just a couple of other details here. I mean, there's several reports on this incident, Dan. This is the New York Times interviewed another passenger, Mike Glass, 43 of Seattle, who was also searched. He described how the officers scrutinized the identifications of all the passengers, and this is a quote from this one passenger: "Anyone with dark skin or who spoke with an accent was taken aside and searched. And then they went to any male with too much facial hair, which included me." As I said, that's Mike Glass of Seattle describing the search that ultimately led them to pull this man aside. The police commissioner of New York was quoted this evening as saying he has no idea whether the man arrested or those detained were connected to the terrorist attacks on Tuesday.
But certainly one could understand why the FBI is very interested in a man who has an altercation on the plane. If the reports are correct, an alleged altercation of the plane
that's a separate incident we're talking about, Dan, that occurred on Tuesday on a flight that was scheduled to go to Los Angeles, but was canceled because of the attacks on the World Trade Center. It was roughly the same time, 9 a.m. 3 males on that flight, United Airlines Flight 23 bound for Los Angeles, refused to get off the plane. There was then an argument in which a member of the flight crew became so heated with a member of the flight crew that became so heated he called security. By the time security got there, the 3 men had disappeared. The FBI, according to the Associated Press, is now investigating this incident to see whether it may have been an aborted hijacking.
Well, one can see why the FBI and other law enforcement agencies they'll be busy for a long while trying to sort out all of these things. And mark well, so far as we know, none of the people we've been describing here have been charged with any crime whatsoever. We haven't used any names, but these are interesting situations and give a little insight into how complicated trying to untangle this whole case can be. Now let's shift gears and go to a discussion of some of the military options President Bush could consider to retaliate for the terrorist attacks. And join us for that is retired U.S. Army Colonel Mitch McConnell, a CBS News consultant and our old friend from the Gulf War. Thanks for being with us, Colonel. I want to come back to this business of the reserves being called up. Now, it seems pretty obvious that the Defense Department's requested 30 to 50,000 reservists being called up, probably going to be approved by the President. Is this just the beginning of the call-ups, or is it likely to be this and nothing more?
I think this is the beginning, Dan. Of course, they're mission connected, so when the missions become better defined, then we'll know what reserve units we need to call up. They are the lifeblood of combat operations. They support them. They're mostly logistics people. They set up our airfields, they build things, they get supplies to where they need to be, and we don't fight a war and win a war without our reservists. We never have in the history of this country. So this looks like a serious, serious measure.
Now, NATO passed this resolution to support the United States. Are we not likely to see some NATO troops, even in a token basis, involved in whatever retaliatory measures are eventually taken?
More than a token basis, I would suspect, Dan. You know, we're serious when we say we want to build a coalition against terrorism. We want to give them no place to hide. And the only way we can do that is to get our friends and allies to join us in the effort, and not with just token forces, but with overwhelming force. And when I talk about our friends and allies, I mean also some very strange bedfellows. Muslim countries, we expect those who find these terrible acts of terrorism just unconscionable should be joining us in the fight, because they could be the targets as well.
Colonel, taking all of that into account, a country such as Egypt, the leadership, Hosni Mubarak, would certainly want to sign on to this. On the other hand, he has a very active, very dangerous situation in Egypt in which Muslim fundamentalists of the radical and violent sort seek to overthrow him. And in Saudi Arabia itself, Osama bin Laden wants to overthrow the royal family in Saudi Arabia. As a practical matter, given their political situations, how much can they help?
I think they're going to have to make decisions, Dan. They have these opposition groups. The opposition groups will be going after them no matter what. The question is whether they want to work in concert with a coalition to defeat them, or whether they want to work alone. I believe that President Mubarak will come in on our side, and he'll come in very strongly. Now,
the situation with the Iranian-supported terrorists is a highly complicated one. Outline that for us.
Well, the Iranians have done several things. They've given haven to terrorists, and they've also provided that state sponsorship that we've been talking about all along. They provide logistical support, they provide technical support, and they've actually bought weapons to give to terrorist organizations. All of this, now with people saying that the Iranians say that they are not going to be involved in any acts of terrorism against the United States, is suspicious to me. They have to prove themselves over time.
Well, one can understand what used to be the Soviet Union and Russia, and Russian President Putin saying, listen, we're all in to fight terrorism, we'll help you, as long as we're talking about Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. But if it broadened out to include Iran, because Iran supports terrorism, Hamas comes to mind, would the Russians be likely to join in?
You know, it depends on what ties the Russians have with Iran. There's more than just a military situation here. There are economic interests as well. And Russia has some economic interest in Iran, and they have some connections. And so if that is more important to them, they may want to back away. But I think we would welcome Russian support anywhere they'd be willing to give it. You know, we don't always get along with them. They were our allies in World War II and some of our most important allies, but we didn't like them very well, and we didn't like their policies. Nevertheless, we'd much rather have them on our side than against us. And I think that's going to be the case now. We'll be glad to have their support.
Mitch Mitchell, retired Colonel, U.S. Army, thanks for helping us.
Thank you, Dan.
Now, from New Yorkers who watched in stunned disbelief as the World Trade Center collapsed before your eyes, to the millions elsewhere who followed the ongoing tragedy on television, the past 3 days have been a national trauma that will require some genuine recovery time for many Americans. CBS's Bill Whitaker has some of their stories tonight. Bill?
Dan, it's important for Americans to get back to normal, to show the world and to show ourselves that we haven't been hobbled. But while the intense desire is there, getting back to normal isn't going to be easy. Just how difficult? Phoenix Airport was one of the first to reopen today with new beefed-up security, which 3 Northwest Airlines employees promptly and deliberately breached. One cleared security without proper ID. The others got through with a knife and corkscrew. A not amused company spokeswoman said for the most part, security worked.
This is a indication of what is being confiscated at the security checkpoints. This was confiscated in a 3-hour period for 2 departing flights.
Recovery's not possible when the shocks keep coming. Pilot Jim Bagley of 29 Palms, California, was stunned by the terror, then stunned again when he learned the Florida flight school where he trained apparently was the training ground for terrorists, too.
There's no doubt in my mind that the air crews were replaced by terrorists who were trained to make this suicide mission.
The FBI has tied the terrorists to several Florida flight schools, including Flight Safety International, where Bagley was certified. Reportedly, some of the suspected terrorists were learning to fly commercial jets there at the same time Bagley was.
But certainly somebody coming out with the commercial level of experience from one of these training programs could very easily navigate that jet after commandeering it and take it back and put it into the World Trade Center.
And when the plane slammed into the World Trade Center, San Francisco businesswoman Melissa Hughes was meeting on the 104th floor of the North Tower. She called her husband of 1 year, Sean, and left this message.
Sean, it's me. I just wanted to let you know I love you, and I'm stuck in this building in New York. A plane hit the building or a bomb went off, I don't know, but there's lots of smoke, and he just wanted you to know that I love you always.
He's called 40 New York hospitals and victim hotlines, but has heard nothing of her since Tuesday morning.
I just wanted to wake up and just somehow just have it not happen, have it be a bad dream.
But this nightmare was real. Wishing not to compound the pain, the fantasy makers of Hollywood are showing restraint.
We do not tolerate attacks on our citizens.
This new Schwarzenegger movie about Colombian terrorists has been shelved for the time being. Even professional sports is stepping up to the plate. Out of respect and solidarity, Major League Baseball has postponed all games through Sunday. So has the NFL, college football, and NASCAR. all to give the nation time to heal. In West Hollywood tonight, coming together for support and unity was a natural part of the healing process. Now, the governors of Oregon, Washington, and California are to lead a minute of silence tomorrow up and down the West Coast, followed by a minute of ringing bells. Dan?
Bill, before you go, what are some of the really significant changes we're going to see in and around airports with this tightened security?
Well, Dan, I think it's fair to say that traveling in and out and through airports is not going to be what we have up until now considered normal. We have just heard just tonight that federal agents, some 800 federal agents from Customs, from INS, and federal marshals are to be placed at 17 major airports around the country tomorrow as a very strong show of security. Dan?
Bill Whitaker in Los Angeles, thanks. A big part of this story concerns the heroic firefighters, those who ran straight toward the scene of a hellish tragedy. Aaron Moriarty has this account about that.
See my light? I can see the light. Come to the light. Hello? Anybody in the street? Hello? Anybody?
Those wonderful young firemen, Christian and his colleagues, I know that their first thought was not for themselves, but to save these people, to help these people, to try to save lives.
It was Christian Regenhardt's first big assignment.
He just graduated a few weeks ago. We just had the graduation ceremony. We're all so proud of him.
Stationed at this firehouse in Brooklyn, Christian was one of the first sent to the scene of the World Trade Center.
Would that be like your brother, to go right to ground zero and try to help?
Yeah, he'd want to be on the front lines.
Sally Regenhardt is his mother, Christine, his older sister.
You know, life was not a spectator sport for Christian.
What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about your brother?
Right now, it's where is he and when will I see him again?
Christian is missing. Shortly after the second tower collapsed, he and 4 of his comrades disappeared in the dust and the smoke.
We're hoping that maybe he's in a hospital, but maybe he's not able to speak. Other people who were termed missing did show up in other hospitals, so that's what we're hoping for.
Just 28 years old, Christian is an athlete and a former Marine. A man, says his mother, who isn't afraid of anything.
He survived typhoons. He survived very dangerous areas.
It was a time when he got caught in a storm and he had to spend 2 nights on the side of a mountain.
Yes.
That's why you haven't given up any hope.
Exactly.
Right?
But time is dragging on.
The longer we go by without having any word from him, experts, give estimations of how long someone could survive under the rubble, under those conditions. That's the darkest time.
Reports that several firefighters have been found alive in the rubble gives the Regenhardts hope.
We made several attempts to find out who they were. We're still hoping that someone who is connected with Bellevue Hospital can call us and tell us, one way or the other.
Just moments later.
Hello? Yes.
That call comes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. God bless. Bye. They checked the list at Bellevue and Cabrini Hospital. He's not on their lists.
Christian remains on the missing list.
The numbers kept going up about how many firefighters were missing.
Yes,
it was so hard.
We were shocked.
It started with 200, and then it went to 250 and 265, and then 300.
Then over 300.
It just, the despair that you feel.
Yes.
It is a despair felt all over this city. To give you some idea of the scope of this disaster, consider this. More than 300 New York firefighters have died in the line of duty in this city since the department was established in 1865. On Tuesday, in one horrific event, nearly that same number may have been lost.
He was exactly where he wanted to be, doing exactly what he wanted to do. There was no other place for him to be.
There's no more waiting for the Feeans. Their father, William, was one of the first firemen killed.
Did you know he'd be there?
Yeah, I knew he was there. My one focus when I got there, as chaotic as everything was and everything that had to be done at that point, all I kept asking the guys who were with me is, help me find the command post. So I knew he was gonna, I knew that's where he'd be.
Even though John's dad didn't even have to be there.
In his position as first deputy fire commissioner, he probably didn't have to be there. To be Bill Feehan, he had to be there.
In his 41 years on the force, William Feehan held every rank possible.
I just love it because it just shows everything going wrong around him and him just being right in the middle, very calm, very cool, and taking care of business, which is what he did.
And if Bill had ever survived this tragedy, the fact that he might have had to bury 200 of his men would have killed him.
They found my father quickly in one piece, and we know what happened to him.
William's
And
daughter,
we also feel
Tara.
lost in this, so we consider ourselves lucky because there's a lot of people out there who are suffering just as much or more than we are because they're waiting, or more than one person in a family, perhaps.
Waiting to hear is probably the worst.
All right, thank you for coming. Thank you. What's your name?
No one knows that better than the Reaganhards.
You know, I'm concerned about my son, and I'm concerned about the other members who are...
Andy Sarah works with Christian in the same firehouse.
All his
We love him
friends.
there. We got to know him. Always got a smile on his face.
Why did you come today? Here.
This is, Christian is one of us. Anything we can do for him, we know. His family needs us right now.
But he doesn't have what Sally Reaganhard really needs, news about her son.
We haven't had any word yet. We're hoping they're in a hospital in Jersey, maybe, or because guys were taken all over the place, wherever they could get them out.
I'm not giving up hope.
He's not a person who ever gave up on anything, and we're not going to give up on him.
I miss him so much.
The last time I spoke to the Reaganhards, there was no news, but still much hope. As we've seen for the past 2 days, there are thousands of people like this hoping for some word about their loved ones. What complicates the matter is that there are 21 hospitals where survivors were taken, and it is very difficult to get through. I had some idea of what the Reaganhards have been going through when I decided earlier this evening to start calling around looking for Christian. And I ran into overloaded phone lines, or when I did get through to a hospital, I was put on hold indefinitely. I never did talk to anyone. To give you an update, there are still somewhere between 300 and 350 firefighters missing from New York. And I don't want to forget the police officers. There are an estimated 40 New York police officers missing. For 48 hours, I'm Erin Moriarty, CBS News.
The Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, revealed that there were 18 hijackers aboard the suicide planes. I talked with the Attorney General earlier this evening. Now from Washington is the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft. General Ashcroft, thank you for taking time to talk to us. In your opinion, what is the most important thing, the most important news you have for us at this moment?
Well, that the investigation is perhaps the broadest investigation in history, and that it's moving forward, that we're isolating on the individuals, learning about the individuals that were involved, developing leads in regard to associates, those who may well have participated with them.
Are any additional attacks imminent? Do you have any indication that other efforts are underway for additional attacks?
We have no indication that there are additional attacks imminent, but we are on an elevated effort to make sure that our airlines are secure. And of course, on the day of this occurrence, the 11th, we asked individuals who were responsible for main infrastructural components of the country, both in the private and public sectors, to be on a state of heightened alert. A free society like ours obviously has to be vigilant to avoid disruption by those who would try to deprive us of that freedom. I don't think there's a reason for America not to be America, and we're not going to let that happen, but we've asked that people be careful
And obviously, when we assigned several hundreds of other officials to safeguard the airports and the air transportation system out of the U.S. Marshals Service, the U.S. Border Patrol, the Treasury Department's Customs Service, this is all designed not just to make air travel safe again, but to assure the public that we're going to be able to have the kind of air transportation system that provides and supports the freedom which Americans deserve.
General Ashcroft, it is true, is it not, that we have now asked Pakistan to close its border with Afghanistan, seal it tight, and allow us to overfly Pakistan?
Well, I'm not prepared or in a position to make announcements. We will welcome the cooperation by all kinds of countries. You know, various countries lost citizens in the World Trade Center. In almost an irony, this wasn't the American Trade Center, it was known as the World Trade Center. So citizens from Britain, Australia, Japan, Korea, Germany, these countries all lost lives here in this assault on humanity. And I believe we have a right to ask countries around the globe to participate with us. Our president has said very clearly we want to be the leaders in a victory for the world. And it would indeed be a victory for the kind of peace that the world craves if we were able together to work to root out this kind of senseless and vicious terrorism.
General Ashcroft, your predecessor and the previous FBI director were very critical of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Pakistan for not giving full cooperation in trying to track down terrorists such as those that blew a hole in the USS Cole. Is there any indication that you are in the process of changing that?
Well, I believe that so far the world has understood, as a result of the magnitude and nature of this savage attack on human dignity and on civilization, as well as on America as a country, that this vulnerability is a vulnerability of every nation, and that there is good reason to unite, to work together, to make sure that this is not allowed.
General Ashcroft, you said that there are 18 known killers on the various planes, but how many people involved in this country in this operation? I've heard 50, I've heard 40. Do we know how many were involved?
I think it would be improvident to try and speak a specific number. We are working diligently in regard to literally thousands of leads regarding potential associates and certainly anyone who might have been an accomplice. From the nature of these acts, it's clear that they were coordinated, and it's hard to believe that there wasn't some level of ground support and cooperation by individuals in assisting them. It is stunning to know that these pilots, a number of them were trained in the United States of America, and we are working very carefully to try and make sure that we understand what kind of people receive training and for what purposes.
General Ashcroft, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
By way of update, here are some of the more important headlines of the morning and the late evening. Congress and the White House have agreed on a $40 billion package to pay for fighting terror.
Have you seen my report card? Yeah. Well, what do you have to say about it? You really have to start taking my education more seriously.
This year, equip your kids with Comcast high-speed internet. Right now, it's free for 2 months, including a self-installation kit. Up to twice as fast as DSL, up to 50 times faster than dial-up. Comcast high-speed internet. Try it for 2 months free.
Now, I want you to think about what we've discussed here.
It's the Profits Fall Sale, and prices are, well, falling. Like ladies' cotton striped sweaters at just $39.99. Men's consensus shirts, $19.99. Save on the season's best shoes and handbags. Save 30% off Oshkosh and Buster Brown children's wear. 30 to 40% off our entire stock of ladies' coats. Plus, a 3-piece rug set for just $19.99. All this and more at the Profits Fall Sale. So, drop in.
Not this, but this. Not this, but this. Not this, but this. Throw away your digging tools and get an awesome auger. Awesome auger attaches to any ordinary cordless or electric household drill. You get 2 auger beds plus an extension that eliminates stooping or bending and for digging deep holes. Awesome auger, only $29.95 exclusively at HHI. Traffic light number 7 in Pigeon Forge and Highway 66 towards Sevierville, 5 minutes from Interstate 40.
Now,
East Tennessee's most accurate and dependable weather forecast from WVLT, Volunteer TV's Skywatch 8 weather team.
Hi everyone, I'm meteorologist Craig Edwards. We'll return to CBS coverage of the tragedy in New York City and in Washington, D.C. in a few minutes. Right now, I thought I'd bring you up to date on the weather conditions in those areas, actually, as they're continuing to go through the ruins of what was the World Trade Center. There is a cold front that's actually approaching the New York City area. Ahead of the front, winds are from the southwest 8 to 16 miles per hour. After this front passes through, however, winds are going to pick up a little bit. They'll be coming in from the northwest 10 to 20 miles per hour. This is a factor involved in the recovery process and certainly any fires that are still going on in the area around Manhattan as this system comes through. There's also the possibility of getting some rain from this system as it makes its way down into the area. Now for tomorrow, wind should be coming in from the north about 10 to 20 miles per hour. So once again, that too could be a factor as they're fighting the fires and certainly going through the recovery process in New York City, where most of the damage certainly is showing up. We do have a cold front that's back off to the north. Scattered showers moving through the upper parts of New York State right now. That'll be making its way down to the southeast as this front pushes on down to the south. Other concerns right now, too. Tropical Storm Gabrielle is making its way through the Gulf of Mexico and will be producing a lot of rain, and heavy rain at that, moving into parts of Florida over the next 24 hours and perhaps over the next couple of days. That, too, is of concern. We'll be watching that very closely. It should be a hurricane by the time it reaches the Florida coast, so we'll be watching it as it moves to the north, past the Gainesville area. This is the projected path right now along the coast of the U.S. over the next couple of days. Certainly right now, top winds are at 50 miles an hour. It could be above 75 miles per hour by the time it gets to the coast. We'll have further weather details coming up here on WVLT.
Having just one way to express yourself can be frustrating. That's why Singular Wireless offers a range of airtime options. Choose two and create your own plan. Sign up now and get a deal on a cool Nokia. Singular Wireless. What do you have to say?
It is a time of national grief and sorrow. It is also a time for gathering, for strength, and for prayer. Our hearts are open to all those who have been personally affected by this national tragedy. United Methodist churches will be holding prayer vigils throughout the world. We invite you to join us in praying for wisdom, comfort, and healing in this difficult time.
If you're looking for the easiest place to buy a great used car, you need to hurry to Frontier Motors. For years, Frontier Motors has been the easiest place to buy dependable used cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. Regardless of your credit history, all you need at Frontier Motors is a current pay stub, current utility bill, and valid driver's license. And now till Saturday, you can take advantage of down payments as low as $99. That's right, just $99. Rush into Frontier Motors today for the best selection, just a half-mile west of the Pellissippi Parkway on Kingston Pike.
Pakistani people, they may join this war.
Resisting in
America. Oh yes, resisting American.
Mark Phillips in London. The hammer to the heart events of this week, the awesome destruction, the sudden death of so many, has drawn expressions of sympathy from old friends and old adversaries alike around the world. But today, as CBS's Richard Roth reports, the long-standing special relationship between the United States and Great Britain was on striking and moving display.
The music was by order of the Queen, a gesture that broke tradition at Buckingham Palace during the traditional changing of the guard. The Star-Spangled Banner was one symbol of an outpouring of sympathy, an ocean away from the scenes of horror.
15,000 families or more than that are just destroyed for no reason. I mean, it's just real hard.
The American embassy today was a cathedral of tears. Another symbol of the pain here has been the silence. Today, they paused in London's financial centre too, but the British aren't just mourning an American tragedy, they're also counting their own loss. A special team at Scotland Yard is compiling information long distance for what's turned out to be the worst terror strike against British citizens too. 100 known dead, according to authorities here, and several hundred missing in the attack against America.
The suffering of families facing the uncertainty about what's happened to their loved ones is absolutely dreadful.
There are still clear worries about security as well, and though officials in Europe have reported no major threats, the controls help to counter another enemy called fear.
That makes us feel pretty good. It's at least they're, doing something for security.
Britain's off-duty parliament has been called back into session Friday, and the government has announced that British intelligence has been ordered to step up cooperation with the U.S. in its investigation of the attack. What's happening now is both specific and symbolic. In the morning, the Council of Europe, 43 nations representing 800 million people, will lead 3 minutes of silent tribute across the continent. Richard Roth, CBS News, London.
Here in New York at the anchor desk at our World News headquarters, Anthony Mason joins me now to talk about the economics of this. We continue to emphasize that on our coverage we want to keep first and foremost concern for the families of the victims and the rescue. Yes, it's still called a rescue effort around the New York World Trade Center in the desperate hope that some may still be found alive in the rubble. All hope fades for that. And then the retrieval, the burial of the dead. The human aspects of this are important, but sooner or later the questions come around to a broad picture about the economy. Now, Congress and the White House agreed tonight, Anthony. They started the day talking about a $20 billion package to try to jumpstart the war on terrorism and help rebuild New York. They wound up with a $40 billion package, and the question is out there, can we afford this?
Well, Dan, in the end, $40 billion ultimately probably goes back into our economy. That's government spending. That helps stimulate the economy. We already have a tax cut at work, which was put in place to try to give Americans money to spend. Now the government looks like it may be spending more money. The combination ultimately could be powerful for the economy itself.
No question that the president will have to dip into this so-called Social Security surplus now. There was a big debate about that before all this happened. You'll have to go into that, don't you think, or do you?
Well, I can't say I'm an expert on government spending, but I think, there are a couple things at work here. You're cutting taxes and you're increasing spending. At some point, something's got to give.
The deficit bound to rise. You can't spend this kind of money and not have at least short-term rise in the deficit.
I think that's correct.
Anthony Mason. One of the most dramatic and apparently heroic chapters in this week's events is emerging from the aftermath of United Airlines Flight 93. Steve Hartman has details about that.
First, it was the symbol of America's financial might. Then the symbol of her military might. But it's that last plane, the one that crashed here on a reclaimed strip mine 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh, that remains a mystery tonight. What stopped United Flight 93 from obliterating the White House, the Capitol, Air Force One, whatever was the hijacker's target? Or perhaps, a better question, who stopped United Flight 93?
He said to me, I'm on a flight from Newark to San Francisco, and there are 3 guys that have taken over the plane, and they say they have a bomb.
Shortly before the crash, Alice Hoagland got an airphone call from her son, 31-year-old Mark Bingham, a 6'5" former rugby player at Berkeley, who one time, according to his family, actually wrestled a gun away from a man trying to mug him.
You notice that Mark's flight was the only one of the 4 hijacked aircraft that did not make it to some intended target destination. We gather that perhaps the passengers were able to thwart these people in some way. I hope he took an active part in thwarting the hijackers.
It's a theory that plays out like this. United Flight 93, on its way from Newark to San Francisco, reverses direction somewhere near Cleveland. Shortly after, Bingham calls his mother. Several other passengers call home too, and learn what has already happened in New York.
He went down fighting. I know he did.
His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
Dina Burnett says she got 4 calls from her husband, 38-year-old Thomas Burnett. She says she tried to tell him to sit down and not draw attention to himself. But in the end, Dina Burnett says her husband left no question as to his intentions.
On the last phone call, he said that a group of them were getting ready to do something. And then he hung up and he never called back.
As for how it all ended, here's what we know. Flight 93, now headed straight toward Washington, D.C., crashed just over this hill here in rural Pennsylvania, 140 miles outside the nation's capital. All 45 people on board were killed. And although the plane was pulverized, a former investigator for the National Transportation Safety Board says there's one clue out there you can't miss.
The fact that this aircraft came down in such a concentrated area suggests that something happened aboard that flight that caused it to crash. That could well have been some activity in the cockpit, a scuffle.
Ira Furman believes there is a strong possibility the passengers and crew prevented the flight from reaching Washington.
I think they knew what they were in for and made a determination that their lives were ultimately going to be lost, so they should do the right thing and try and prevent further loss of life.
Late this afternoon, the plane's flight data recorder was recovered from the crash, but crews failed to locate the most crucial piece of the puzzle, the cockpit voice recorder. Investigators hope that tape will tell them what brought down Flight 93. And perhaps, were there indeed heroes on board?
I think that his last thoughts were of trying to help and save the people on the ground.
Everyone keeps asking, when is America going to fight back? Well, it may be that we already have.
Steve Hartman in southwestern Pennsylvania. The past 48 hours have brought plenty of sorrow and worry for the whole country to bear. Russ Mitchell has the story of one particular place that's dealing with far more than its share.
In the town of Bedford, New York, 45 miles from the World Trade Center, these 4 women are missing their husbands.
That's my husband. We just got married in June.
All 4 men worked at Cantor Fitzgerald, a bond trading firm, on the 105th floor in Tower Number 1.
I know they're together. I know they're together.
These wives are not just linked by this tragedy. They are friends. Their lives are intertwined.
There's been great times, you know. My kids grew up here. They love it here.
They have a past together, and they want a future together.
Very caring people.
They are gathered at Robbie Morell's house, a sort of emotional command post.
Can I have the Cantor numbers?
Every time that phone rings, what goes through your head?
Good information.
Good information.
Robbie Morell last spoke to her husband, George, Tuesday morning.
My husband called me on my way to work on my cell phone at 10 of 9.
10 of 9.
10 of 9.
Tuesday morning.
Tuesday morning. He said, there's been a bomb, and I may never see you again, so I want to tell you I love you.
What keeps you optimistic? What gives you hope?
Because I know George is a survivor, and if there was any possible way to make it down, and he did it before.
In 1993, George Morell survived the first World Trade Center bombing by walking down all 105 flights to safety.
It's just a picture that was in the New York Times the following Sunday, I believe.
Which, in a way, keeps Robbie going this time.
It's got 9 lives.
Something else that is bringing hope to this house is a list found on the internet.
Somebody's got to go get me another copy of this list.
Okay.
On it are the names of possible survivors.
And they did see Tommy's name.
Lisa Palazzo's husband, Tom, is on the list.
Come on, you know Tommy and George are going to be together, right?
With newfound hope, Lisa takes the lead in encouraging her friends.
They're together. Don't be silly. We're going to get the list. She's bringing it down right now.
Julie Burke and her husband, Tom, have 4 boys.
8, 6, 2, and 10 months. So I've kept them home from school and kept it pretty close to the cuff with them because I don't think it's time to tell them yet what's really going on. They're asking, but I can look them in the eye and say I really don't know. And that's better than the worst case scenario right now.
She has heard nothing from her husband. All she has now is the name of a friend who worked close by.
Sean O'Neill's name is on the list and he's fine.
Oh my God. Sean O'Neill!
His buddy's name turned up on the list. He sits right next to him, so it's really encouraging.
This is a list and it's hopeful and I'm excited about it, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions till I have more confirmation.
Holly O'Neill is Sean's wife.
I just want to see him. I just want to see him.
Holly is expecting their first child in March. On a day where the news is mostly all bad, these women must rely on the slimmest of hopes. And this list is all they have.
As soon as we find out, we're going to find a way to go down. And try to get him out of there and bring him home.
But there is really nowhere to go.
Describe to me what the waiting is like.
How can I describe that? It's pretty indescribable. Especially when you glance over and see the building falling in and everything else. Right now, I don't care who did it. I just want to find George, and that's really the only thing I'm thinking about.
But as the digging continues around what used to be the World Trade Center, the wives of Bedford are looking with less and less hope at their internet list.
What did I just say?
Just tonight, Robbie Morrell sent her husband's dental records to authorities in New York.
Russ Mitchell. One of the stories, really the story of this terrible, still unfolding tragedy, the missing. Ed Bradley has more about that.
Last thing he said was he loved me and he'll call me. We think that maybe he may have gone back to help somebody because that's just the kind of person that he was.
All night, all day, they've stood vigil, searched, and hoped.
Just keep strong and keep sending out emails. We'll find him.
They are the families and friends of the disappeared.
And he's a lot of fun to be around. He absolutely loves Christmas.
Those lost, injured, may be killed when the Twin Towers crumble.
We've been trying his cell phone, and it rings 4 times, and then we get his answering machine. So I just left a message saying I love you, and we want to find you.
But we're going to go down to Bellevue because that's pretty much where the big list is.
Since Tuesday, too many have made this miserable trek.
I'm sorry.
From hospital to hospital.
You let them know you went to new school, and they have something set up there with a list of names for family members.
They have an up-to-date list?
They're updating it as we speak. All right.
In search of any information.
We have a glimmer of hope. Glimmer.
We just want to find him.
Any sign of their missing loved ones.
I don't even know if there's a point of this, showing this, but we love him and we have all these pictures.
Each inevitably carries a favorite photo.
He's a loving person, the best big brother I could ever have. He was able to answer his cell phone only to say, I'm trapped on the 94th floor and I can't breathe. And then the cell phone went dead. And we haven't heard anything else.
Each inevitably has a story to tell.
This guy was a partier. Actually, I choose to believe he's still a partier. They just need to find him.
And each story, inevitably, is heartbreaking.
She's my best friend. Please give us... We are 9 sisters and brother. And Rosa, whatever you are, please, Rosa, come to us. And if you are in there, please survive for us. Come to us, come back, please.
I'm looking for my sister-in-law. Her name is Clarence Schwartz, and she was on the 100th floor of Tower 2. And here is her picture.
Take a good look. Both of them. Brother's 27. He's gonna get married next summer in July. And his wife's 4 months pregnant. It's messed up, ain't it?
He's a good daddy. He's a good husband. He's a good brother-in-law. He's a good person.
Dawn Chiarenza carries a list of 22 hospitals.
We already gone to St. Vincent's and checked over there.
She says she'll visit every one.
We're looking for my brother-in-law. He called my sister. He was stuck in the stairwell. He called her to tell her that he loved her and to give the kids some love and that everything would be okay. at Lenox Hill, and we're going to try and see what we can find out here.
Visiting?
According to them, no, they don't have anything. The next stop is, they gave us some possibilities. They have some unknown males at St. Luke's Roosevelt.
That's on newest list. Everybody has, absolutely. Everybody has a name.
They say they don't have any unknowns, and we just got off the phone with Cornell, and they say they don't have any unknowns. Hey, we got word that they brought some people over to Jersey City Hospital. So, no, get call or go or whatever. We are running into dead ends here, and we're just going to keep going.
So far, sadly, no sign of Dawn's brother-in-law.
We're doing it on our own, and it's hard for us to get to each hospital, so we'll be back again tomorrow, and we'll hit all the hospitals that we possibly can again.
It is a sentiment shared tonight by so many of these friends and families.
He's my cousin. He was on the 84th floor of 2 World Trade. We're doing everything we can. We're not going to say that he's not around until it's confirmed.
Not near ready to give up looking.
Just gotta hope, right? I mean, there's not much else to do.
Unwilling, unable to give up hope.
To see all these pictures of all the people that are missing and to see all the families walking through the streets looking for people, it's just unbelievable, and how the city's come together. It's truly remarkable.
In the past few days, the nation, indeed the world, has been witness to the courage and heroism of ordinary Americans, so many of whom are now in need of healing. They began last night in Boston.
We have gathered here today as communities of faith to unite our prayers, our hopes, our support, to express our grief, to remember all the victims of these attacks, and to pray for the ongoing rescue efforts. May our unity in heart and prayer be a beacon of light in a darkened world.
Oh, beautiful, oh, spacious skies, for amber waves of rain, for purple mountains, majesties of all the rooted plain. America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea.
It's nearly 2 a.m. in New York, here in Washington, D.C., and all across America in whatever time zone. The end of another day endured in the shadow of Tuesday morning's murderous calamity fostered by people who hate all we stand for. A few miles south of this studio, at the tip of Manhattan Island, the search goes on. Weary firefighters and others combing through enormous mounds of steel, glass, concrete, and dust. Endless dust. Their work fueled only by the slim and fading hope of finding survivors. A few hours from now, the sun will rise again on a day that President Bush has set aside for prayer and remembrance. And we will once again wake to the changed world, born in the fire and smoke and terror of September 11th. A world in which we must now fight to preserve the freedom from fear itself. Now, for most of you on the West Coast, your late local news is next. For the rest of you, our CBS News coverage of the attack on America continues with Melissa McDermott. Tomorrow morning, we invite you to watch the early show with Brian Gumble and Jane Clayson. And we'll be back on the air all day with coverage that includes a national prayer service in Washington and the President's visit to Ground Zero in New York City. I'm Dan Rather. You're watching continuing coverage of the attack on America on CBS.
5 people have been detained at LaGuardia. You can believe that security at these and other airports is at the highest of all alerts. A report from the Boston Herald, will be hearing more about this. A report saying that the attacks on the World Trade Center towers and the Pentagon planned for over 5 years. And Logan Airport in Boston was cased for at least 6 months. And President Bush, we have been hearing his moving comments about all of this today, plans to visit New York City tomorrow. He has already visited the Pentagon, and he has declared Friday a national day of mourning and asking as many Americans as can to fly American flags. One bit of good news, the black box was recovered in Pennsylvania. That, of course, the box that would indicate what was going on inside the plane. And Osama bin Laden, said to be on the move, said to have left the home where he has stayed for a number of times, said to have left that shortly after the attacks on the World Trade Center towers and the Pentagon. And it is not at all clear where Osama bin Laden is now, although it is believed that he is somewhere inside Afghanistan. Now, I told you that a front-page story in this morning's Boston Globe, I said the Herald, I meant to say the Globe, says investigators have evidence that the plannings of the suicide hijackings of those 4 airlines began at least 5 years ago. The article reports that the men who commandeered 2 Boston flights began casing Logan at least 6 months ago. Joining us now on the phone is Boston Globe reporter Kevin Cullen, who has been covering the investigation. And walk me through this, Kevin. Give me a sense of what it is that you're uncovering.
Well, myself and a colleague, Shelley Murphy, were able to piece together some things, mostly from investigators, also from making some phone calls. It seems that whoever put this group up to it, whoever organized this, had a long-range plan, what the Russians used to call a 5-year plan. And what it began with was training a number of people so that they would be able to take control of a commercial jet and do what we saw, what happened on Tuesday morning at the Trade Center and also at the Pentagon. What happened is it seems as though they found out that in Florida there are about 80 training schools, flight schools, and it's pretty easy to get in there, and most of the people there are foreigners. Excuse me. What they found out is if you have the money, you can get into the classes. And so obviously they were very well bankrolled. These are not cheap classes. Some of them go as much as $30,000, $40,000 for flight simulating. So what they did is they sent people over and gradually built up a network of people that were able to mount this sort of size of a conspiracy, because as we know, there were 4 flights. There may have been more that they wanted to get on. And there were more than one pilot on all of these, in all of these flights that were hijacked. There wasn't one. They were obviously banking that maybe there would have been a struggle and one of the trained pilots would not be able to take control. There was more than one pilot, one trained pilot, on all of the hijacked jets.
Now, you say whoever was behind this. As you know, the United States government has said that they definitively point the finger at Osama bin Laden. And it does appear that what you're describing, which is people who go into a country and stay in that country for a very long time, almost like sleeper agents, is a kind of fingerprint for Osama's past
Certainly that's where the people in Washington are pointing, although it's still unclear whether a number of these people were Sunni Muslims or Shia Muslims. If, in fact, they were Sunni Muslims, then that would make sense that they were lined up with Mr. bin Laden. If, in fact, they are Shia Muslims, these are 2 groups that generally do not mix. So that is something that investigators are still trying to track down. The other thing we found out...
Let me just be clear, because a lot of people might not know quite what you mean. These are 2 different sects of Muslims. Osama bin Laden, being a Saudi, would be Sunni Muslim, and Shiite Muslims would be, for instance, Iranians.
Correct. And it's unclear. There's clearly there's an ethnic mix here from different Arabian groups here, and it's still unclear the number of nationals or the different countries that the people involved here came from. And talking to an investigator today, they've got one guy with a Saudi passport who had an Egyptian driver's license who may have been from the United Arab Emirates. So this is what they're up against, trying to piece this together.
Now, I've read some reporting that says that some of these people who were getting their flight training in Florida had used Saudi passports and had indicated that they were associated with Saudi airlines, and that therefore they would not have received the kind of scrutiny that others would, because the Saudis, of course, are allies of the United States.
Exactly. We found that was a strong pattern in all of this. There are a number of it. At least half of the hijackers in the Boston cases either had Saudi passports or claimed the sponsorship or employment of Saudi Arabian Airlines. And I talked to a number of flight instructors in Florida today, and they said the way it works down there is if you apply for membership in these flight classes and say you're from Saudi Arabia, they just ship over an exemption paper, which the schools can issue directly to students. The students then take it to the U.S. Embassy or a U.S. consulate somewhere in Saudi Arabia, and it basically is rubber stamped. Now, we talked to the State Department tonight, and they denied that. They said that there's much more scrutiny than that would suggest. But everyone, I talked to several, I think I talked to 4 people who are either involved in training as flight instructors or involved in the aviation industry in Florida, and they all had a very same take on it, is that if you come from Saudi Arabia, either if they sponsor you or you have a Saudi passport, you basically get into the United States, no questions asked.
I'll tell you, Kevin, if you listen to your reporting and the other reporting that we have seen, if we talk about people who are on the ground for 5 years living normal lives, who have been, one presumes, cut out from the magnitude of the mission so that they effectively wouldn't know everything that was going on until a larger operative came into town to turn them on. If you talk about passports, if you talk about Saudi Airlines identifications, ramp passes, such as the one that was used at Logan Airport, this really is a sophisticated and expensive operation.
It's extraordinarily sophisticated and it's extraordinarily expensive, which raises the question, I think, as you raised, Forrest, who sponsors these guys? Where do they come from? They should not have that kind of money to throw around. One of the most extraordinary things about this is that we believe, we are led to believe that these are devout, fundamentalist Muslims who are making a sacrifice here, who are killing the infidels. And yet I talk to people in Florida, and several of my colleagues talk to people in Florida who report that these men were drinking in bar rooms. Which, if they did this in their host countries, such as Saudi Arabia, they would be subject to execution. So there's a very, very strange picture drawing here, and one of it involves the money that is thrown around, and that is something that I think, obviously, our newspaper, I know NBC has been all over that angle the past 24 hours and did some great reporting on some of the suspects and some of their criminal backgrounds and how they got into the United States. I think we're all going to be looking there the next few days. Where did they get the money? How did they have the ability to get to these training schools, pay for these, given that their lifestyle suggests that they had very, not menial jobs, but certainly not the kind of jobs that you could throw out $30,000 or $40,000 to take a flight simulating course somewhere in Florida.
To underscore your point, you're saying basically that if they were very conservative Muslims, the Muslim religion prohibits drinking alcohol, and so therefore if you were to see them drinking alcohol, there'd be something quite wrong with that.
Absolutely, and the witness accounts was not describing a moderate intake of alcohol, but a rather extraordinary intake of alcohol and sort of an extraordinary display of money.
We've been seeing a lot of reporting that suggests that the ground support they had at Logan Airport was extensive, and that there may be others who have pilot's licenses who are kicking around the United States now. Have you found anything like that?
Well, we're getting conflicting messages on that from the investigators. Some say that, they did have support on the ground. Others said they didn't even need it, that the security was such that, what they used to take control of the flights out of Logan were things that they could smuggle on board that got through the security. One thing we're really finding is that it doesn't even matter what the equipment at the check-in counters is like. It's the people who man them, and we're talking about folks who are paid more or less minimum wage, high turnover, very poor training. So it's unclear whether they brought the weapons on or had secreted weapons on. But one thing is clear about Logan and every other airport is that the ground staff, people that either cater planes, people that clean planes, are not vetted. They are not people whose backgrounds are checked. So given what we know about this group, that they may have spent as much as 5 years or more planning this conspiracy, it's not much of a leap to suggest that they invested some money and some time in getting people on the ground and access to tarmacs, not just at Logan, but probably at Dulles also.
I'm curious about your take on this. Here is what we know. There were 2 teams of 5. There were 2 teams of 4 that were on board the airplanes. That makes a total of 18. The LA Times this morning was reporting that there were a total of 50 people believed to have been involved in all of this, and now that's been knocked down a bit today, and so now it's a bit more confused about the total numbers of people who might have been involved. Have you heard anything about that at all?
Well, people we talked, the 50 number might be arbitrary. I don't think the Times was that far off, and they clearly got it from people in very senior positions at Justice. The two reporters who wrote that have very good contacts in Justice. There's no doubt from the people we've talked to doing the Boston investigation, that angle, is that they believe that the conspirators, that the people that arrived and basically went off to their deaths as part of this conspiracy did not do it alone, that the logistics involved, they needed support here. They stayed at hotels in the area, but they had people, they had supporters in the area. And the reality, and I think it's very disturbing to people to accept this, is that there are a number of people in pockets of Boston, in pockets of I'm sure of New York, in pockets of any giant urban area in America who silently or maybe openly cheered what happened on Tuesday morning. And so right now part of the investigation is to identify the people who on the ground added or provided the logistics that the conspirators who boarded the planes needed to make this happen.
That's true, and there's another point. If this were to follow Osama's pattern in previous attacks, for instance, the embassy attacks in Africa, these sleepers would have had to been turned on by operatives who were operating at a higher level, who came in and said, okay, here is what you actually should do. Here are your marching orders. So while there may have been logistical support, there have to be people that were in touch with them that were operating at a higher level, and they presumably were in the United States as well.
Absolutely. I talked to somebody, involved in the investigation today who said if in fact it's bin Laden, and he wasn't saying it absolutely was, if in fact it was bin Laden, typically the way it would be is that these guys that got on the planes had been trained over a period of time and then awaited orders. And somebody arrived here from a very high level and said, it's time to go. And yet below that other level, there were flunkies. There were people who were doing minor things for them, which is whether checking out surveillance or security at the airport or noting what would be the flights. We don't know. Why did they choose United? Why did they choose American? There are any number of flights that they could have chosen. It's pretty obvious that they chose from an East Coast location transcontinental flights, which would have ensured full tanks of fuel, which would have added to the carnage, and which clearly we saw, at least in the case of the World Trade Center crashes, added to the collapse of those buildings. So it's all those things that added up. These folks were down in Florida doing their training. Somebody was up here doing that kind of surveillance for them, saying, well, if you get on a flight at 7:59 a.m. in Boston, it goes to Los Angeles and has a full tank of fuel.
I think I just heard you say that an investigator told you that if it were Osama bin Laden. Now, we've got the administration saying that they believe definitively that it is. Are you saying the investigators are not so certain?
I'm saying that who I talk to at this level are focused much more. It's much more micro. They are looking at these are folks who are knocking on doors, rustling suspects, checking out, credit card receipts. These are guys that are doing the day-to-day shoe leather stuff. I don't have that kind of source at the Justice Department that's pulling it all together and taking CIA intercepts. I'm talking to folks who are really more at ground level.
I'll tell you something. The kind of organization that you're describing, one which seems to have its tentacles into all areas of American life, that has a tremendous support system, as well as these people who are doing the training, as well as the people who are actually running them. That fact is something that strikes a lot of fear a lot of concern in the Arab community that is living here peacefully, innocently, and as good citizens in the United States, that there might be a witch hunt and that they might be dragged through all of this as people try to uproot this organization.
I think that's absolutely true, and it's actually horribly unfair. I was talking to a state trooper here today who said to me, he said, you know, it's not fair, it's not right, but right now every Muslim American is suspect, and that's just the way it is, and it's outrageous. But, you know, I think the difference is, I guess, people have made comparisons to Pearl Harbor and the American reaction after that. And I think that reaction was sort of lock them up and we'll deal with this when the war is over. Obviously that's not going to happen in 2001 America. But there is that, there have been cases here. There was just yesterday here in Boston, they surrounded a hotel, and I'm telling you, it was an extraordinary swoop. And there were, I think there were about 300 law enforcement officers involved, and it turned out to be a family, or at least 3 people of Arabic descent, who were renting a car, and who had the misfortune of having the same last name as one of the hijackers, and somebody noticed that, or at least noticed that they were Arab, and called the police or called the FBI, and within a half hour the place was surrounded. These people were taken out in a very high security situation, and eventually they were released. And that is what is, right now, anybody is suspect if in fact they have the misfortune, or just not the misfortune, that's a pejorative. What I'm saying is anybody of an Arabic background, name whatever you want to call it, is suspect, and it's not fair, it's not right, but as this cop said to me today, it's just the way it is.
Well, it's a bit of hysteria because unless I am missing something, I haven't heard of a single Arab American who is involved in this. These are all people who were here under visas. Is that not right?
That's true. From my understanding, because I've been asking about, is anybody a naturalized citizen? And nobody yet has been, but. It really is unfortunate, and I think it's going to be a measure. That there has been violence directed at Arab Americans, and I'm sure they must be terrified, thinking that some moron, some ignorant person is going to harm, if not kill one. And, you know, and the police, frankly, I know the Boston police, I was talking to Superintendent Jim Hussey, who's in charge of the uniform branch of Boston. They are really guarding against that. They're terrified at the prospect of some poor, unsuspecting Arabic cab driver being dragged out and beaten to death. It could happen. That said, I mean, I must say that, you know, one thing that you've seen on television, and all of the spiritual events that have been held, has sort of been this ecumenical response that this cannot happen, that Americans should be judged by the way they react to this situation, and singling out anybody of the Muslim faith for intolerance, hatred, or violence as a result of this is just basically lowering yourself to the level of the people that perpetrated the atrocity in the first place.
Good point, Kevin. Let us hope that we remember what the nation stands for as we move through all this. Kevin Cullen is a reporter with the Boston Globe, and his article, along with Shelley Murphy, is about the extent of the organization, how long it's been here, and how thoroughly they worked to pull this off. Kevin, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you, Forrest. Good night.
Good night. Police at New York's John F. Kennedy Airport arrested or detained as many as 8 men. This on Thursday at 2 of the major airports, including one man who apparently tried to board an American Airlines flight to California. Remember, all those 4 planes came from this area and headed toward California, and he was using, it is said, a false pilot's ID. We have more from WNBC's Scott Weinberger.
It all began at this United Airlines terminal, Port Authority sources tell News Channel 4, just after 5:30 this evening. Here's what we know so far. While already on board and awaiting unloading by other passengers, 3 of the suspects are confronted by the crew. And it's not clear why the crew became suspicious, but when escorted off the plane, one claimed to be a pilot and displayed a pilot's license. Sources confirm that that license was, quote, bogus. The United Terminal went into total lockdown, and Port Authority police located and arrested the other 4 suspects within the terminal. At the same time, up at LaGuardia Airport, another man is placed under arrest. And sources confirmed to News Channel 4 that 4 of the suspects under arrest tonight were holding tickets on a United Airlines flight bound for Los Angeles, just as 2 hijacked planes slammed into the World Trade Towers. News Channel 4 reported yesterday that those men fled the airport after being confronted by security officers. Investigative sources tell News Channel 4 tonight they do believe all 8 suspects, all who appear Middle Eastern, are connected to the deadly terrorist attack on Tuesday.
All right now, all 3 major New York airports, that's John F. Kennedy Airport, LaGuardia, and Newark, are closed while the investigation into all of this still goes on. Now, earlier tonight, Brian Williams talked with Jim Olson. He's a passenger who was on that American Airlines jetliner where police, as you heard, detained 3 potential suspects. Brian asked him to pass along his story.
It starts with trying to get home to Los Angeles after being in New York for at least 2 weeks about now.
And you're trying to get on a commercial flight, and what happens?
I was on American's Flight 133 bound for LA, which is supposed to be the first American flight to leave JFK at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We sat on the tarmac for about 3 hours to 4 hours. They finally cleared us to leave the gate. And next thing we know, there were at least probably half a dozen to a dozen armed SWAT team gunmen that stormed through the back of the plane. They had us put our heads into crash position, and they dragged out at least 1 potential terrorist, and we think as many as 3.
Wow. Now, you're sitting there with a, partial plane load, full plane load worth of passengers waiting to go to Los Angeles. And given the climate right now, actually, you're on the ground in a city where the World Trade Center is gone. That must have scared the hell out of everybody.
It was surreal. I mean, it really brought terrorism within arm's reach. I mean, you see these scenes on TV, but it's a whole different experience when it's only a heartbeat away. And everyone was very calm before it happened. Everyone was actually looking forward to getting home, and it really changed the whole equilibrium of the plane once this all happened.
I bet it did. How much were you told in advance about the delay, and how much were you ever told about what you had just witnessed?
It all happened very fast. The only hint actually we didn't think anything was going to happen. When they told us we were going to push back from the gate, they gave us a heads up that there might be some police cars that might escort us to the end of the runway for security reasons, which no one really, everyone thought that was actually pretty exciting. But then obviously it was a smokescreen for the raid.
So they came in and plucked from your midst, how many individuals did you say?
I saw at least 1, but then actually it was hard to sort of see because we were all sort of in crash position, so you sort of saw things in shadows sort of out of the corner of your eye. But in talking to some folks that were actually sitting right next to the passengers that were extracted, it turns out, according to them, that there were 2 women and one gentleman that were.
Had you seen any words exchanged prior to this with those passengers and members of the flight crew?
Not at all. I was actually sitting in the back of the plane, about 3 rows from the very back, and it was just, we don't even really know exactly which seats those passengers were in. They were in the front end of the coach section of the plane.
Because we have learned since that a total of 8 people were either arrested or detained. All of them seem to have a common thread: impersonating airline employees, telling one story only for officials to learn that the truth was something else. And the wildest theory of the afternoon was that perhaps another set of potential hijackers was going to try the same thing with a commercial airline. Final question to you is, what was security like when you finally got to JFK and thought you were going to take a commercial flight? Start at the curb when you arrive at the airport. What was different than flying normally?
Well, there was definitely no curbside check-in, and everything actually seemed very calm and process-oriented checking in. And it was actually pretty streamlined, actually getting your ticket. Where I got a little bit nervous was actually at the X-ray and security gateway. They certainly were wanding us and doing some extra sort of metal detection, but there was certainly, at least from my individual experience, there wasn't any sort of extra digging through bags, and it seemed very hurried, like some people were actually even being able to sort of slip through without being wanded. So then I compared notes with some other folks that were sitting next to me on the flight, and they also sort of felt that security wasn't as tight as we necessarily expected.
And that is Jim Olson, who was a passenger on that American Airlines flight, talking to Brian Williams about the events in which 3 people were actually taken off the plane. Now let's remember what the investigation, and this is the largest criminal investigation in the history of the United States, what the investigation is about now. Trying to get a good, clear picture of the suspects and, critically, trying to locate the people who helped them on the ground. Here is NBC's Pete Williams.
New details about how the hijackers spread out to take over the 4 planes that crashed Tuesday. 5 each, the FBI says, on the 2 planes that left Boston and flew into the World Trade Center towers. And 4 on each of the other 2, the one from Washington Dulles that crashed into the Pentagon and the plane that left Newark and crash-landed in Pennsylvania. 18 hijackers in all. The Justice Department plans to release the names of all 18, along with pictures of those for which the FBI can find confirmed photographs. Federal officials tell NBC News they now believe the suicide flights were at least 2 years in the planning. A picture emerging as tips come flooding in.
The FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips.
Federal agents are now investigating whether some of the hijackers got jet training at this flight school in Minneapolis. Government officials tell NBC News that just last month, a man of Middle Eastern descent was detained there on immigration charges after instructors at the school became suspicious when the man offered a large sum of cash in return for training in the school's jet flight simulator. Agents also rushed to a flight school in western Michigan to see whether any of the hijackers might have trained there. In Boston, investigators find an airport employee tarmac pass in that car driven by 2 of the suspected hijackers, generating new questions for the FBI about whether the hijackers had any inside help. The FBI's new director says finding associates of the hijackers is a top priority for federal agents.
They are, where necessary, obtaining search warrants, obtaining grand jury subpoenas, and whatever is necessary to obtain the evidence to identify more particularly identify the particular hijackers and anyone associated with them.
A sign that the investigation is truly worldwide, as German authorities, acting on a tip from the FBI, detain an American at the Hamburg airport for questioning. U.S. officials tell NBC News the man, originally from Yemen, carried an airline ticket for destinations in cities throughout Europe.
There are some people who have been conducting the investigation who believe that at least part of this operation may have actually begun in Hamburg and then spread here to the United States, but that is not clear at this point. I want to talk to former CIA officer Antonio Mendez. Now, he's author of The Master of Disguise, My Secret Life in the CIA, and his exploits with the agency include helping 6 Americans escape from Iran, where they were trapped in the Canadian embassy during the hostage crisis in 1980. We all remember that. Joins us now from our Washington bureau. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Well, you were actually a master of disguise with the CIA. You were coming up with all sorts of identifications for people. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
So help me understand this. We've been hearing about these guys who have Saudi passports, who have identifications associating them with the Saudi airlines, who have ramp access passes, who have passes identifying them as pilots and so on that they just tried to pull on airlines just today. How hard is it to have those kinds of things in your possession?
Well, if you're a professional outfit like this one seems to be, that's all part of doing business. And when we started tracking terrorists as early as 1972, after the Munich Olympic affair, we started finding all sorts of shops where they could produce or procure this kind of thing, and a lot of it was very sophisticated.
Well, you've got a picture. You've seen these kinds of organizations before. As you look through what you've been hearing about this group, how do you rank them? What do you think about what they're doing?
Well, I would say that we've reached a new order of magnitude in terms of sophistication. What I'm hearing would rank up there with major intelligence services that are participated on both sides of the Cold War. We used to use intelligence services as the high watermark for terrorist operations, and they rarely met that kind of test. It seems like this one is going to meet that test.
Do you believe something this sophisticated could be run without the assistance of some nation?
Well, I think what you have here is a major coalition of activity. There'll probably be some state-sponsored activity, as well as cells that are operating independently. But what I think is most notable in this instance is the fact that there is no profile that we can see very readily. They seem to be in the shadows.
What do you mean, no profile? We don't know who they are?
That's right. I don't think we know this enemy. Bin Laden most likely is a major figure, but I don't think we know the full extent of the enemy. I think it's much bigger than what we had thought before.
Yeah, there seems to be some suggestion that it's not just bin Laden's organization that was involved. This is coming out of Hamburg, that it may be a number of extremist organizations that were cooperating, perhaps led by him. But that at least is what some people are now speculating. You concur with that?
I would think so, yeah.
As you look at this, and walk me through this a little bit, just give me a sense. It's, by the way, it's the bottom of the hour, so let me just pass that along to you. You were watching NBC and MSNBC. I'm Forrest Sawyer, and of course we are following the attack on the World Trade Center towers in the Pentagon, and we are doing that 24 hours a day. I'm talking with Antonio Mendez, a former CIA officer. Mr. Mendez, walk me through this. We've been hearing about these sleepers who were put into the ground possibly as long ago as 5 years, and then might have been waked up by some sort of operative. Is that standard procedure?
Well, I would say 5 years is a fair amount of time. The other report said something like 2 years, somewhere between 2 and 5, but certainly there's got to be a lot more infrastructure than meets the eye to do something this sophisticated. They built a lot of redundancy into it. Their timing was exquisite. Certainly there are other elements here that have not yet met scrutiny.
What kind of elements do you mean?
Well, what I mean is, we saw 4 airplanes, and I think the activity we're seeing today indicates that there were probably at least, a couple more, if not four more, that were in the mix. So the size of this activity is I think, yet to be divulged.
And would you, and I underscore that you are speculating here.
Yes.
But for say 18 people to be involved in these planes, and you believe that there may have been other efforts that were underway, does that require a much larger infrastructure underneath them?
Yeah, it requires a lot of planning, a lot of lead time, as I said, a lot of redundancy, because you don't pull it off with just 4 units. No one gets that kind of box score out of an operation this sophisticated. So I would estimate that there were other backup teams, at least, involved.
You know that the United States is pointing the finger now at Osama bin Laden, who is operating out of Afghanistan. And of course, your career was a long and distinguished one with the CIA. And you have already heard this. You will likely hear it again. Osama was really trained by, in part, the Pakistan security forces with CIA backing. So is this, in a sense, the child of the CIA?
Well, I guess sometimes you have to consort with people who may be your enemies to get a job done, and that's what the war in Afghanistan was all about, is consorting with a mixture of people who both had the same goal in mind. But that doesn't mean that we raised them to be what they are.
No, certainly nobody thought that. But
yeah.
Was it a mistake to have left him in the fashion that the agency did?
To left him in the fashion that we did, I'm not sure that was really a mistake. I think that was just a matter of circumstances. But certainly in retrospect, one could say, we could have done something maybe different, and they wouldn't have turned on us. But I'm not sure that we could have prevented that in the first place.
Antonio Mendez is a former CIA officer, had a long career with the agency, and is author of Master of Disguise, My Secret Life from the CIA. Thanks for talking to us, especially at this late hour.
Oh, sure.
All right, let's move on now to Lower Manhattan. Jeannie Ohm is there following the rescue efforts, and it's been a nasty rain-filled evening, so it hasn't been very good. Jeannie, how are you?
That's right, Forrest. You know, the situation changed out here dramatically about an hour and a half ago. As predicted, the storm hit Manhattan, and it's been, you know, a heavy downpour on and off ever since. And in fact, you know, they've temporarily halted some of the rescue operations. We're told that they're only working in a small, limited area. Joining me right now is one of the volunteers, Greg D'Arienzo, a construction worker from New Jersey. He just came back from that area. Describe the conditions, what the rain has done to the conditions back there.
The rain has made everything very slick. Where you're working under like a big cloud of smoke almost, and with the lightning coming through the cloud, you hear things crashing around. It doesn't seem like a safe area.
Not only that, I imagine you have to be worried about your footing even more so.
Yeah, most of the material that you're stepping on is like metal beams and pieces of the building they get more slippery when they're wet, obviously, so it's a little bit more hazardous.
Okay, Greg, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. We also want to point out, in one sense, the rain was good because it helped settle the dust, but the other concern, of course, is now the additional weight left from the water that collected on the ground. There's also something else going out here for us that we want to talk about, and that's there's been a lot of rumors, a lot of reports, and there's a lot of excitement at one point this evening. People were coming by, some of the volunteers coming off, saying that they had heard that there were 9 police officers trapped in the rubble. In fact, the wife of one of the officers was on the cell phone with him, but the fire department made it very clear, the New York City Fire Department, in fact, they went around to the different news organizations and they wanted to say, as much as they wanted to believe that was true, that was unfortunately a false report. So as things stand, there have been no new survivors, additional survivors brought out from the rubble ever since Wednesday. But of course, they're calling this still a rescue mission, so volunteers keep coming in. Even though right now things are on a very limited basis, they're still going back in, and they say they'll be out here as long as possible. One other thing we want to mention about this rain and why it is not helping in any way possible out here is because how they've been working is the volunteers have been sifting through, collecting the debris. Well, every 10 minutes or so, they stop. Silence is crucial here because they want to be able to listen. They're using dogs to see if they can hear any kind of tapping noise. So every time the storm passes through and there's more rain, that of course obviously hinders their ability to listen to see if there are survivors trapped beneath. Forrest?
Jeannie, these rumors do go around. There was a rumor earlier today, I know you know that 5 firefighters had been pulled out, and there were actually some firefighters who had simply slipped as they were going through the rescue operations, right?
You're right. Actually, yeah, there was a report that 5 firefighters were trapped in an SUV and then they finally were brought out. What we heard for the most part that we can confirm was that, in fact, it was 3 firefighters who were out here in the rescue attempts and they had gotten caught under the debris, and so that's what happened. You have to keep in mind there are thousands of people out here, so when they see some kind of flurry of activity, rumor gets spread or word gets spread, and unfortunately it's not accurate information. But from the best I can get, there is something else I wanted to tell you about. I'd say around 8 o'clock this evening, there was cheers that went up at one section, and there was reports that someone was trapped underneath. We were able to find out that that was a rescue worker that had lost his footing, and he was in fact pulled out. But again, it was not a survivor that was trapped from Tuesday's collapse.
Okay, thanks very much. Jeannie Ohm down there at the World Trade Center rescue operation going on. Now, you have to understand how very much people want someone to be found alive. There are all these thousands of people who are waiting for one bit of good news as these long days go on. People who are wondering what's happened to their loved ones and are going through an emotional nightmare, these families of those who are missing in the World Trade Center attack. Most people here in New York know somebody who has gotten lost. NBC's Edie Magnus has more.
The city is beginning to dig itself out, and a terrible truth is emerging too. The chances that loved ones missing since the attacks will be found are getting slimmer. It is one of many cruel twists to this tragedy that the chaos of those first 24 hours offered more hope that relatives, neighbors, or co-workers might be found. But now, it is day 3. What to do? Where to go? Jennifer Marvison finally left her home today. She's been too shocked and depressed until now, she tells us, to look for her fiancé, Keith Broomfeld.
This is the first I was able to face the world. I haven't been out. So this is the day that I'm going to find out, do or die, whatever it is I have to find out.
Jennifer's come to Bellevue Hospital to post a homemade flyer with Keith's picture on it here on what's called a wall of prayers. It has sprung up and like a plant watered with tears, is growing steadily, covered with the pictures of missing people. Against a backdrop of spectacular blue skies and balmy weather, scores of people, emotional refugees, are wandering the city, looking, hoping, wondering what to do next about the ones they love but cannot find. Sean Fagan, 34, a trader on the 93rd floor of Tower 1, somewhere above where the first plane hit. His sister, Anne-Marie, says there's been no word of him since that blast. She hit the streets this morning armed with 400 flyers and has been asking questions everywhere.
So you've been to the armory, the morgue?
No.
You have not gone to the morgue yet?
No.
Why not?
I'm hoping that my brother's not there.
What keeps you going?
Like, the alternative isn't, it's not an option that my brother's not okay, and until someone tells me he's not, then he is.
Countless others are feeling the same way, unable to let go of the possibility that their loved ones may be out there somewhere. So they're out too, posting pictures on phone booths, mailboxes, at the entrance of buildings. And after all, more survivors were rescued from the bloody rubble of the Twin Towers today. Maybe the answers are on this list. It's been pulled from the internet. Its accuracy is unknown. But it claims to contain information on the condition of many victims of the plane attacks.
Please don't give up hope.
This woman says she actually did find out her missing brother is alive by seeing his name on this list.
He's injured, but we found him.
Lorraine Browse has also been given a grain of hope. She's learned from the company on the 95th floor where her stepmother worked that someone had sighted her. Lorraine doesn't know exactly what that means. Could her stepmother still be alive, unconscious in a hospital? Or is it false information?
No, they don't have any specific information. All they had was her name on a list. It was very vague. It didn't really tell us much, but at least we know if she was alive, if she had survived, she has to be in the hospital someplace.
Lorraine was told to go to a downtown university to check a list of hospitalized victims.
I know it's going to take a miracle if she's alive. She was so high up in the building. We know she went in early that morning because she had gone to vote beforehand.
As she waits, she takes her place on a line among many others. The crowd, a sobering reminder of how widespread the suffering is. Finally, she gets a look.
Nothing.
No information?
They have partial hospital lists. She wasn't on any of the lists. There's nothing else we can do now.
Except wait and worry and pray that soon they will get an answer. Until then, they will have to keep looking here in this city of lost and found.
Do you still have hope that you'll find him?
Yeah, I hope that I find him. I have to find my brother either way. But we will find my brother one way or the other.
It's hard, I'll tell you. Jeannie Ohm and I were talking about some of the rumors that have been kicking around that sometimes lead nowhere. I should tell you that our reporting is far from perfect through all of this. The story constantly keeps changing. It does not only apply to what's happening down at the World Trade Center, it applies to anything else. For instance, there was word yesterday that the Taliban, the ruling party of Afghanistan, had placed Osama bin Laden under house arrest, and that has subsequently been denied by the Taliban, and now there is word that Osama has left the home where he was staying and gone into hiding somewhere. Now I read a report from London that an Afghan radio station says the Taliban are prepared to hand over Osama bin Laden to an Islamic court if the United States were able to prove his involvement in terrorist attacks in the United States. These kinds of reports we're likely to see for a while. I have no idea whether it's true or not. You can be sure, however, that the United States would not be satisfied with Osama being turned over to an Islamic court of the Taliban's choosing, so that's no solution at all. As you probably know by now, this is Friday morning, and today has been identified as a day of mourning and national remembrance and prayer here in the United States for the terrible events that began on September 11th. The president is going to be participating in a prayer service. This will be at the National Cathedral at noon today. And when he was talking about this Thursday, I expect we have all seen these pictures now, he was really very emotional, teared up at one point talking about what has happened here, and used some very strong language, saying this is the first war of the 21st century. That word war has powerful meaning when used by the President of the United States. And he said, make no mistake about it, this, the attack on terrorism, is going to become the focus of the Bush administration. NBC's Campbell Brown has more.
In the Oval Office, tears welling up in his eyes. The president today fully aware history will remember him by how he leads the country through this crisis.
I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do.
The president vows to, quote, whip terrorism, rallying the world to join the U.S. in this fight.
But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory.
The gravity of the battle clearly weighing on the president as he and wife Laura visit a Washington hospital to spend time with the victims of the Pentagon attack to hear their horrifying stories.
They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris.
At the White House, the president is in and out of meetings with lawmakers, key aides, and his national security team, continuing to reach out to leaders around the world, seeking military and economic support, assembling an international coalition to go to war. But in public, the president is focused on the immediate need here at home. On a conference call with New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani and Governor George Pataki, Bush says he will go to New York tomorrow to see for himself the destruction of the Twin Towers, to personally thank the men and women searching around the clock for the missing.
Well, I can't tell you how proud I am of the good citizens of your part of the world.
With Bush front and center, White House officials today revealed new information about what they say was a threat to Air Force One. One key aide says some advisors did question the wisdom of keeping the president moving between two Air Force bases far from Washington after the attacks, until they were told an anonymous caller phoned the Secret Service and warned, quote, Air Force One is next. The official says the caller knew code words relating to Air Force One's procedures and whereabouts. Today, the president defends his decision to stay away.
I know I took the appropriate actions as the commander-in-chief to handle the crisis.
Well, I suppose we're moving into day 4, and as you could see from President Bush's reaction, and the reaction of all of us, really, the kind of realization of what has happened is beginning to settle on our shoulders, much like the dust of the debris from the collapse of the...
Is being experienced at the moment. That's where we find Hillary Lane, one of our CNN correspondents. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there right now. Hi, Hillary.
Oh, hi, Paula. While the rain may be making things so much more difficult downtown, it's not hampering the efforts of the people who are coming here, desperate to find any information they can on the people whom they loved so much. I'm standing outside of the Missing Persons Bureau. It is a giant armory that has been converted for that purpose. And this morning it opens up about 8 o'clock. There is already a short line of people who either were not able to make it in yesterday or who have come back with more information. One of the men I spoke with, the second in line this morning, says he was here on Wednesday when this Missing Persons Bureau opened for the first time. He's come back. He has brought with him dental records and a hairbrush. And obviously those are items that could be used for DNA identification purposes. The city of New York gearing up to do thousands upon thousands of DNA tests. Told me a little bit about what happens inside the armory after the people who come here to file missing persons reports fill those papers out, 8 pages in total. They're then each matched with a police detective, and they give all sorts of information. They're asked for names of dentists, again, for DNA identification purposes, if that becomes necessary, as well as a variety of other personal questions. I have here with me Stanford Chan, who was in the armory yesterday and could tell us a little bit about what happened inside when he filed that report. Tell us a little bit about what the detectives were asking you for in terms of personal identification information.
Basically anything that has to do with them physically, and particularly that day, what they were wearing,
If you have any information regarding dental records, like you said, that's important to bring with you. Any identification marks on the body, whether it's earrings or anything. They're pretty detailed in terms of what they're asking. So. Yeah.
Okay, Stan, you have brought a picture with you. You are looking for one of your best friends. Just tell us a little bit about him. I know his wife was not able to make it in, which is why you're here today.
Yeah, his wife Stacy is home right now. She's 9 months pregnant, and she's doing all she can basically from the Jersey side and the police department there, which has been also cross-referencing with the police department here in terms of any information. Craig and I went to junior high school and high school together, and I'm doing all I can basically here in the city for them and for myself. So.
Okay, and I see he was on the 88th floor, and you haven't heard anything from him. When was the last time you spoke with him, or his wife spoke with him?
He actually left a message saying that he was okay when the plane first hit, but since then we haven't heard anything from that.
Okay, and we saw you this morning wandering around the streets. You'd already been inside the armory, and now you were making your way to hospital, something you've already done. How does it feel now on the fourth day after, and at what point are you just saying, you know, this doesn't look good?
It's getting a little overwhelming. You know, I couldn't sleep, and I'm trying to do all I can and putting the picture up in the hospital right now. But there are so many pictures, and there's just so many people that are still missing. And this rain is just not helping the recovery process. It's making it also very dangerous for those that are already down there. We have a mutual friend that's in the NYPD, and he's been at ground zero for the last couple of days. And I've been talking to him as well, and it's a horrific experience down there as well. And this only makes it worse, basically.
Well, Stan, thank you. It's a wonderful thing you're doing to get out and put the posters up and keep pressing on.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And Paula, let me just tell you one other thing. I was out here a good part of the day yesterday, and people were coming up to us with posters. Anybody who would listen, anybody who would look, putting the posters in our face, just talking about these people, trying to get the pictures out. And it was really turning to desperation as people are beginning to realize that so many days have passed and the chances are so slim. Back to you.
I tell you, Hillary, you watch some of those conversations you've had, and then we had a guest here earlier this morning, and you hear what they had to say, and you don't even know how they can stand up today. What they're having to endure is just absolutely unthinkable. We're going to show you a picture right now of St. Paul's Cathedral in London, where Prime Minister Tony Blair is meeting a number of parishioners who have just left a prayer service there in honor of the innocent Americans slaughtered here in the multiple terrorist attacks. I'm told the Prime Minister did speak at the service. This isn't the only service going on in Europe. There have been prayer services of this kind throughout that continent. Even in Albania and Croatia, there were special services earlier today, and in fact at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, there were many countries honoring the dead and the injured, and those of us that are still standing with 3 minutes of silence. Kind of an unusual scene for the Prime Minister to be greeting Londoners in this fashion, given the heightened state of alert throughout the world right now. An American flag, from what I can tell, hanging from an adjoining building or a building nearby the cathedral. A very touching scene, the Prime Minister seemingly conversing quite openly with Londoners. And as we leave that scene, I wanted to bring you up to date on some of the latest developments back here in America. You might have heard that searchers have found both recorders this morning from the jet, that crashed into the Pentagon on Tuesday. FBI agents took custody of the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder from American Airlines Flight 77. Coast Guardsmen boarded a Carnival Cruise Line ship this morning off the coast of Miami and took 2 people into custody. Authorities claim the 2 have a history of hijacking, but it is unclear if they could be directly connected with Tuesday's attacks. Congress and the White House have agreed on a $40 billion appropriation to help with the cleanup and recovery in New York and Arlington, Virginia. That is twice what the president had asked for. Formal votes are expected today in both houses. In New York, the search for an estimated 4,700 missing people in the ruins of the World Trade Center was interrupted overnight by heavy rain. We know at this hour that 184 sets of human remains have been recovered so far. More than 4,000 people have been treated at New York hospitals since Tuesday's attacks. Unfortunately, there are still hundreds and hundreds of families who have no idea where these injured are. And you hear these horrendous stories of families going from hospital to hospital to try to track down those that have survived. A quick reminder that a national prayer service will be held at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. later today. Our live coverage of that event will pick up at 11:45. Among those expected to attend, President Bush, our current president, his father, the former president, President Clinton, President Carter, President Ford, former Vice President Al Gore, as well as many, many members of Congress. Right now, we're going to check in with Major Garrett, who joins us from the White House with some more details on what we can expect there later today. Garrett, what can you tell us?
Good morning,
Major
Paula.
Garrett. Sorry about that. We've all been operating on limited hours of sleep here, so
There's no
sorry.
doubt. There's
Good
no
morning,
doubt.
Major.
Good morning, Paula. A very tall order for the president this morning at the National Cathedral, trying to speak to a nation racked with grief, but in the secular language of politics, not the religious language that so many other speakers will invoke. Billy Graham, often thought of as not only the pastor to America's presidents, but a pastor to the entire Protestant country. There will be other members of other religious affiliations at the National Cathedral, as you mentioned, former President Clinton, former Vice President Al Gore, Presidents Carter, Presidents Ford. Paula, we do not have an official White House confirmation that President George Herbert Walker Bush will be there. When we get that, we'll make sure and bring that to you. We're also expected to see in the audience at the National Cathedral former high-ranking officials from Democratic and Republican administrations of yore as a sign of solidarity. And the president will try to talk to the nation about why this happened, what we can draw from this as a country, how to look to the future, not only in a spiritual sense, but also in a secular sense of how this political environment can be improved, how the political unity now so prevalent here in Washington and across the country can manifest itself and be used against those who have perpetrated terror against the United States. All of those things on the president's agenda in his remarks at the National Cathedral. One person who is not expected to be at that prayer service and that service of remembrance, Vice President Dick Cheney. His absence indicative of the very high state of security around the White House. Vice President Cheney yesterday was sent to Camp David, the presidential retreat. Why? So the Vice President and the President of the United States would not be in the same location at the same time. We have some pictures I want to show you this morning, Paula, of the very high state of security around the White House. This morning, as I came into the White House grounds, I was met by police cars, camouflage Humvee military vehicles several blocks away from Washington, police officers, Secret Service agents, federal marshals checking IDs, not only mine, but everyone else who tried to come toward the White House grounds. This perimeter much wider, much more extensive than I've ever seen around the White House in my time covering the White House. Clearly an indication that the Secret Service believes that this White House compound, the people who work in it, the media, the president, and the extensive White House staff family need extra protection, and many, many more precautions are being taken to afford them exactly that kind of protection. After the National Day of Remembrance and Prayer at the National Cathedral, President Bush will then fly to New York City to get a first-hand look at the damage, the extensive, horrific damage in Lower Manhattan. He will talk with the governor of New York, George Pataki, a Republican, and the mayor, Mayor Giuliani. He will also get a chance to extend his hand of thanks and gratitude and provide some spiritual sustenance to the firefighters, the police officers, the volunteers, the scores of New Yorkers who are assisting in the recovery efforts at that blighted area in Lower Manhattan. Paula?
Major, I saw the same thing here in New York late yesterday afternoon. I have never seen the police presence we've seen in the city. You probably remember there were some 90 bomb threats yesterday, all of them false, thank God. But I talked to a number of police officers that said the same thing. I mean, they have formed a perimeter area around Central Park, and no one is even confirming where the president will land his helicopter, I guess for very good reason. I wanted to move on to something else, Major, to get your reaction to. Secretary of State Colin Powell yesterday said publicly for the first time that Osama bin Laden is a prime suspect in these multiple attacks. What are you hearing from the White House? Are you hearing any other administration officials saying that?
Well, administration officials told CNN yesterday that not only Osama bin Laden, but other organizations may in fact be involved. The question naturally arises, why would Secretary of State Powell in public point the finger so directly at the Osama bin Laden organization? Well, one explanation that we're hearing here at the White House is, as the United States chief diplomat, Secretary of State Powell is, along with President Bush, working strenuously to marshal an international coalition against those the White House and the administration and the government of the United States believe perpetrated these acts of terror. And as the lead diplomatic spokesman for the United States, it was left to him to begin this process of signaling to those who may have not made up their mind quite yet about whether or not they're going to join the United States in this very aggressive effort that the president has promised to root out and find the perpetrators of this terrorism and win, as he said yesterday, for the world, the first war of the 21st century. So it's thought here at the White House inappropriate that the Secretary of State, as the lead diplomat, begin to send that signal around the world, because he, of course, will be having many conversations with leaders of nations that the president will no doubt want to join this coalition once it is fully formed, to wield the power he believes necessary to go after this terrorist cell. Paula?
Major, were you at the White House yesterday when the president spoke briefly with reporters from the Oval Office?
I was not, Paula. I was on my way back from Sarasota, Florida. If you'll recall, I was with the president when all of this horrible, horrible news first broke. We were down in Sarasota, Florida. The president reacted. We were able to bring that news to you. The president then took off on Air Force One. The rest of the press corps was left stranded in Sarasota, Florida, so I spent the better part of yesterday on an 18-hour bus ride back to Washington, D.C. I did see the president's remarks, and I can tell you there were two very important themes expressed by the president. Number one, he said he saw an opportunity to do a favor for generations yet unborn in this country and across the world to win this war against terrorism. The White House wanted to send a signal that though so many in America believe the world has changed forever and changed almost entirely for the worst, the president wanted to get out in front and say, no, perhaps not. Perhaps through all of this horror, we can find one unifying goal to change the world for the better, to bring out of this disaster something that might not only benefit this generation, but generations to come. It was a very firm message the president and his administration wanted to send. And also, though this was not necessarily intentional, his emotions were drawn to the surface by a questioner who asked, how is this affecting you personally, sir? I'm sure the whole nation who watched yesterday saw the tears well up in the president's eyes as he said, I'm thinking about the families, I'm thinking about the children, but I also have the job to do. And as the president said, he intends to do it. Paula?
Major, I was struck by the very same thing as I watched the president's remarks, and I know what my reaction to that was, and I have heard from many Americans that was oddly comforting to them because they can sense his absolute anger and sense of sorrow about what has happened here.
It's worth pointing out, Paula, that this president finds himself in an absolutely unique position in American history. Many, many presidents have had to grieve and had to comfort a nation at the loss of thousands of military personnel. But no U.S. president has ever had to confront so many civilian casualties. Casualties who became casualties for one reason and one reason only. They were American civilians. No president has had to cope with that personal grief, that personal emotional trauma. This president is doing that not only personally, but he's trying to help a nation through it, as well as respond legislatively and internationally to that very, as he calls it, and so many in his administration call it, heinous act. Paula?
One last question for you. President Clinton last night saying he was grateful that President Bush had gone through great efforts to get him back into this country. Tell us a little bit about the former presidents who have taken action against some of these regimes and how vulnerable they are and what it took yesterday to get them all safe and secure.
Well, Paula, I'm really not in a position to answer that question about President Clinton. It's obvious, though, that extraordinary efforts were undertaken to get President Clinton, who was in Australia, back into the United States and back swiftly. I can't really illuminate the details of exactly how that happened, but clearly President Clinton was gratified that President Bush made all the proper decisions to get him back here. He clearly wanted to be in New York, where he now has offices, wanted to share his own brand of commiseration with those who are trying to assist in the recovery and rescue efforts, and also significantly add his voice of support to this president. President Clinton knows as well as anyone in America how lonely and isolated a president can feel at a time like this, and how much the support across party lines, and especially from someone who used to sit in that very office, can be. And I'm sure he wanted to provide those comforting words, if not in person, at least within the borders of the United States.
All right. Major Garrett, thank you so much for the report. Glad you're back in Washington safely. I should add, we've learned that obviously former President Bush shares the same kind of vulnerability President Clinton did because of the actions taken during his administration against Iraq, and he is under the same kind of security watch that all the former presidents are at this hour. Quick reminder that 11:45, that national prayer service at the National Cathedral will get underway, where Major just mentioned a number of former presidents will be in attendance, as well as many, many members of Congress. This kind of scene will be mirrored across the country at noon. If you are outside, you will probably hear church bells in your community pealing. The president has asked for Americans, if they're employers, and I'm sure most employers will allow for this to happen, that Americans go to their normal places of worship, that they say prayers for the rescue workers who are doing the Lord's work right now, hoping that they will be able to find people alive in the rubble. In addition to that, obviously, prayers for the many, many thousands of Americans' lives who have been so dramatically changed. Right now, we're going to head back to Washington, where Eileen O'Connor is standing by with the very latest on the very broad investigation going on. What can you tell us, Eileen? I know you've been working the phones, and you seem to have something new just about every 10 minutes. What's going on?
Well, we do know that some of the people that were detained in New York last night have actually been released. They've been cleared. They've been released from questioning. Also, we do know that the Coast Guard has greeted a Carnival Cruise Line ship in Miami at 5 a.m. They detained 2 people on board with alleged hijacking history in the past. A lot of people being questioned, a lot of precautions being taken, but some of these people being cleared. Now, the investigation into who perpetrated this act and their associates is critical. The arrests in New York last night, 1 man arrested now. We know the others were released. 1 man arrested, still detained because he was arrested by local authorities, we're being told by the Department of Justice. What we know is that at least 8 people were detained last night for questioning at 2 New York airports. Sources say that 4 of those people had been at the airport, seen at the airport trying to board a flight on Tuesday. They were confronted, and sources say they had left. Now, because of a watch list that's been distributed to airport personnel, these same people were picked up again when they came again. Now, one of the total group picked up, according to sources, had false identification as a pilot. Again, most of this group has been released from questioning. One of the people seen as a linchpin in all of this investigation as to who may have perpetrated this is Mohammed Atta. Now, he was listed on Flight 11, according to federal law enforcement sources. He and another associate, Marwan Al-Shari, attended 2 different flight schools in Florida. A third man, possibly a cousin of Al-Shari, named Walid Al-Shari, was listed as well on Flight 11 from New York, according to official documents. That's the first plane that flew into the World Trade Center. That cousin attended a different flight school in Florida. Now, by tracing Atta's past, that led German authorities in Hamburg to arrest an airport worker and bring in another woman for questioning. They searched apartments where Atta Al-Shari and the other man, Marwan Al-Shari, lived for a time before coming to the United States. It's also, as I said, helped authorities generate that watch list, which they are using, precautionary measure, bringing in some people for questioning. Some of those people we know, though, are being cleared and released. Paula?
Eileen, this may be a tough one to sort of determine, but given now that Secretary of State Colin Powell has said on the record, has said publicly for the first time that Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect, how has that either changed the investigation or reinforced it?
Well, it has reinforced it, and also it has reinforced it because they know that he has a very wide network and also a very sophisticated network. And another thing is that with Osama bin Laden, some of these networks can be very loosely arranged, which can make them more difficult to detect. Though it has also led them to some leads. They're looking obviously for known associates of Osama bin Laden, and they're matching that against associates of, say, Mohammed Atta, and trying to put those pieces of the puzzle together. Hala.
All right, Eileen, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Thanks for that latest information. Right now, we're going to show you a picture of what's going on at the Pentagon at this hour. I believe this is a live picture. Yes, it is. You're looking at what is left of the small portion of the Pentagon that was hit. We can confirm for you this morning, and we learned this much earlier today, that the voice and data recorders have been found from the plane, or have been found and recovered from the hijacked jet that hit the Pentagon. A top official with search and rescue units has told CNN that the telltale pings from the black boxes had been heard Wednesday and Thursday. But Arlington County, Virginia spokesman Dick Bridges said we were not getting a strong enough signal from the black box yesterday. The boxes, we are told, are damaged but intact, and they were first turned over to the FBI, which in turn gave them to the National Transportation Safety Board. It is not clear when we will have any information from these boxes that will be shared with the public to give us a better idea of exactly how and when this plane went down. You might remember that Ari Fleischer of the White House confirmed 2 days ago that they now believe the intended target was not the Pentagon after all, but the White House. And this might all become more clearer as some of this information retrieved from these black boxes is shared with the public. Back to New York City, rescue efforts underway. The rain slowing things down a bit, getting rid of some of the acrid smoke that New Yorkers have been breathing for the last couple of days, but making the rescue scene extremely slippery, making the debris much heavier. And there is great concern, of course, that these working conditions are dangerous, and the paramedics and rescue workers are taking every precaution they can as they go about the dreadful business of trying to find folks alive. Right now, I'm going to check in with Brian Palmer, who joins us from St. Vincent's Hospital. This is the hospital, of course, that was the closest to the World Trade Center Inferno, and where many, many injured were taken. What is the latest from there, Brian?
Well, good morning. Weather is indeed a concern here as well. It's day 4 in a New York City transformed both physically and psychologically by Tuesday's blast. Here at St. Vincent's, things are sort of creeping back to normal. You'll see behind me there is traffic. This route has been open. It's one of the main routes downtown. So the state of emergency is no longer in force in this part of town. At St. Vincent's, in the past 36 hours, they have seen a number of rescue workers, but no victims of the initial blast, which is very disappointing to them. I repeat, in the past 36 hours, no victims from the initial blast. They have treated rescuers, including a Detroit firefighter who is suffering from blunt trauma. He's in fair and stable condition at this point. The Greater New York Hospital Association reporting that roughly 3,700 people have been treated in the greater New York area for blast-related injuries. They're going to have new numbers for us mid-morning. They don't expect those numbers to climb much higher. Again, disappointing numbers, meaning they're not pulling as many people out alive as they had hoped. So that's the report here from St. Vincent's.
Brian, I have to confess I was getting some information. During part of your report, and I apologize if you're repeating something that you've already said. But we've heard these horrendous stories about family members going from hospital to hospital. I actually have a friend who's been to 13 different hospitals trying to find a loved one. Are you seeing people coming there expectantly to see if one of their own has been hurt?
We have indeed. We've seen many family members coming to this media pen that we have here, also coming to the Patient Information Center that St. Vincent's has set up at 65 West 11th Street. They do have lists of people there. The hospital spokesman telling us that people have also been relying on websites which are not official websites, don't necessarily have accurate information. He told us that the Office of Emergency Management here in New York is working to put together a website with patient information, but they are at the moment hampered by some concerns about confidentiality they can't post all those names until they get the go-ahead from various legal authorities. So we are seeing lots of people coming here, to the patient information centers. But what people are, what the spokesmen are advising us is that they're advising people to go to the Lexington Avenue Armory. That really is the clearinghouse for the best information here in New York City.
All right, Brian Palmer, thanks so much for that report. Appreciate it. Just another reminder that the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, will be holding a news conference at 9 o'clock. We will be covering that live. We expect to hear a little bit more about not only what is going on in the rescue site at the hour, but also what might happen once the president arrives here later today. It is not clear exactly where the president is landing. I was told by a top New York police officer last night they were expecting some sort of helicopter landing. I don't know that the weather will permit that. Thunderstorms are predicted throughout the day. We will keep you posted on that. Of course, the president getting his first-hand look of what was wrought on this city. Let's go back to Miles now, who joins us from Atlanta once again.
Thanks very much, Paula. Recapping the latest developments for you at this hour. Searchers say they have recovered both the voice and flight data recorders from that American Airlines 757 that crashed into the Pentagon. The U.S. Coast Guard boarded a Carnival cruise ship and detained 2 people said to have a history of hijacking, all part of that sweeping international dragnet that is underway. And Congress joined with the White House in an agreement that would offer New York and Virginia a $40 billion emergency aid package. There seems to be no question the U.S. will respond to these attacks. We've heard the president vow it. We've heard others in Congress insist upon it. We're joined this morning by the former NATO Supreme Allied Commander General Wesley Clark, now working as a military analyst for CNN. General Clark, thanks for being with us.
Morning, Miles.
The General has a very interesting op-ed piece in the Washington Post this morning. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first of all, when we hear these talks about these dramatic strikes, the first question is where and whom would be affected by this. Maybe we can just go through a map of the region for just a moment and get sort of the lay of the land and see how problematic it might be as a military planner trying to come up with targeting locations.
Well, a lot of attention has focused on Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a country that's been racked by civil war for 2 decades. The Russians came in, the resistance movement aided by the United States in the West fought back. We used Pakistan as a base for this resistance movement. The Russians pulled out when the Soviet Union collapsed, and Afghanistan has been in a state of perpetual civil war ever since. Somewhere in Afghanistan, we believe that Osama bin Laden has had 1 or more training facilities and camps. Maybe he's located there. It's hard to believe that the government of Afghanistan doesn't know what he's doing, doesn't know where he is, and can't keep up with this. He's probably drawing support somewhere out of Pakistan. But there's a broader network that's at play here, Miles. These organizations are connected from Afghanistan in many other places in the Middle East, in Europe, in South America, in Asia, and even into the United States. And so there's regular traffic that goes back, couriers that move, money that flows, instructions, messages, technology that moves. We saw last year a strike against the American destroyer, the USS Cole, in the country of Yemen, the port of Aden. We know that was connected somehow. There are persistent rumors that Saddam Hussein may have some communications with this. We know that people come from, and Osama bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia. Others are identified as coming from other of the Gulf Coast states. There's concern about whether Iran has a role to play in this. And so it's a broad network. It's composed of many thousands of individuals, possibly with government connections, in various countries, and we've got a lot more work to do, I think, on this.
It seems to me what is crucial in a situation like this is not to rely so much on fancy satellite imagery, but good, solid human intelligence to find out where these people might be at any given moment. Right. Do we have that?
Well, we have very good intelligence, but some of these countries also have very good intelligence, and what we need is stronger intelligence sharing. We need to rapidly follow up the leads, and we need to crack open these terrorist cells that are located not only in the Middle East, but in Europe and in the United States, one by one, individual by individual. They need to tell us about what's going on, and then we'll run these cells back to their starting point.
Well, when you do that, though, it requires a great degree of patience. The American public right now maybe is not in a patient mood. You make the analogy in your op-ed piece that if what we saw is a latter-day Pearl Harbor, there might be a desire for a latter-day Doolittle raid, the 30 seconds over Tokyo bombing raid. Is that an appropriate thing to be seeking right now?
Well, it might be the right thing if we can get the right target and disrupt this organization. It might help us prevent further attacks. But it's a question of whether we can find the right targets and then how to strike them.
All right, let's put the right map in the Cody telestrator there, and let's take a look at the greater Mideast here and give us a sense here, talking about this network and how difficult it is to track, how these other countries might come into play.
Well, we know that you're dealing with individuals here, and they're moving from country to country and place to place, and so at various times they may have been and moved through Iraq or Syria, or into various parts of the occupied territories, or through Egypt. They may have been in Cyprus or moved into Western Europe. They may have received training or instructions or money. So it's a complex web of individuals, some of whom are known to authorities in various countries. They go by different identities, they have different passports, and it's a complicated matter for international police and law enforcement as well as for our intelligence communities.
General, these borders are very porous then to
They are porous because even though they require passports and other things, the passports appear, and individuals don't have Social Security cards and they don't have a Social Security account number.
If you were in a position right now to be delivering advice to the national security team, what would you tell them to do?
I'd say we've got to work the information, work our allies, build a coalition, strengthen the resolve of all of the nations who've expressed sympathy with us to take the hard political decisions to go after these groups in their own countries. Parts of these groups are known in many countries, and there may be intimidation and fear and threats against the government in this country. They've got to make these hard decisions. The Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, yet there are people there in the West Bank who probably know some of these people. Does Yasser Arafat know them? Can he find them? Can he get information to us? That's what we're going to be looking for.
Let's take a look at one more map here, and this will show us the area of North Africa. Libya is the country which, of course, immediately comes to many Americans' minds with Muammar Gaddafi. Is he still a player in all of this? Does he aid and abet this activity in some sense? And would the U.S. be wise to look for cells there as well?
We certainly are looking for cells there. Muammar Gaddafi says that he's renounced this. He sponsored a form of state terrorism, and we tried to bring it to trial in the Lockerbie trial. And maybe after the strikes in 1986, Muammar Gaddafi saw that he couldn't be directly associated with terrorism. But there are connections that remain throughout this area to militant fundamentalists in Algeria, to militant groups in Egypt, perhaps in Libya as well, in Syria and throughout the Middle East. And so this is a network, and we're talking not about governments yet, we're talking about individuals. And then we've got to go and find where they've drawn support from those governments.
And one other point you make in this article in the Washington Post this morning, which is particularly troubling, is that this is, in your opinion, a very precarious time because a plot has been discovered. There are clearly other suspects out there, either thwarted attempts at other hijackings or maybe further attacks are contemplated. Is this a more precarious time, and should we be on this heightened alert for quite some time now?
Well, I think we do have to remain alert because an organization that could plan something like this, it's clearly got other plans, and we don't know when they're going to be released on us. I think the more active we are in terms of doing our police work, the greater the chance we'll put this network off balance. This is not a network that has the flexibility and responsiveness of, let's say, our armed forces. It's a network that's directed to single purposes, and if you disrupt it and force it to move and force it to change its plans, it can't react. And so that's why I'm so very pleased by what we see our police and law enforcement agencies doing today.
General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Commander, now a military analyst for CNN, we really appreciate your insights, giving us quite literally the lay of the land in the Middle East and the difficulties that lie ahead in identifying targets for retribution and for justice, ultimately.
It's going to be difficult.
We'll send it back to Paula in New York. Paula?
All right, Miles, unfortunately, the weather hasn't changed all that much since the last time we spoke. You're looking at a picture of the New York City skyline. The skyline obviously so severely altered by what happened on Tuesday. Rain is expected throughout the day. You might remember that some 1,000 rescue workers had to put aside their heavy equipment during the middle of the night when thunder began and the lightning began. Today, in addition to their normal gear that they wear, many are wearing slickers and rain gear. The rain making things incredibly slippery and dangerous. And joining me now is a man that knows an awful lot about what these heroic Americans are up against in their cleanup efforts and their recovery efforts. Todd Rittenhouse, welcome. You are a structural engineer. You were called in to help assess the damage after the World Trade Center bombing, and you also were involved with the Oklahoma City bombing stuff.
That's right. We step in and try to help them ascertain what actually happened during the event and how can we prevent it from happening again.
All right. Explain something to me. I am told the World Trade Centers were expected to be able to withstand the brunt of the force of a 707. What happened?
That's what apparently they tried to do. But in this case, this is a much larger jet. It's a 400,000-pound aircraft approximately, carries a lot of fuel, and it's not only the impact of a much bigger bigger plane, but also all the fuel that it was carrying that ignited and damaged the structure.
All right, we're going to look at some pictures now. The picture that, of course, will be forever seared into our national consciousness here. What effect did the fuel have on weakening this structure? I can imagine a tremendous amount of heat was put on.
Right. Well, there are two parts. It's first the aircraft impacting the structure, which does a lot of damage to the structure. Then you have the explosion of the fuel afterwards, which then goes to soften and melt the structure that's remaining. That becomes unstable and it can ultimately collapse upon itself. So it's the jet aircraft flying into the building and the huge fireball that ensued afterwards.
Now, aren't these buildings built so they will fall like a tree instead of straight down?
Well, it's one of the way that this occurred, the attack happened at such a high level that it made the top portion of the building unstable, and that fell down and kind of created a pancaking effect as it went down the structure.
Yeah, we're watching that right now. It's just hideous to watch.
It is. It's a very sad thing to watch.
So they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew the angle to hit this building at.
They did a very good job.
They knew where to hit it on the first tower, where to hit it on the second. I mean, they tried that the first time around, right?
They tried it.
They tried it from the basement the last time. They wanted the two towers to collapse into each other.
Correct.
What did they figure out this time that they didn't accomplish the first time?
Well, the first time they hit it so low.
No, I am making an assumption I should not be here.
Right.
That the same people are responsible for the first bombing, but you know what I'm saying.
I understand. No, the difference is there was 107 stories above the detonation point in the first attack, and that's a tremendous amount of weight, so the bomb would have to be so much larger to overcome that weight that it's carrying. This time they moved higher into the building, made the building unstable at a higher elevation where there isn't so much load, and it's much softer. It's much softer at that elevation, so they're able to penetrate it, have this huge fireball, damage the structure, and then it will collapse down upon itself like it did. We're very fortunate it did collapse upon itself because we have a huge debris of rubble in one location as opposed to a tree falling over, which could have taken out more buildings and many, many more people, so we're fortunate in that.
But the fact remains that some 100 buildings in the surrounding area have been damaged, and we're getting all kinds of conflicting information about whether any of those will fall. There's this 54-story tower we're all watching. The mayor came out yesterday and said everybody had reported prematurely it was going to go, but acknowledged that there are some structural damages there.
That's right. There are many buildings around the ground zero area that are perhaps unstable, and we're going through right now. There are many individuals, engineers, the Structural Engineering Association in New York is out there trying to work with the city officials to assess the various buildings. We won't know for a long time the exact condition of each of these buildings. We're trying to determine which ones are safe and which ones are not, so that the evacuation efforts and the rescue and the search and rescue people can do their job.
We have just learned from the Wall Street Journal this morning that the New York developer who led the group that bought this 99-year lease of this building is determined to rebuild it.
Right.
If they rebuild it, are they going to build it differently?
Oh, they certainly will build it differently. I would like to see them rebuild it as a symbol of New York. I have my personal doubts, but what we do after every event, after the first World Trade Center, after the Oklahoma City event, and the others that have occurred, we at Weidlinger Associates, with many other firms, have gone out and tried to tell them how to redo it again, how to build these buildings so that you don't have this problem again.
Todd Rittenhouse, thank you for your wealth of information. Todd and I were talking a little bit earlier on about what the rescue workers are up against. This rain certainly not helping matters. Let's go to Martin Savage, who now is what we are all taking to calling ground zero, to give us some insights as to exactly what is going on in that search and rescue area. Good morning, Martin.
We are in the area of Reed and Greenwich Street. It's a couple of blocks north of the World Trade Center site. The rain has been falling steadily here. Overnight, though, it came down quite heavily at times, especially around 2 o'clock in the morning. And there is reported to be some street flooding in the area that the search.
All right, I'm just being given an indication that we're having problems with this audio. As you can expect, this weather is not helping things. Todd, you know exactly, as we look at these pictures of this horrendous weather, what these rescue workers are up against. You know how the debris fell. What is the biggest challenge now? I know they have moved out, I guess the mayor confirming 1,000 tons of this stuff so far, but there is a lot of work to get done.
Right. You have buildings down there that are, the debris pile is unstable. You have several things you want to be careful as you remove certain pieces that you don't cause another mini collapse in a localized area, possibly killing people that they are near to rescuing or injuring the rescue workers themselves. Now this rain has been terrible on it because it makes all those surfaces slippery. All that dust and debris that's been around is becoming muddy and very slippery, so the rescue workers are now in danger themselves.
Todd, if you would, please stand by. We're going to try to bring Martin Savage back up. Martin, we couldn't hear you earlier. We think we can now. Fire away.
Paula, you do hear us now from down here?
Yes, I do indeed. Yeah, okay. Please go ahead.
We wanted to let you know, obviously, the weather has been extremely problematic for the rescue operation that continues to be underway. A steady rainfall has been falling all night. At times, though, last night, very stormy. The winds have been gusty down here. We are at a checkpoint. It's about one of the closest points, several blocks north of the World Trade Center area, talking to volunteers. Talking to 3 firefighters that have come in from Maryland, Akakie, and the fire department there. And it's Chief Gene Jordan. Chief, thank you for being with us. Thanks to your firefighters. What impact has this weather been for the effort?
It's hampered it a lot. It's made it a lot more difficult to get into the area that we needed to get into. And last night they had to pull us all out when it started getting bad. We went back in late last night and left there about 4 o'clock this morning. And we're just getting ready to go back in as soon as they let us.
You're up against so much already, and then Mother Nature turns on you. What does that do to the emotions and the morale?
Well, it lowers the morale, of course, because everyone was in there, and as long as it was dry and everything, it was a lot easier to work with. So, of course, that was making the efforts a lot easier for us. But it may have knocked down the dust, but it made it a lot worse. Everything's heavier now. Getting the dust out and everything, and dirt and debris is going to be a lot heavier.
One of the things you cannot see so obviously now is the cloud, but it really is still there. There is still fire.
Yes, there is still fire. There's still fire in some adjacent buildings, small fires, and there's a lot of fires. They're going way deep into the structure. I mean, 40, 50, 60 feet, I'm sure. So
the rain hasn't reached down there yet?
I wouldn't think it's reached down there a lot, no.
Okay.
No.
Well, the key question here is survivors. Have you heard anything? Have you heard of reports of noise? Any indication?
Yesterday morning they heard tapping on the beams that were, I guess, 2 beams that they heard different taps on, and they did concentrate efforts on that. We heard later on that they did rescue 1 person. I don't know everything behind that, but I know they did rescue 1.
There's a lot of confusion at the site.
Yeah.
Catherine and Tim, I want to bring you in. One of the dramatic scenes that we've witnessed down there, you've got hundreds, sometimes thousands of people working, and the call for quiet. Describe for us what happens when all this takes place.
If somebody thinks they hear something, they start yelling, raising their hands up in the air, and within a matter of seconds, everything's dead silence. People shut off the tools, the machines shut off, and just it's like a wave going across 1,000 people.
This is shouted across the crowd, and it's passed from unit to unit, and everyone goes silent.
Yeah,
within a matter of minutes, everything is shut down. Within a minute, everything is shut down. I mean, there's thousands of rescue workers over there, and within 1 minute, because everyone knows what we need to hear, it's dead silence.
And at that moment, Tim, what goes through your hearts and minds?
Hoping that we'll get a response where we'll hear something, because we're sending out voice calls to them, and if they respond back to us, that's what we're hoping for.
Mm-hmm. Why were you here?
Our hearts are here. Our hearts are here to help. We just want to help. There's hundreds of people buried underneath this disaster, and we want to help get them out, hopefully alive.
Catherine, I know you're going to have to leave soon, eventually. What will you take away?
Hopefully the memory of saving people. I don't want to think about leaving people behind. It's nice to know that we've already pulled out people alive, and that's what I want to take with me, that we've saved lives.
Chief, when you leave, obviously as a firefighter, you've seen many disasters.
Yeah.
Nothing like this.
Nothing like this. This is the most horrific sight I've ever seen. I've got 21 years on the job, and this is the worst I've ever seen.
Well, we want to thank all three of you for being here, and we really appreciate your efforts.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you in your further work.
All right, thank you.
So there are many volunteers that have come from all over. They refer to the firefighters here in New York City traditionally as New York's bravest. Now they refer to all of the firefighters from wherever they have come as New York's bravest. Paula?
Martin, thank you so much. I'm going to share with you some of what is in the New York papers this morning along that note as we look at pictures of the hundreds of New Yorkers that have come out in this nasty weather to volunteer. Something that I think says it all about the spirit of involvement. This comes from the New York Daily News. The title of the editorial is "This Mr. Bush is Ground Zero." Welcome to New York, Mr. President. Welcome to the world's greatest city. Welcome to a city filled with people who, despite their reputation for arrogance and for attitude, are at heart the kindest, warmest, most caring folks you'd ever want to meet. Some things will never change. Some things already have. The terrorists who struck at our heart murdered thousands, but they could not murder the American spirit. Even if they had destroyed the Statue of Liberty or the U.S. Capitol building or the White House, our strength would remain. America is not a building, a statue. It is people. It is 8 million New Yorkers, along with 272 million other Americans. And all of us are counting on you, Mr. Bush, to lead us in this time of darkness. These pictures say it all, and Michael Akou is among the hundreds of New Yorkers who have gone to many places throughout the city to volunteer. Michael, please fill us in on what everybody's doing now.
I'm really touched by these people, Paula. Many of them have been standing here since 3:30 this morning. They are construction workers, they are electricians, they are steel workers, and they come from all walks of life and from all over the United States. I've talked to people from Missouri, I've talked to people from Pennsylvania and from Delaware. In fact, I'm greeted now by two gentlemen who came here who are construction workers, Chris and Drew.
Yes.
What happened when you went inside? What is it that you wanted to offer as a service?
Any bit of help I can do. Pick up a rock, move something, give out water, anything they need. Anything they need, that's why I'm here, just to help out.
How did you know to come here?
Saw it on the news. I said, that's it, we're coming. So we came.
Just
drove around New York.
Seen it on the news, sitting there with him and just, let's go. They need help, let's go.
You say that you came from Delaware.
Yeah.
When did you come from Delaware and how did you get here?
We drove in my car yesterday. We got up here pretty lost in New York. We kept getting wrong directions. We finally found this place. Waited in line a couple hours, and they said they need us this morning. We slept in our car. Got here this morning. Now they're saying they don't need us till tomorrow, so it looks like we'll be sleeping in our car again tonight.
And you mentioned to me earlier that they don't need you because right now they're looking for steel workers.
Yes, they need iron workers. They said there's not enough iron workers to cut the iron. That's the biggest problem they have is cutting the iron, so they can get everyone in there to help clear the debris.
Well, you drove all the way from Delaware. You slept in your car. When they told you that they didn't need your services today, how did you feel?
A little let down, but if they need us tomorrow, we're here for tomorrow.
Well, what are you going to do tonight?
Sleep in the car.
Sleep in the car. Probably walk around New York. First time in Manhattan, so I'll see the sights, walk around, go back to the car, sleep.
Again tomorrow morning.
Get back up. Here we are.
And check into the Jacob Javits Center bright and early tomorrow morning.
Again tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
Wait in line another 3 or 4 hours. And hopefully tomorrow it won't be raining.
Yeah.
You two exemplify the spirit, I think, that are making many Americans proud.
Thank you.
Paul, I think that pretty much says it all. Back to you.
Thank you, Michael. I'll tell you, my heart goes out to all my fellow New Yorkers out there who are going out and doing what they can to help out. We heard another poignant scene about something that happened last night to one of our producers from FNC, Warren. He described a scene of trying to get on a train last night at Grand Central. He heard people cheering. He didn't know what it was. He looked around and he looked over his shoulder to see a New York firefighter walking through the terminal. At that point, everybody erupted in applause. The fireman then taking his helmet and saluting them. And I think Senator John Warner, Miles might have been correct the other day when he said Tuesday is one of the, I'm paraphrasing what he said, but one of the saddest days of American history, but in the end may turn out to be one of our finest hours.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Paula. Let's move now to Washington, D.C. Kate Snow is on Capitol Hill, as she has been all throughout this. Yesterday, they're reporting on that $40 billion emergency appropriation to help New York and the Virginia area rebuild after these attacks. Kate, what's new?
Well, that's going to be taken up here in the Congress this morning, Miles. Joining me right now, a very powerful, very well-known senator, Senator Joseph Biden from Delaware. I want to talk to you about a few things. You are the chairperson of the Foreign Relations Committee, so you have a lot of information about what's been going on. First, let's start with what happened in New York. There have been a lot of reports overnight last night about some detained people in New York at the airport. Tell us what you know.
What I know is to be factual, and last night I couldn't say this on air. Those people have no connection whatsoever to what happened at the World Trade Towers or the Pentagon or this organization and network. Two things happened, Kate. One guy, an actual pilot, got on the plane, coincidentally had his brother's identification as well. His brother happened to live in an apartment complex that was one in Boston where some of these people had actually been. Totally coincidental. 10 other people were going to a Boeing conference. They had stickers on their bags. They worked for Boeing or were invited by Boeing. I'm not sure the detail. The folks at the airport thought, hey, wait a minute, are they impersonating crew? And they weren't. One guy was arrested and detained, and it was a screwball who was acting out. Was acting out, just saying and demanding. I'm not sure exactly what he was doing, demanding to get on, making problems, and they arrested him. All the rest of these people have been released. There is no connection whatsoever. Now, what happened was, because we're all on such high alert here, they closed down all those airports until they knew that was the case.
But you're confident that
I'm
that's
confident.
the case.
I'm confident that
I've spoken
to the director of the FBI, the number 2 guy. I've spoken to the CIA and George Tenet. This was 6 o'clock this morning, as late as 6:30 this morning, which is what, an hour and a half ago, or whatever.
What about other leads and other, there have been many other, we've been reporting many other places where investigations are underway.
Well, there are.
Florida.
Kate, there are, and there will be other people arrested. These guys didn't operate alone. Last night when I was responding to another program, was I aware of what was going on, I thought they were talking about investigations of baggage handlers, of people at airports, etc. That is thoroughly, we have 7,000 FBI agents out there combing the countryside, and you will see other arrests. But one thing people should understand, there is no evidence that there were people trying to get on a plane to duplicate what happened at the Pentagon or in Pennsylvania or in the state of New York.
Is there evidence that there could be more to come? Do you have a sense for that?
I'm not at liberty to speak to that, except to say people should not be, I understand their fear, but people should not be fearful that there's an imminent prospect of a similar event occurring. We're going to get all kinds of threats, Kate. We walked out of this building, Kate, yesterday. I was embarrassed, quite frankly, to walk out. You were here. Now, we did something we never done before. We evacuated on the threat of a bomb scare. We've never done that before until you've actually seen something. You look and see a box, you see, but everybody is on tenterhooks now, and we are. And I'm not second guessing it, but we are reacting in a way in the aftermath of this that's going to take a little bit of time to sort of climb off of.
Let me go back to the investigation just for a moment, since you do know so much. What can you tell us about whether these were cells of people who knew each other, who didn't know each other? Do you have any sense for how big an organization we're talking about?
Let me be careful here. We have evidence that there were a number of cells, all knowing one another, all in part of the game plan. that were able to pull off this god-awful event. I think in the next days, Kate, you'll see some very concrete evidence of that presented to the American people.
Will we see a declaration from this Congress tomorrow declaring support for force?
What you may see is as early as today.
At earliest today?
You may see it as early as today,
okay,
Kate.
Thank you,
I'm going in to present it now.
Thank you. Senator Joseph Biden on his way to a meeting of the Democratic leaders here in the Senate where they'll try to sort some of this out. Back to you, Miles.
All right, CNN's Kate Snow with Senator Biden. CNN's continuing coverage, America Under Attack. We'll pause momentarily. We'll be right back.
Good morning from New York City today. It is a nasty day as cleanup efforts get underway. The soft rain that we saw earlier this morning has turned into a downpour, severely hampering rescue and cleanup efforts, making it very difficult for those thousands of very brave rescue workers to go into the debris field. It is muddy down there. It is slippery. There is great concern about the stability of what is left of the twin 107-story towers. About 1,000 rescue workers were pulled off their jobs last night because of the lightning and thunder that rumbled through the area. Many of them wearing slickers and rain gear today. Once again, they are working under extremely hazardous conditions. This at a time when the mayor is expected to hold a news conference shortly. He is confirming this morning at least 5,000 people are missing in New York City. There's a great deal of concern about what kinds of conditions will await the president when he arrives here later this afternoon to meet firsthand with some of the very brave Americans who are assisting in this effort. Right now, I wanted to bring you up to date on what we know at this hour. Some interesting news out of Washington. Both black boxes, the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder, have been recovered from the jet that crashed into the Pentagon on Tuesday. And as I've just said, here in New York, it couldn't be any worse for all those workers that are joining in the recovery efforts at the World Trade Center. Once again, the rain was so heavy overnight, the search suspended. Great concern about the cranes potentially conducting electricity if lightning struck. 4,763 people missing. Actually, since then, the city has told us more than that. They are saying at least 5,000 missing. President, of course, coming here later today following a memorial service in Washington, D.C. Services of this kind will be held throughout the nation today. Europeans paused for 3 minutes of silence this morning in memory of those killed Tuesday in the United States. Let's take a short pause here. The Council of Europe and the 15 members of the European Union called on all nations to combat terrorism and defend human values. Meanwhile, CNN has obtained exclusive video recorded from the inside of a World Trade Center office on Tuesday, the day of the attacks. The video shows the debris in the office and, through a gaping hole in the wall, which you'll see here shortly, the mountains of rubble outside the Trade Center. It's a miracle anybody got out of here. Right now, I'm going to join Martin Savage, who is at Ground Zero, who is continuing to deal with heavy rain that might wreak havoc on his live shot. But Martin will stay with you as long as the television equipment allows us to do so. What's going on there?
We'll do the same, Paula. Well, it's the rain, it's the weather. That is the major story or headline, at least for the moment, when it comes to the rescue operation that is continuing. Right now, according to rescuers and volunteers who have been coming off the night shift, they say that the weather has had a significant negative impact on their ability to search for a lot of reasons. One, it has made the debris pile in the area they're working in very hazardous. Footing there is very slippery. Hardly a volunteer that has not been slightly injured in some way or another, scrape hands, bruised and battered as they try to go about the work of searching. This is one of the checkpoints here that's several blocks north of where the World Trade Center once stood. It is one of the closest points that you can get. It's also a point where the teams are coming and going. They report that the rains, which have been steady this morning, last night, were extremely heavy. About 2 a.m., they said, was the worst. Lightning was bad. They had to evacuate at times because of that lightning, stop some of the work. The hand digging for now has pretty much been brought to a standstill. Instead, what is being done is the work by the heavy earth-moving equipment. Also, the iron workers are using the welding and the acetylene torches to cut through all the steel. But you've also got the wind in addition to the rain, and the wind and rain combination is putting load factors on top of buildings that are not structurally sound, and that is the serious problem here. They were already weakened yesterday. They were already in fear of falling down. Now you add the wind, which may not seem significant, but even the slightest wind at this particular point, plus the rain combined with it, has got to make engineers, they're very nervous. Of course, it's the engineers that stand by the buildings, literally watching them moment to moment, keeping an eye on them, sort of watching the backs of all the rescuers that are down in the pits or down digging, trying to find survivors. The moment any word is heard, everyone immediately leaves the area and evacuates. Listening is the greatest tool they have right now, and one of the most dramatic scenes, we've seen it on tape, we've heard it from the volunteers. You have thousands sometimes of people working sort of en masse over this debris field. And then someone will call for quiet, and it spreads throughout the entire complex. The shout passed from one worker to the next. And this huge complex, all those workers and machinery instantly shut down, and it goes silent. And they listen, and they hope. They say, not since yesterday, though, have they heard anything. And the rain, obviously, and the wind, making it even harder still. Paula.
Martin, continued good luck to all those heroic Americans down there. Thank you so much for that update. We'll come back to you throughout the morning. Joining me right now is Amy Steelman and Lou Angeli. You both have been firefighters for many, many years. You were invited by the International Association of Firefighters to help us better understand what your brethren are up to at this hour. You actually make instructional videos for firemen. What I'd like for you to do for us now, we're going to put up on the screen some of the video you were able to shoot on Wednesday night down at Ground Zero. Extremely treacherous conditions. Describe to us what you're seeing or what you saw as soon as this video comes up. Either one of you. I know this is difficult for you. And if you can't see the picture, just tell me what you saw when you went down there.
Okay, this is from building number 5. Actually, this was Ground Zero. There were just thousands of firefighters staging in the area at this time. I think the thing that impressed me the most at this point was the work of the operating engineers, the folks the steel and structural people, who were removing huge chunks of debris and finessing these huge girders and stuff so that the firefighters and the rescue teams could actually go in and sift through the rubble.
How dangerous is it?
It's extremely dangerous. The buildings are unstable. Firefighters, as seen here, are having injuries. Amy ended up getting injured yesterday.
What happened to you?
I think it was an accumulation. But Wednesday, we spent the entire day, the entire evening at Ground Zero, and I had a lot of chest pain, a lot of discomfort trying to breathe. And then we were coming back yesterday to shoot again, and I ended up in the hospital. I had a seizure, and
oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And what you experienced, I'm sure, is very similar to what those firefighters on duty and other rescue workers are up against.
It's ludicrous to think that these little paper masks that they're running around wearing are efficient at filtering the oppressiveness of the air down there. It's full of fibrous materials. You can feel how heavy and how thick the air gets the closer you become with Ground Zero. And most of those guys, God love them, are out there without really any kind of protection for their lungs at all.
They are well aware of the risks they're taking.
I don't know that they're aware of the risks that they're taking. I don't know that there has been an influx of equipment to handle that problem, as far as breathing apparatus, and you were talking about specific kinds of masks.
Right now at Ground Zero, there are 3 levels of firefighters and 3 levels of training. The Fire Department of New York, of course, it's their jurisdiction, and their firefighters are there and doing a lot of the moving of debris and checking for bodies and survivors. And we have urban search and rescue teams who've come in from all over the country. I believe that there are 14 here now of the 28 that operate throughout the United States. These teams are special teams that do nothing but search and rescue.
And there are 75 members on each team.
And they come in. You can tell the difference because they wear a blue jumpsuit and usually have a white hard hat. But the kind of respirators that they're using, we would call a half-mask respirator with 2 filters on it. Those are the kind of respirators that these firefighters need, and it's just not something that the fire department has in inventory.
Well, should it? I mean, now that we've seen the magnitude of something like this happening, are you angry that your fellow firefighters are down there breathing this stuff that sent you to the hospital yesterday?
What needs to be understood is that firefighters and rescue personnel are just now getting their first taste of being trained for terrorist activity.
And how are they doing?
This is not our training.
As best they can, right?
As best they can.
But they are severely compromised, are they not, by the lack of equipment?
Kurt Weldon, Congressman Kurt Weldon from Pennsylvania, has been working this angle for several years. We've been trying to get firefighters trained to learn domestic terrorism response. Certainly when the first firefighters arrived at the World Trade Center, what they faced was a blazing flammable liquid fire. They certainly didn't anticipate that another jet would crash in, nor would the 2 buildings collapse on them. And so we as firefighters perhaps need to start thinking like soldiers and like the military.
Well, isn't that sad?
We have no choice. If this is what we're going to face, and we have to be trained for our own safety as well as the safety of, the people around us, how to respond appropriately.
It is very difficult right now because everybody's skirting around the edges of this question to tell the American public right now about what impact this rain is going to have on this effort. We have seen that rain come down and down for many hours. Be as honest as you can this morning about what that means.
No, Paula, there will definitely be a delay in the operation. The rain causes another problem in the sense that it creates a safety hazard for the rescuers themselves, a major safety hazard. It becomes a slipping hazard.
It was already slippery out there before the rain, just from all the water that they've been putting on the fires and it running out. It was already a mess. I can't imagine what this has done to Ground Zero at this point.
Well, what's interesting about the television coverage, too, is that we see Ground Zero from Ground Zero, which would be
it looks quite clinical, these shots that we're seeing right now.
But
not your shots.
When we get there and we walk around the circumference or the diameter of the area and check the perimeters, there are little operations, little pockets of rescue activity that are going on all the way around that area. And it'd be kind of interesting for the news services to start getting some shots from the south side of the building, to get an idea of what's going on there, because we've seen a number of rescue activities going on around the buildings.
I hope you know, and we're going to show you some video now that might help you better understand this, how the American public is reacting to the heroism we've seen displayed during this horrendous period of our history. Here are a group of New Yorkers who started to applaud firefighters as they walk through a part of New York. I will tell you, every time I report these statistics about the numbers of your fellow firefighters you have lost, you get the same kind of reaction. It's touched a very raw nerve. You understand that, don't you?
We understand it very well. When we were going in on Tuesday, when we were coming out of Ground Zero on Tuesday, the people of New York have the biggest heart that I've ever seen. They were handing out food, they were handing out water. Many of the restaurants around that are open will feed firefighters for free. And it just, they applaud, they hold up signs, they say thank you, they come up, they hug you. And we're just out there doing what we do. You know, none of that is necessary but it's just, that's what moves you more than anything else. It's hard to figure out exactly the loss of life when you're right up on top of things, because you're looking at a pile of rubble. You know, it's hard to imagine how many people lost their lives in this building because it's not something you can see. You know, you're just looking at the rubble. And then you come out to these groups of people who are all hoping and praying that, you know, you find someone they know or a loved one, and they are just so generous and so loving and so beautiful to behold.
I know. We as firefighters tend to be a family. We are a
very
family.
humble family, I might add.
We are America's largest private club, and we often feel that the public takes us for granted. I think that the two of us have been affected. We will never feel that way again. No. Driving out of that area in one of the fire trucks the other day, just for 10 blocks, 6 people deep on both sides, applauding, holding up signs, "We love you."
Handing out water.
And that's what we try to do with our videotape, and that is to try to communicate to the brother and sister firefighters around the country that this is how these firefighters are being greeted.
Before I let you go, I know you never want credit for what you think you are expected to do. But you can't come out of, and we're looking at right now, look at this picture now, the thousands of firefighters on duty now. But when you have seen what you have seen, how do you deal with it? I mean, like you just told me, you feel that this is the start of a change in the way firefighters are taught, that now they're becoming soldiers. How do you deal with what the two of you have witnessed in terms of the sense of loss and what your brothers and sisters are up to now downtown?
I don't think initially that it hits you because you're so busy working. You're scrambling around, you're looking for any sign of life. With us, we're videotaping, we're trying to, you know, show the work efforts, and that way hopefully we can do training videos that will help to improve how we respond to terrorist acts, because obviously now we're going to have to respond to terrorist acts.
Lou, a final thought from you this morning.
I think that this is probably firefighting's brightest hour, and in the 260 years that we've been doing this in the United States, since Ben Franklin formed the first fire department in Philadelphia. I can just tell you, I'm just so proud to be a firefighter, proud to call these fellows from New York. We lost several friends in the collapse, and we will never forget them, and our hope is that this will be a tribute to the work that they do.
I don't think I'm being presumptuous here today at all, but I know as I salute you, all Americans salute what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Very
Thank you,
much.
Paul.
I should mention, as we were talking, I was told that the rescue efforts have picked back up. There was a period of about a half hour ago where the rain was coming down very, very hard, and the cleanup and recovery efforts slowed down dramatically. Let's go back to Miles now. Miles, and I do want to let you know that the mayor is still planning to hold that news conference that was supposed to come up just about 20 minutes ago. And if and when that happens, we will bring it to you live.
All right, naturally, and we join in that salute as well. Let's take a look at the nation's air traffic control system right now. This is a live image of what's in the air right now. Every one of those blue dots represents either an airline flight or, in this case today, a chartered flight. Right now, that might seem like a lot of dots to you. There's about 1,000 flights in the air that I just counted. That is just a small fraction of what's going on a normal day. Let's take a look at a closer view. This looks like an awful lot of flights as well as we get closer in on the eastern seaboard. A lot of activity, but as I say, about a quarter of a normal morning. There are usually about 4,000 flights aloft at any given moment. Let's hone in a little bit on the New York area. And as we take, I'm going to go up north a little bit more over here. There's LaGuardia Airport right there. As I circle that so you know where that is. There's Newark Airport, and there's JFK. All of those are closed, and that is why you are seeing such a dearth of traffic in those locations. Take a look at this list here. We have a list of all of the flights that are currently flying right now. And just to give you an example, I can do this by destination and give you that there are about 40 flights that are headed inbound to Atlanta's airport, Hartsfield Airport. Well, that's the second busiest airport in the world. 40 flights inbound on a normal morning is a fraction of what's going on. We'll give you a close-up view of that. That's the area around the Atlanta airport right now. There are flights coming in, there are flights going out, but it is still a fraction of what we normally would have. So the system is still trying to get back up to speed, if you will. Airports in some places still remaining closed. Other airports just bringing air traffic back up to full speed in a gradual way, sometimes a bit chaotic, a lot of misinformation about what is legal, who can fly at any given moment, especially when you get into general aviation and charters and that sort of thing. Jean Meserve is in our Washington bureau. She has a little bit more on the nation's air traffic system. Jean?
Miles, specifically about Ronald Reagan National Airport. It will not open today. It will not open tomorrow, according to a spokesman for the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which runs the airport. The operating phrase right now is that the airport is closed for the time being. There has been some speculation that National could be closed down permanently because of its location. It is very close to downtown Washington. Planes coming in on their flight paths come very close to the CIA, to all of Washington's government offices and monuments, also, of course, to the Pentagon. We do know that airport authorities are in consultations with the FAA and, according to congressional sources, security organizations as well, trying to determine when this airport will reopen. A spokesman, once again, for the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority says, "We don't know anyone in government that has publicly speculated that the airport will not reopen. The only discussions we are having right now are when it will reopen again." They also say that one reason they're keeping it closed for the time being is not only because of security concerns which envelop every airport in the country, but because this airport is located right across the river from the Pentagon, where, of course, rescue efforts still continue today. A congressional source tells me that another thing they're waiting for is for the fear factor to decrease. Clearly, people all across the country are very much on edge about air travel, specifically here in Washington, where the Pentagon was hit with one of those aircraft, and so they are waiting for people to calm down a bit. That is another factor in the deliberations, according to this congressional source, on when to open Reagan National. But once again, not open today, not open tomorrow. Won't speculate on when it will reopen, but they say at the present time there are no discussions saying it will not ever reopen. Back to you, Miles.
All right, thank you very much, Jean Meserve's got a phone call to get. Just to underscore that point briefly, if anybody who's in the audience who has flown into Washington knows, you fly and approach right down the Potomac River, right to DCA, which is National Airport. Right along here is the mall, the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, the White House, right on that edge there. So you can understand why security folks are very concerned about this airport in particular. There's Dulles Airport out there, that is less of a concern because of its proximity to the nation's landmarks. Just to show you what's in the air around there, there's an American Airlines flight which took off from Baltimore Washington Airport. Here's a Delta Airlines flight which took off from BWI as well on its way to Atlanta, transiting the airspace, but not, of course, landing at those airports at the current time. Security considerations, the issue there. At 11:45 Eastern Time, coming up in just a little bit, a little more than 2 hours from now, there'll be a period of mourning, a service at the National Cathedral, also in Washington, Northwest Washington. We spoke a little while ago with the Dean of the National Cathedral, who spoke about what will be said in the way of healing. The President, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress will be in attendance for this national moment of mourning. And we, of course, here at CNN plan to bring you that event live, and that'll be at 11:45 Eastern Time. Let's send it back to New York and Paula Zahn.
All right, Miles, as you know, as you look at this picture of New York skyline, the conditions couldn't be any more treacherous for the thousands of rescue workers that are downtown right now trying to dig through the rubble. Here's what the skyline looks out like this morning. That is not smoke you're looking at, which is in fact what we had been looking at over the last 3 days. It's fog, a flag flying at half-mast in Midtown, flags flying at half-mast all over the city. In fact, I saw a number of people yesterday in full flag regalia, holding flags, walking up and down the streets in tremendous bumper-to-bumper traffic. Screaming out loud, I'm proud to be an American. That at a time yesterday when there were some 60 bomb threats in the city. Thank goodness, all of them false. What you're looking at now are the volunteers that continue to stream in to places all over the city. This happens to be the Jacob Javits Convention Center in New York. Volunteers have had to be turned away all over the city. As you know, the Red Cross has made a plea for people to donate blood. Even area hospitals haven't been able to take on the crowds of people who are offering to donate blood. By the way, many of the folks you see standing in line have been standing in line for at least 6 hours. Tremendous thunderstorm hit the city last night in the wee hours of the morning, and shortly after that, these folks started congregating to offer whatever services they could to assist in the rescue efforts. They, of course, are being bolstered by what some of our firefighters just described. 14 of the top search and rescue teams that you could be found in the United States. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference. It has been delayed. It was supposed to happen about a half hour ago. We will go to that live when it happens, but the latest we can tell you right now from the city is the city still believes some 4,700 people are missing, close to 100 people confirmed dead. You got families all over the city who had friends and other family members who worked in the World Trade Center, still going through the horrendous task of going from hospital to hospital to find out if perhaps their friends and family members are alive. We're going to check in with Hillary Lane right now, who joins us from the Armory in New York City, where people continue to show up with information on their friends and family members, hoping to find out what happened to them. Hillary?
Oh, Paula, as you said, there are still at least 4,700 people missing. So this giant building behind me has been turned into one large missing persons center. And what is happening here today is a different picture from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, the lines were wrapping around the block, people bringing pictures, waiting to fill out 8-page missing persons reports. Each person individually then meeting with a police detective, asked for all sorts of personal information, any sort of body marks, being asked for names of dentists, being asked to hold on to personal items such as hairbrushes, dental records and hairbrushes, obviously two items that could be very useful for DNA identification, which will be one of the next steps in the coming days as they do begin to recover more and more remains. Since we cannot take you inside of the building, I'm going to talk now with a gentleman who filed one of these missing persons reports yesterday. His name is Ronaldo Gargano, and his nephew, Rocco, has been missing since Tuesday. So if you could tell me a little bit about what happened when you went into the building yesterday and what sort of questions the detectives were asking you.
They were asking me to bring any kind of information, any kind of distinctive marks I can have for my nephew. That way they were able to identify him in case of he is found.
There were grief counselors as well. Did you stop and talk to anybody to get any sort of advice on how to talk to your other family members?
They gave me something. They said to try to remain as calm as possible and try to comfort, the one that's mostly, touched by it. And it's been very difficult, very difficult.
I assume even more so day by day, now day 4. Please tell me now what this is like for you.
It's been very hard, very grieving. It's been insurmountable type of pain. But I do know that he is not on any kind of list, either missing, dead, or in the hospital, so I do still have a lot of hope for him. I hope they will be found. I hope that the picture that I'm circulating will be seen by someone to identify him, and we'll get some sort of news to the home, to his mother, to me, and to everyone else that's really involved.
Mr. Gargano, thank you very much for your time, and good luck to you in your search. So, Paula, that is what is happening around here. You have people walking around with missing persons posters. They're showing these faces anywhere they can. They're trying to maintain any hope that they possibly can, but as every day passes and as this rain falls, it becomes even more difficult. One of the gentlemen I was talking to earlier this morning has said that what he had as hope is now turning to anger, and it's growing. He came back today to present even more information, but he's basically said as day 4 has come, he doesn't really think there's much of a chance of finding his sister, who hasn't been seen since Tuesday. Back to you.
Well, Hillary, it is absolutely brutal to hear what these people are telling you this morning. Thank you. We'll come back to you a little bit later on this morning to see what else you have learned. Before I head back to Atlanta, I wanted to quickly bring you up to date on some of what is being done in New York today. In various boroughs of New York, you've got people collecting donations of clothing and supplies. You've got memorial services being held throughout the city. You have one at a mosque in the northern part of the city, and we're told dozens and dozens of churches and synagogues throughout the city. We are also told that the USNS Comfort, which is one of the Navy's 2 hospital ships, will arrive in New York at some point today to provide disaster relief. In addition to that, there will be wakes, obviously, for the various firefighters that are known to be dead. I think, Miles, probably one of the saddest things I've heard here this morning when we focus in on firefighters is the fact that firefighters are instinctually trained to go for the flames. And I was told that many of these 300 or so firefighters that lost their life probably didn't give any thought, because their initial instinct was to save people to what, the jet fuel that was falling on them meant, and even thinking about the stability of the buildings. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference. It has been delayed. We don't know when that's going to come down, but we will go to it live. And Miles, there's one other thing I'd like to share with you right now. We have, you're finding about the wonderful level of support all over the city. But last night and even today in this horrific weather, there's a park that is about 30 blocks north of the World Trade Center, which has become a memorial to the victims. And what people have done is spread out big rolls of poster paper on the ground, and this is at Union Square Park, and by the hundreds, New Yorkers have been walking by and scribbling messages in this constant pour of rain.
Such a series of contrasts to report from New York City these days. All right, Paul Lazan, thank you. We'll check in with her in just a bit. Let's keep it in New York, however. This is day 4 now, and yet another day the markets will not open for obvious reasons, an unprecedented shutdown. Christine Romans is in our financial newsroom with more on that. Christine?
Good morning, Miles. For the 4th day in a row, there was no opening bell on Wall Street, and there will be no stock trading. The last time the market was shut this long was in 1914 during World War I, when the New York Stock Exchange shut its doors for 4.5 months in response to the fighting in Europe. Officials say stocks will reopen Monday morning, and teams are working to get everything in order at the trading facilities. Extensive system tests will be conducted tomorrow, focusing heavily on how communications equipment is functioning. More than 20% of the NYSE's telecom data flowed through a facility adjacent to the World Trade Towers. Local phone company Verizon has been feverishly attempting to rebuild that capacity. So what can investors expect this time Monday morning? Well, some experts are still predicting a steep sell-off in stock prices. They are mainly worried about the economy's ability to stay out of recession following Tuesday's terrorist attacks. But a growing number of analysts say stocks could open flat or even slightly higher. That's because investors have had some downtime to reflect and see that the nation's economy is not in crisis. And some analysts even say a bit of patriotism might come into play. Investors don't want to cause any panic selling. Analysts say an earlier resumption of trading could have caused an extremely volatile atmosphere and may indeed have led to panic selling. Another factor that could help in yesterday's market stability in Asia and Europe. Japan's Nikkei average even rallied 4% in Tokyo Friday, but Europe's major markets have not been so lucky. They're moving lower again today, hurt by steep losses in airline stocks. Meanwhile, back in the U.S., bond and commodity trading is underway for the second straight session in Chicago. Short-term Treasury notes rallied initially on the possibility the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates when stocks open after the weekend. Miles?
All right, CNN's Christine Romans at the Financial News Desk in New York. Here's a look at the developments to this point for you. We're looking at pictures of the National Cathedral right now, live pictures where President Bush shortly will lead the nation in a prayer service for the victims of the terrorist attacks. That's to occur at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We, of course, bring that to you live as it happens. Earlier this morning, friends of the United States overseas paused for 3 minutes of silence. In London, the House of Commons paused before an emergency meeting to discuss the attack on America. In Berlin and across Germany at noon, local time, bells rang out at churches and cathedrals as well-wishers observed 3 minutes of silence. And at noon in Paris, French President Jacques Chirac led his country in observing 3 minutes of silence. At Élysée Palace, France's Republican Guard played the Star-Spangled Banner. And back in New York this morning, the weather not cooperating at all with the search and recovery efforts. We've been telling you this all this morning. Heavy rain will certainly make this hard to even imagine task even more difficult. As we tell you, in a little more than 2 hours' time, there will be a national prayer service at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Among the people who will be participating one way or another is Bishop T.D. Jakes, who is with the Potter's House. He joins us now to talk a little bit about what Americans can expect in the days ahead and what Americans of faith are thinking right now. Good to have you with us, Bishop Jakes.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today.
What are your thoughts on this day of prayer?
I think it's a very essential moment for the nation to come together and come to grips with the presence of God and allowing God's grace and presence to fortify us and undergird us as we're feeling vulnerable and we know that there are many important decisions to be made. We want divine intervention in those decisions.
A little while ago, I asked the Dean of the National Cathedral what the scriptures say about retribution, about the desire for vengeance. Certainly, if you look in the Old Testament, there's plenty of examples of vengeance. Do you choose to interpret the scriptures that way?
Well, you know, I think what's important for us is that the Bible says that the powers that be are ordained of God, and it respects the leadership that is in place. And I think it's a strong time for Americans to gather and galvanize around the leadership that we have in place, and they're doing that there is a strong solidarity between people of all races, all cultures, and all religions in this country. We're feeling unified like I've never seen before and looking to our government to make the right decisions and appropriate those decisions for the betterment of our nation.
Well, but specifically, though, what do you tell your flock about the desire for some kind of vengeance? Do you tell them that's inappropriate, or?
No, I think that it's more important rather than to be critical of a natural reaction to pain, which is anger. All of us are feeling angry and hostility. And the Bible said, be angry and sin not. So it does acknowledge that there is a human reaction where it is natural to be angry. It is a process of grief. And rather than to chasten people for being angry, I think we need to support them and offer solutions that we can disperse that anger appropriately through prayer, interacting with our families, communicating with one another, reaching out to help people in need, often gives us a sense of being able not only to respond to the crisis, but to help with the solution.
Give us a sense of the words that you choose right now when people come to you and say, for one reason or another, this whole thing has left them questioning their faith and wondering how a God could allow this to happen.
You know, I've been quick to respond to that because I think that those illustrations are much more applicable when people are facing a tornado or an earthquake and they associate those issues with God. But even in those cases, that's not an accurate association, but it does occur. In this case, it is clearly not an issue of man in conflict with God or God with man. This is man in conflict with man. I think Americans understand that this is brought about through the evil and the wickedness of man against man and not an act against God. Our faith is essential because as we face the complexities of how do we protect ourselves and are we really protected sufficiently, there is that divine component of allowing God to be our strength, fortify us, and to lead us into the days ahead.
You talk about the days ahead. As the shock wears off and the grief progresses into its various stages, it sometimes can be even more challenging for people coping with this, either intimately or from afar. This grief transcends just those who are directly involved. We all are, after all, affected. What's your biggest concern as time goes on?
You know, I have a lot of concerns. First of all, I don't think we've even begun to grieve. We were shocked at first. Now we're going into an anger stage. Many people in New York and around the world are hoping against hope that their loved ones might be found. So they're suspended. They have not resolved in their own minds that these are casualties yet. They can't really grieve appropriately because there are so many unanswered questions. Who is going to be found? Maybe someone escaped the building, has not been notified. And so they're not really entering into true grief yet because they're suspended, which is a very painful time. And during this time, support from family, from churches, from synagogues help to fortify us. And then after that, we enter into true grief and acceptance if we're unable to find or locate the loved ones that we are waiting and hoping against hope that we might be able to find.
Bishop Jakes, I wonder if you could share some words of prayer with us. What are the words that are appropriate at this time?
You know, I would like to take this opportunity to pray, and those that are watching right now, just to pray with you and just to believe God and ask the Father to come and comfort in a special way those that are hurting, those that are angry, and those that are confused. Father, we seize this opportunity to ask you to just cover with your grace and mercy and love those who are wounded in a way that only you can do on the inside, giving grace and peace to them. We pray for the president. We pray for his decisions, for Congress, that you might lead us into the days ahead with your divine protection. This is my prayer, and I pray it unto the Lord in his name. And I want to invite Americans everywhere, in whatever method you choose to pray, to join us as we seek and call on the name of God to answer and to heal and to lead our nation through the tough days ahead.
Bishop T.D. Jakes, my apologies. Thank you for sharing that with us. Really appreciate your time and your thoughts and your prayers with us on this day of prayer.
And God bless America.
All right, and just to remind our viewers, in just about 2 hours' time, that national prayer service at Washington's National Cathedral, Cathedral Heights, Wisconsin Avenue, will be filled with all kinds of people, from the president on down, the cabinet, members of Congress. The Reverend Billy Graham will be delivering that sermon. We, of course, will bring that to you live so you can join in the prayer. Let's send it back to Paula, New York.
Okay, thanks so much, Miles. It continues to pour here in New York City, making already hazardous conditions even worse for the rescue workers toiling in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Flags like this flying at half-mast all over the city. We've talked a lot about how the rain is slowing down the search and recovery effort. And one of the more bizarre pieces of information we've just gotten from a Suffolk police officer is that as hard as this rain is making things downtown, is making the debris field very wet, very slippery, the dogs who are assisting in this search, their ability to go through the rubble. Apparently the scent, and this is sort of cold hard stuff to share with you, but the scent of any survivor actually stays closer to the ground because of the water, but that the dogs would be able to pick up that scent. There is still hope that workers and lost in this rubble might be found alive. That is why the rescue efforts go on in earnest. Now, it remains to be seen what impact this is going to have on the president's traveling plans after he finishes up at the National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral. He is expected to come here to New York to get his firsthand look of what has happened to the city. And Major Garrett now joins us from the White House with more details on that. Is the weather going to change anything, Major?
Paula, there's no indication of that now. I've checked with White House sources repeatedly this morning. They say the president still intends to travel to New York City. I've spoken with representatives in the office of Representative Gerald Nadler. He is a Democrat from New York, in whose district the World Trade Center resides, what's left of it. They say they have received no word from the White House that the president will not, in fact, carry out with his intentions to travel to New York City after the National Prayer Service at the National Cathedral. So that's where we are right now. But clearly weather is an issue. The underlying thought was that the president would take Air Force One to the general area, then from an undisclosed location, fly by helicopter to sea and survey the damage from above. Clearly, if there is inclement weather, that makes the question of a helicopter trip all the more real. But no announcement officially from the White House that this trip, in fact, will not occur. Every indication, both from the Capitol Hill and from the White House here, is the president will, in fact, go on to New York City. We'll keep you posted on that. I can tell you at this very moment, the president is meeting with his entire cabinet in the cabinet room here at the White House. It is the first full cabinet meeting the president has convened since the disastrous and catastrophic events of Tuesday. The president is trying to coordinate as best he can all federal relief efforts, which will probably touch almost every agency of the federal government in one way or another. And he can do that now with the confidence that the White House and Congress have reached a deal on a $40 billion emergency supplemental spending bill. $10 billion of that $40 billion will be made immediately available to the president to use for recovery efforts in New York, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, but most especially in New York City, where the rubble is so incredibly immense and the task so daunting for those on the ground. So that's what we know here so far, Paul. I can also tell you, having talked to the Secret Service again just moments ago, the security perimeter that was extended about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon around the White House, bumping it out at 2 full blocks to the north, will continue today. And in fact, the Secret Service told me that it is still operating on what it describes as a very high state of alert. There is, as Jim Mackin, the spokesman for the Secret Service, told me, a lot of intelligence coming in, and the Secret Service will maintain that extensive and extended perimeter of security around the White House. Mr. Mackin telling CNN that it could shrink sometime today, but it could also go back to what it is right now. And he said that could go on for many, many days because the Secret Service does believe there is a continuing threat to the White House, and so it's going to take every single precaution it believes necessary to protect not only the president, the press who work here, the larger White House staff family, but also the very citizenry of Washington, D.C. that works in this general area. Paula?
Major, unfortunately, once again, I missed part of your report because we're constantly being handed new information. I know the last time I spoke with you, you mentioned that the Vice President, Dick Cheney, will not be at the prayer service. Explain to us why.
He is not scheduled to be at the prayer service. He is not on any official list of those who will be attending. The Vice President was moved from the White House complex yesterday to the Camp David presidential retreat. Why? Because the Secret Service determined that for security reasons, it was not a good idea to have the Vice President and the President of the United States in the same place at the same time. That gives you a sense of just how pronounced the security concerns are for the Secret Service. They want to separate the Commander-in-Chief from the second-in-command or the second-in-line for the presidency at this moment of heightened security alert here at the White House. So for all the information we've gathered this morning, the Vice President will remain at Camp David. The President will be here, and he will not be with the President at that prayer service at the National Cathedral.
All right, Major, thanks so much for that update. And I should add to what Major just said on the New York front that most of us that were out in the city early this morning have never seen the degree of security that now is in place to greet the president when he arrives here later today. Mayor Giuliani expected to hold a news conference at some point. This is probably one of the most anticipated news conferences. It was supposed to happen about 45 minutes ago. Now we're told it will indeed happen in 10 minutes. If and when that happens, we'll bring it to you live. You see the podium that the mayor will be standing at, and he will have a lot of information to share with us. Is that indeed the podium where the mayor will be addressing us from? I believe so, the mysterious podium. But I can confirm for you this morning the city maintains that at least at this point 4,700, more than 4,700 people are still missing. Among those is a man named Carlos Morales. Joining us this morning is Noemi Morales and Richard Gonzalez. It is your brother who is missing.
Yes. Yes.
Who did he work for? Where was he the day of these attacks? Welcome.
Thank you. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, and we believe he was on the 101st floor.
And which tower was he in? The first one hit or the second one?
The first one hit.
No, I believe it was just the second building hit, the second plane that crashed.
So he was actually above the point.
Right, that is correct.
So are you at all hopeful? We have pictures of your brother and your brother-in-law right now. And people from all over the city are missing family members, are taking these pictures down to the armory in hopes that someone can make some sort of connection for them. Do you have any hope at all that your brother is alive?
Yeah,
I still believe he's alive, and I'm hoping that through these pictures, someone somewhere out there has seen him and can help us find him.
When is the last time you spoke with him?
I spoke with him Monday night.
Did anybody talk with him on Tuesday?
Yes, his best friend, Harry, spoke to him Tuesday morning at 8:30. He was already having coffee at his desk.
So no contact was made after the initial blast?
No, none.
Because you hear these heartrending conversations about people making cell phone calls to family members as they were being evacuated from the building.
Well,
so you don't even know if he ever attempted to be evacuated from the building?
No.
He worked for the Cantor Fitzgerald firm.
Yes.
And from what we understand, at least 1,000 of the some 2,700 folks, and these are some of the offices we're looking at, were housed in this tower. The head of the firm actually arrived late for work that day because he wanted to take his son to nursery school. He is missing a brother as well. But it would appear at this moment that this firm will suffer a huge toll. Have you been in touch with anybody from the firm? Because that is in fact the firm your brother also worked for.
I've tried calling several numbers and I can't reach anybody. Most of the time the numbers are busy, and when I do get through, they have no information for us.
See, my wife spent most of the time at home making a lot of phone calls, while me and his closest friends, closest relatives, went up and down of Manhattan to every hospital. We did come across a few families from Cantor Fitzgerald who also knew nothing. Actually, from most of the people that are missing are Cantor Fitzgerald people that just haven't heard any type, no names on lists, on hospitals, none missing or okay. It's like nothing at all. They can't get a single word of, you know, not even bodies, looking for bodies to match up, you know, to go with the bad, to, you know, to balance out to see where exactly we stand. Nothing at all. So we just keep hoping that something, anything would just come up.
They keep taking our name and number and saying they would get back to us, but no one has
sending
called us
us
back.
all over, hospital to hospital, place to place. Even now in Jersey, we have close friends out there helping us, trying to get any kind of word, either or, one way or another. We want some type of answer.
Whether he's dead or alive, we just want to find his body.
And until then, we're just gonna keep on.
I know this is so difficult for you to do, but so many other families have found themselves in the same position of running aimlessly from one hospital to the other hospital, trying to just get a little nugget of information. Describe to us what it's like to walk into an emergency room and try to find out about a lost family member.
First of all, they try not to let anyone in the hospitals, and they pretty much cut them off in front of the hospitals, emergencies and places like that. And
not out of unkindness, but
no,
simply out of the sheer number of people that have shown up.
To control everything, which is understandable. But again, what basically they're doing is giving more runarounds and showing us lists after lists, same lists. Some aren't even updated well. A lot of the information, rumors are all almost completely wrong. Websites, wrong.
And some of those, I'm told, not intentionally wrong. People really want to help, but they're putting bad information out there.
For me, going to these places, and even though I'm not getting any answers, gives me some kind of comfort, because I know so many other people out there are going through what we are, and it's sort of comforting for me. So even though I know there's not much I can do, and they're not going to give me much information, I feel comfort.
Although you're finding comfort. Hillary Lane, one of our correspondents, was reporting down at the Armory, where a lot of family members are going with pictures of their loved ones, that the mood has changed dramatically from yesterday to today. That today you have investigators on the scene asking for dental records, asking for identifications of family members. You do understand why some people are
incredibly angry this morning.
Yes. Yes.
I'm angry as well.
Just the waiting is taking a toll on everyone now. Not getting any answers and just waiting, it's the hardest thing.
And I know it's not your intention to criticize the efforts underway because you understand the magnitude of what's going on, but you certainly are caught in the middle of it.
We are so happy with New Yorkers and how they're handling it. Everyone has been great that we've walked to, although we haven't got any answers. Everyone was kind and walked up to us at all times, asking if we needed help, food, water, everything, clothing, and everything they wanted us to do, we did as far as filling out the missing reports and all. And it's hard to be selfish, and we are sad for everyone that is involved, but we just know personally of him, and that's what we're trying to get the answer to. Now everyone's going through what we're going through, we know that, and it's like I said, it's hard to be selfish, and we're trying to bear with it all right now.
What kind of a man was your brother, or is your brother? I know you still hold hope, even though he was above the area that got hit in that trade center. You're still not giving up.
No, he's wonderful. He's full of life. Everyone that knows him feels the same way. He's very caring, very loving. He's very funny. He can make anybody in any room laugh. He has that laugh that's so contagious. You hear him and you just laugh with him. He's wonderful. He loves my daughter, his niece. He loves his mother very much. She was the woman in his life. And he's just wonderful.
Any final thought, Richard?
Just the same, like everyone else, if they hear anything, to please call. We left 2 numbers, and wishing everyone else as much luck as we're trying to get.
If you two would stand by, we're awaiting a news conference with the mayor of New York City, and in the process of waiting for the news conference, I wanted to share something with you that I read in the Daily News, which is a local New York newspaper, and it basically reinforces what you said about the spirit of New Yorkers. We have a shot of the hundreds of volunteers who have streamed to this city, or we may also have a shot of the vigils that have been held basically for the last 3 days straight. And I'd like to read this to you if we can show some pictures of those folks that have come out to volunteer. But here's what the editorial said, talking about the president's upcoming visit to New York. Welcome to New York, Mr. President. Welcome to the world's greatest city. Welcome to a city filled with people who, despite their reputation for arrogance and for attitude, are at heart the kindest, warmest, most caring folks you'd ever want to meet. Some things will never change. Some things already have. The terrorist who struck at our heart murdered thousands, but they could not murder the American spirit. Even if they had destroyed the Statue of Liberty or the U.S. Capitol building or the White House, our strength would remain. America is not a building, not a statue. It is people. It is 8 million New Yorkers along with 272 million other Americans. And here's the mayor now of New York City to start his news conference.
That was why I stood in front of you yesterday. That'll go best in front.
Good morning. Obviously, everyone is concerned about the impact of the weather on the relief and recovery efforts, and there's no question that they're hampered by it. Things have to proceed more carefully, more cautiously. At the same time, they're going on because there is still a strong hope that we'll be able to recover people and find people and save them. So we will try very hard to conduct the operations today. Obviously, considering the fact that it's dangerous, or more dangerous than it otherwise would be, but they will go on, and hopefully we'll be able to find and save some people today. The misinformation yesterday was a cause of real concern. And I'd like to explain at least a little bit about it and ask you if you could consider in reporting this information to be more patient than to just run with information before it's been verified. Some of it is meaningless ultimately because it gets corrected, but some of it could be very, very dangerous and very emotionally damaging. Reports, for example, that there are people that we've discovered and been in contact with that aren't verified aren't true. And there was a report like that yesterday evening that a woman was in communication with people and there were 10 or 15 people in a store and underneath, and it was reported rather widely, and it leads to lots of families becoming very, very hopeful and then finding out that it's just not plain true at all. It also leads to sometimes a lot of activity that can be very dangerous, recovery activity, and people who become very excited about it. So please be more careful about reporting this information. There's no reason to run with it until it's actually verified by the police or by the FBI. Same thing was true about the alleged arrest last night and information about box cutters and knives, and none of which was verified by the police or the FBI, all of which was publicized, all of which turns out now to be untrue. So if we could all be a little bit more patient and verify the information before we put it out, we won't raise people's hopes unnecessarily, and we won't create a situation in which decisions are made that can endanger lives. School is open today, and it opened on time. They'll be open again on Monday, except in the area that is still closed off, which is the area south of Canal Street. And that part of the city is still part of the recovery zone. We're going to try today to carve out another area south of Canal Street that we can open over the weekend, and particularly to have it open for Monday. And it would be the Wall Street area. And therefore, we would ask businesses there to start considering the fact that over the weekend, they may want to come in and clean out and make sure that their buildings are able to operate on Monday. I'll know better at 4 or 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock whenever we get back to briefing you how much of the Wall Street area we can reopen, but we're going to try very hard to open up as much of it as possible for Monday. The Staten Island Ferry will also start operating definitely on Monday, and we'll try to start these things over the weekend so that there's a shakedown before we actually get to Monday. Businesses that need help, there are a lot of them. They should know that the resources of the city, the state, and the federal government are all there to assist them and to help them to reestablish themselves so that not only they can recover what they lost, but so they can grow and prosper. We ordinarily have lots of incentive packages and other programs that the state and the city do together to keep businesses in New York and to encourage businesses to come to New York. All of those packages are now going to be assisted by the legislation that was passed in Albany yesterday, and the legislation that apparently is going to pass in Washington that will make substantial amounts of money available to the city and state for exactly this purpose. So we're trying to reach out to all of the businesses that are affected. We've put together the city and state economic development operations to do that. And what we will do is give you a number later so that they can also call us. If we don't get to you, we will try. You get to us, and we will work with you on figuring out what you need in order to get through this difficult period and then reestablish and grow. We've taken out 10,425 tons of debris, 1,154 truckloads so far, and that's really to give you some sense of the monumental nature of the task that's going on. The people who are doing it are incredibly brave. The reports yesterday of firefighters and others that were saved and taken to hospitals were also false. They were not firefighters and people who had been buried in the attack. They were people who got injured or hurt or got into some difficulties during the recovery effort yesterday. So it is very good news that they were saved, and it's wonderful. However, we also have to be careful about reporting that. And we also have to underscore how dangerous it is for what these men and women are doing. Finally, a couple of warnings. There's a telemarketing firm that is calling people up asking for donations. If somebody calls you and asks for a donation to help the surviving families or the heroes or anything like that, call up the police or the FBI and tell us who's calling you, because we'll go out and arrest them. Nobody should be calling up and asking for donations. There are people that are offering donations, and that's wonderful. But there's nobody that I know of, or the governor or anyone else, that has been authorized by anyone to be calling up and soliciting donations from people. If anybody is doing that, and there is one telemarketing group that is doing this particularly from senior citizens, we would really like to catch them and make an example out of them, in the same way that we would like to catch some of the people that are calling in bomb threats. This is a difficult time. It's a time in which people are more susceptible, more vulnerable than usual. And there are always, unfortunately, people trying to take advantage of that. But if we catch you, then we're going to try very hard to put you in jail. On that note, Governor. All right.
Mayor, thank you. First, let me say that we're grateful the President is coming in this afternoon, and as we indicated yesterday, I think it's an important message and sign of his commitment to the ongoing effort to make sure that the people of America stand with the people of New York as we get through this, and we're extremely grateful to him for that. We've thanked so many people. The police and firefighters have been so brave, the EMS groups, and but I want to particularly thank one particular group right now that are still out there working. The Port Authority had its headquarters in the World Trade Center. It's been through devastating losses. Many of its top administrators are lost. Dozens of its police officers are lost. And yet right now, out at the airports, out at the bridges in downtown Manhattan, we have hundreds and hundreds of Port Authority workers, thousands of workers, out there standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone else, helping others instead of bearing their own grief. And I just wanted to thank them for their professionalism and the great job they are doing. I also want to thank our command center bunker up in Albany. I don't know if they're watching right now, but they were activated by 9:30 Tuesday morning, and they've been there ever since, many of them going 18, 20 hours a day, helping to coordinate the effort with the city so that we could make sure whatever needs the city had, we would be able to respond to as quickly as possible, and I want to thank them. The mayor talked about the economic and the financial compact considerations that are underway right now, and just about 2 hours ago I talked with Chairman Bill Young of the Appropriations Committee. I've talked with Senator Clinton, Senator Schumer, and our House delegates, and we're very grateful to them, because it does look like this morning legislation will pass Congress authorizing significant and important financial help to the city of New York, to the tri-state area, and to all of those who are going through this difficulty. And I just wanted to thank Senator Schumer, who I was on the phone with all night, and Senator Clinton. And in the House delegation, the whole delegation, but in particular, about 1 o'clock this morning, there was a meeting going on trying to decide what to do. And Congressman John Sweeney, Congressman Jim Walsh, both of whom are from upstate, were in that meeting with the Speaker fighting very hard, and along with Senator Schumer, they deserve a great deal of credit for making this appropriation possible to help us get through this. As the mayor indicated, we are working as well on economic recovery. As I said yesterday, we set up an economic recovery assistance headquarters at 633 3rd Avenue. This is a joint state and city effort with the federal SBA and other federal agencies there as well, where a business seeking assistance can get in one's place state, city, federal help to make sure that they can get back on their feet. And the entire 32nd floor has been allocated for this purpose, and there is a number operational, 212-818-1700. for businesses that want the help in getting back on their feet. Finally, with respect to the contributions, we've been inundated with contributions from people across the state, and we are very, very grateful. It is just incredible to see this outpouring of public support for the families and for all of those who are going through this difficult recovery. The city has the Twin Towers Fund, the United Way has its September 11th fund, and the state has set up a fund, the World Trade Center Relief Fund, to take in all those contributions that have been made from across the state. And as the mayor indicated, we are unaware of any legitimate group that is soliciting funds, but obviously donations are accepted, and we have a 1-800 number for those who want to donate, but it's probably going to be inundated, but I'll give it anyway. 1-800-801-8092, or checks can be sent to P.O. Box 5028, Albany, New York. And these funds will be working with the Twin Towers Fund and with the United Way to make sure we coordinate our efforts to make sure that everything that can be done is done for the victims of this tragic incident. So we'll get through this. And again, to the mayor, to the president, we're grateful that everyone is pulling together to make sure we put this behind us. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, I'm Barry Moore, and I'm the Assistant Director of the FBI here in New York. Following on the Mayor's comments, what I would like to just reiterate is, again, the whole investigative effort of the Joint Terrorism Task Force, which is the FBI and NYPD and a number of other federal agencies, is to identify the hijackers, their support systems, where they were since they've been in country. And in that regard, we are doing numerous interviews, running down hundreds, or if not thousands, of leads around the country. We are responding to numerous calls from the airports to reiterate what the mayor has already told you. The reporting that has been going on all night, I can definitively tell you, is inaccurate. We were out at both airports last evening. We did talk to approximately a dozen individuals. We have only one individual left who is still being questioned.
Folks, we're going to break into this press conference by the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, because we've got some breaking news. Leon Harris here at the CNN Center Atlanta, but we're going now to Washington, D.C., where our Kelly Arena is standing by. She has got some breaking news on the identities of those 18 hijackers. Kelly, take it away.
Well, Leon, CNN did manage to grab a list of names of the 18 suspected hijackers that is supposed to be officially released by Justice sometime later today. I will do my best to read the names. Some are a bit unfamiliar. On American Flight 11, first name Walid al-Shehri. The second, Wael al-Shehri, also known as Walid al-Shehri. Now, we do know a little bit about him. He held a U.S. and Saudi Arabian driver's license. He had his passport from the United Arab Emirates. His latest residences include Daytona Beach, Florida, and not too far from here in Washington, Vienna, Virginia. And he also attended a U.S. flight school in Florida, Embry-Riddle. Third name, Mohammed Atta. We also have information on him. He held U.S. and Egyptian driver's license, his passport also from the United Arab Emirates. He was also an attendant at U.S. flight schools, Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, and Sim Center in Opa-locka. And he rented a car that was later found at Boston's Logan Airport. Abdul Al-Omari and Satam Sugami. Marwan al-Shehi also on the list. He as well, they're looking an awful lot alike here, Leon. Marwan al-Shehi, a United UAE passport. Fayez Ahmed Mohald al-Shehri. Hamza al-Ghamdi, Amdad al-Ghamdi. Let me stop here for a moment. We have a few more names to read. The way this is working out is there were 5 hijackers on 2 planes, 4 hijackers on 2 other. We are told by law enforcement sources that most of these names in some way connect in some way to indirectly or directly to Osama bin Laden. continuing on, United Airlines flight number 93, Ahmad Al-Haznawi, Ahmed Al-Nami, Ziad Jarrad, and Saeed Al-Ghamdi. American Airlines flight number 77, Khalid Al-Midar, Majed Mokhed, Nawaf Al-Hazmi, and Salem Al-Hazmi. So similar last names here. Perhaps they were brothers. We were told by investigators that they were looking for relatives, brothers, as somehow interconnected. Now, of course, all these people presumed dead. They were on those flights. They were the hijackers. The real focus of this investigation, Leon, now is using these names and jumping forward. Let's figure out the network. The FBI is trying to figure out the network involved here. What other associates, what other terrorist cells there may be in the United States that are at work. We also know that there were terrorist cells identified in Hamburg, Germany. That there are investigations going on there. So this is a good starting point. Again, this list not officially released yet by the Justice Department. We obtained this list of names through sources. Leon?
Well, it may not be officially released by the Justice Department, but it's about to be officially released by CNN. As I'm just now learning from our producers that this entire list is going to be available on CNN.com. So folks out there in the audience, if you would like to see the names that are on this list, the 18 names that officials are now, or will be officially saying at some point this morning or sometime today, are the suspects that they expect, that they believe were on the planes themselves and died in the crashes. Those names will be available on CNN.com. Kelly, before we let you go, is there any other information being released aside from the names? Is there any information, for instance, about where they have been, where they came from, if they have been residing here in the U.S. before this incident? Any other information like that?
Well, besides the information that we gave you, we do know that many of them have trained and were licensed pilots, trained at U.S. flight schools and were licensed pilots. And we do know that many of them either resided together at various locations here in the U.S., many in Florida. I said one here in Virginia. But we do have some more on the ongoing investigation, Leon, if you're curious. We did tell you last night that we had several people that were arrested at New York airports at both JFK and LaGuardia. Well, we are told now that after intense questioning by FBI members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force that all but one of those people has been released. We also know that in Miami's airport, sources say that law enforcement detained several people there. One woman was seen walking into the airport in civilian clothing, went into the restroom, came out in a flight attendant uniform. She was with a man who also had a flight attendant uniform. When they were approached by authorities, they ran, but they were captured and they are now being questioned. And we also know that the U.S. Coast Guard has boarded a Carnival Cruise Line ship off the coast of Miami earlier today. They detained two people who authorities describe as having a history of hijacking. According to law enforcement sources, that ship was boarded at 3 a.m. after the passenger list was checked by authorities. So this manhunt continues, Leon, around the country.
And let me ask you one final question, if I may. You said, going back to the case in New York, you said it was 10 or 11 that had been detained originally, and only one now is still being detained?
Well, our sources last night had said at least 8 people had been detained, and that number has gone back and forth. But they were questioned. They have been released, except for one.
But the question is that one believed to be in any way linked to the incidents that happened Tuesday?
It's very early to tell, Leon, in this investigation. Sometimes there's a suspected link, but many times it proves to be nothing. And I think that law enforcement has yet to determine that for themselves.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Kelly Arena, thank you very much for getting that list to us. Darren, over to you.
We want to get more on this list, and if you're just joining us, we're talking about a list of 18 people that authorities believe were involved, were on board those planes that were hijacked and crashed on Tuesday. Our Mike Betcher is with us here in Atlanta. He's also working on the list, and as Leon was alluding to, Mike, I would imagine beyond the list of names and what small connections are able to make to these planes, like rental cars and plane tickets, authorities are going to want to know a lot more, as in their activities that were leading up to their getting on those planes on Tuesday.
Well, absolutely, and they want to know a lot more about what groups these people belong to. In the intelligence agencies in this country, they have lists of people who they believe belong to certain groups. And I am told by intelligence sources that they believe that the lead groups in this incident, in this terrorist attack in New York and Washington, the lead group They're looking very closely at Egyptian Islamic Jihad and other North African groups. They haven't completely made that link, but they're looking very, very closely at this. They'll be checking this, cross-referencing these names against names known to be members of these various groups. The chief person in Egyptian Islamic Jihad, Mr. Zarari, is a top lieutenant of Osama bin Laden. He appeared with him in a photograph more than a year ago at a meeting in Afghanistan. This group has been linked to other terrorist attacks around the world in association with the Al-Qaeda group. And always remember, Al-Qaeda itself is not an organized group organized to carry out terrorist attacks. It's primarily an umbrella group. What they do is bring in other groups in other parts of the world. They sit as sort of the corporate board, and they have these smaller companies that actually go out there and do their work, these smaller companies being terrorist groups like Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Also, we know that bin Laden, over the last couple of years, or more than that, has been really reaching out to Algerian terrorist groups. He's used them in a number of attacks against the United States. They will be checking that list for those names as well. Now, something to be careful with in this list is the fact that some of these people are listed to have certain passports. For example, Mohammed Atta is known to have carried a United Arab Emirates passport, but they're looking closely that he may not be a UAE citizen, that he may be from Egypt or some other North African country. They'll be looking at those things as well. People are racing to go through this list and make sense of it and really try to get to the bottom of the identities of these people.
Mike, what about what would be perhaps the next list? If these were 18 people who were on board those planes, they couldn't have carried out this operation by themselves. They had to have supporters, they had to have handlers. Do authorities believe that those people would still be in this country?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And there is yet a second list out there that has been distributed around the country to airlines and airports that has people that they suspect might be people who've provided support to these 18. Now, when a person books a ticket, for example, or travels in some other means or is stopped by police, they will be cross-checked against this list to see if they're on it. Now, some people on that list have already been cleared, but there are many others who have not been found, and they're out looking for them now.
All right, Mike Betcher, thank you so much. I'm sure we're going to be learning a lot more as the morning goes on, so we'll be checking back with you. Also, a reminder for our viewers, the entire list of the 18 suspects can be found on our website at CNN.com, so just go ahead and log in there and you can check it out for yourself.
Well, I just did. I just logged in and I just checked it out, and I want to advise folks that when you do go there, you're going to find that you'll see all of the names grouped with the flights that investigators think that each of the hijackers were on. That is American Airlines flights 11 and 77 and United Airlines flights 175 and 93. So they're all grouped together there on CNN.com, so make sure you go there and check it out. Let's go now to Washington. CNN's Eileen O'Connor standing by there. Eileen?
Well, Leon, I have a lot of details that we've gleaned from document checks and cross-checks of documents over the last few days as we've been getting information from law enforcement sources up and down the East Coast of the United States and all over the United States. First of all, let us start with Mohammed Atta. This is a man who many of these men are linked through. Mohammed Atta is listed on American Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles. American 11 was the first plane to hit the World Trade Center. He rented a car that was later found at Logan Airport. That is what put authorities onto him. He held U.S. and Egyptian driver's license. He had a passport that was the United Arab Emirates, but we are being told by officials in that government that he is not a citizen of that country. Law enforcement sources tell me that they are operating under the assumption that these UAE passports may well be false. There apparently is a big problem with that identification being false. His latest residence was in Coral Springs, Florida, and in Hamburg, Germany. And he attended flight schools at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida, Sim Center in Opa-locka, Florida. We were there yesterday. He also, according to sources, attended another flight school in Palm Beach, and possibly an additional flight school to get some refresher courses very recently. Now, he is also linked to a man, two brothers, Waleed al-Shari and Marwan al-Shari. Now, these are both men who would appear to be Saudi by their last name. This is a Saudi name that, in fact, is from a tribe that fought in Afghanistan in the 80s and 90s, which could bring you to a link to Osama bin Laden. Now, also, as you know, Osama bin Laden is originally of Saudi nationality. So this is where you're seeing the evidence that the United States government is saying they have linking this to Osama bin Laden. Now, the al-Sharis, we know from German authorities that Marwan al-Shari lived in Germany, in Hamburg, with Mohammed Atta. As I said, Mohammed Atta was listed on Flight 11, Boston to Los Angeles. But Marwan was listed on United 175. That was Boston to Los Angeles. That plane was the one that hit the second World Trade Center tower. Marwan attended those same flight schools along with Mohammed Atta. And as you know, his cousin, Waleed, was also associated with these two men. He attended a flight school, Embry-Riddle University in Daytona Beach, another flight school. He was on board Flight 11 with Mohammed Atta. So we now know that the pilots, the probable pilots of those two planes out of Boston all had extensive flight training in schools in Florida that the authorities have been working on. These are the alleged pilots. We don't know how many pilots might have been aboard the plane. All of these men listed here could have had the ability to fly those planes. Now, these men are also linked to some of the men on the list. For instance, another man named Al-Omari, who is on the list, Abuhim Al-Omari. He was linked to a flight school in Vero Beach. Police had gone to that flight school. It's called Flight Safety International. Neighbors have said that this man was at Flight Safety International. But a next-door neighbor of his, taken into custody for questioning, we know through his lawyer, has told the FBI that Al-Omari is actually safe in Saudi Arabia and should be presenting himself to U.S. officials in that country. We were told he would be presenting himself yesterday. And they are claiming, those associates of Al-Omari who are in custody, one associate of Al-Omari, is claiming that all of this associating to them is a case of mistaken identity. So we must tell viewers that while there are names on this list, it could be that they are perhaps stolen identity. Leon?
All right, Eileen O'Connor, thank you very much. Just beginning the process of gleaning through this information that's just now becoming available to us. Eileen O'Connor in Washington. Darren?
We're going to get some help in understanding the information on this list that we're getting so far. We're going to bring in Peter Bergen. He is a terrorism expert, also a CNN consultant. Peter, good morning. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
Have you had a chance to look at this list yourself?
Quick review of this list with somebody familiar with certain Middle Eastern names, and particularly Saudi names, reveals that about half of the people on this list have distinctive Saudi tribal names. A lot of them are from the southwest area of Saudi Arabia, abutting Yemen. As you undoubtedly know, bin Laden is not only a Saudi citizen, but his family originated in Yemen. A lot of Yemenis moved from Yemen to Saudi Arabia in the past century. So you're seeing that probably about half the people on this list are Saudi. You're seeing a couple of Yemenis. And then a further thing which I think is important, a source familiar with the bin Laden organization told me just recently, in fact a few weeks ago, that bin Laden veterans returning to Saudi Arabia from Afghanistan have been talking about some big action that was planned in coming weeks. Now, at the time, my source felt that it might be in Saudi Arabia. Now it appears, of course, that it was in the United States. Darren.
Also, that also brings the question, if people were hearing that weeks ago, why wouldn't U.S. intelligence sources pick up on that as well?
Well, U.S. intelligence sources did sort of pick up on it, but like every human being, we always tend to see things through the prism of the last event that happened. And There were warnings in Saudi Arabia. For instance, July 18th, the State Department released a warning of imminent and specific threats against U.S. targets in Saudi Arabia. There was also a closing of the embassy in Yemen in June. There was also arrests of people in New Delhi. So there was attention in the Middle East, but not in the United States.
I want to follow up on a couple of points that you made here, Peter. First of all, you were pointing out that you think some of the names on this list are Yemenis. Yemen brings to mind the attack on the USS Cole, and I can't help but make the association between that attack and what's now happened here in the U.S.
Well, indeed. And of course, the Cole was an unprecedented attack. The embassy bombings in Africa were also unprecedented. This organization does the unexpected. It's not where the United States thought the attack was going to come. Clearly, as I mentioned, there were indications an attack was in the offing. The United States government was prepared for it in the Middle East, but obviously not here. Darren.
Also, I think we're learning slowly as we follow this story not to just see things in terms of black and white, and one point doesn't necessarily lead to another. This attack did not come with a return address, is one way that I've heard it said. So that when you look down a list like this and you see what you say are Saudi names or Yemenis names, that does that or does that not necessarily mean a link with those particular countries, or do you have to be careful not to make that association?
Well, I think there are various countries in the world where it's a lot easier to get a false passport from. I'm not very familiar with how easy it is to obtain a Saudi passport, but I would guess it's fairly difficult. So, I mean, some of these passports may be fake, some not, but the point is that the names on these passports are at least Saudi tribal names, which does seem to bring it back again to Osama bin Laden.
And understanding the world of terrorism as you do, looking at this list and what little information is on it so far, what would be the next bit of information that you would like to see to help put this picture together better?
I'd like to find out the two closest friends of each of these people on the list and find out what they have to say.
And where those people might be would be a good question as well, I guess.
Indeed.
Peter Bergen in our Washington Bureau, thank you very much for helping us to understand this list and think of the next questions to ask.
Fascinating. All right, let's get some more information now from our Mike Betcher, who's standing by. Mike?
List one more time. We have a graphic. We'll go over it flight by flight. The first is from American Airlines Flight 11. That was the flight from Boston to L.A. that crashed into the Second World Trade Center tower. Walid al-Shari. Wael al-Shari, a.k.a. Walid al-Shari, number 2 on that list. Mohammed Atta, who has come up prominently. They have a lot of information on him, have been tracking him around the country before he boarded that plane. Abdul Alamari, Satam Sugami. Let's go next to United Flight 179 from Boston to Los Angeles. 175 from Boston to Los Angeles. That crashed into the South Tower. The first one hit in the attack. Marwan al-Shehi, Fayez Ahmad, Mohald al-Shari, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Ahmed al-Ghamdi. United Airlines Flight 93, Newark to San Francisco. That is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania in the field. The 4 names there: Ahmed al-Haznawi, Ahmed al-Nami, Ziad Zara, Saeed al-Ghamdi. The last one, 4 names on the list. American Airlines Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles. That is the plane that flew into the Pentagon. Khalid al-Midar, Mahed Moked, Nawaf al-Hazmi, and Salim al-Hazmi. Now, as you heard from talking to Peter Bergen there, U.S. intelligence officials will be checking this list. They have been checking it already because they've had it for quite some time. They have a good idea about a lot of these people. If some of these links go to Yemen and to families there, those family names, then there has already been, I know, confirmed through sources, a lot of look at seeing that this somehow might be connected to the USS Cole attack, that some of the groups involved in that were involved in this current attack against the United States. And I say current because a very high-ranking intelligence source told me that, look, this thing isn't over. We still have to be on guard. It's not over. As well, I want to show you a second list. We won't go through the names on this, but this is a second list that is out there for use by police agencies, airports, airlines. It is a list of 52 people. It's a watch list, and they're looking for people who may be associates of these 18 who U.S. State Department, intelligence, and FBI officials believe died on those aircraft. Now, this list of 52 are possible associates, the infrastructure, so to speak, who may have helped carry this out. We do know, however, that several of the names on that list that's out there have already been cleared. Leon?
All right, Mike Betcher, thank you very much. We'll be getting back to you later on. Mike is going to be covering all these investigative facts for us from the newsroom. Darren, over to you.
Yeah, more to that list in a bit. And again, one more reminder, you can see the list on CNN.com on our website. Meanwhile, we move on to the idea that America is very much in the mode of recovery and also getting ready for some kind of response. And in that effort, there's a huge call-up of military reserves. For more on that, let's bring in our senior White House correspondent, John King, who is at the White House this morning. John, good morning.
Good morning to you, Darren. CNN has learned that the president this morning has authorized the Pentagon to call up as many as 50,000 members of the National Guard and the military reserves. Now, we are told by one senior administration official the ultimate number is likely to be closer to 40,000. The president meeting with his cabinet at this hour, the defense secretary, the secretary of state, among those in that meeting, talking not only about the investigation and not only about potential military responses, but also a beefed up what the military calls, quote, homeland defense. And that is what we are told, at least initially, these reservists will be used for. The Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld saying just yesterday that he needed more reserve pilots to man the fighter jets that are on standby at military bases across the country. There have also been some combat air patrols to protect major commercial flight corridors in the United States. So we are told up to 50,000 reservists and National Guard members authorized by the orders the president will sign today. Again, one senior administration official estimating the number actually called up will be closer to 40,000. This to provide increased security, to help with recovery efforts, and to help man those fighter jets on standby because of the continuing fears of perhaps another terrorist attack. Darren?
John, I normally wouldn't point this out, but in this time, the sirens in the background there, is that just a common sound right now in Washington?
It is a very common sound in Washington right now. They have set up an extraordinarily large security perimeter around the White House. There is traffic gridlock to the north and to the south. Police vehicles going back and forth. Anyone visiting the White House comes in with a motorcade now. Any official visiting the White House has a motorcade with a police escort. So it's a very, very common sound, unfortunately, these days in Washington. And I can actually see the sirens you were just referring to coming through now. It is some sort of a motorcade approaching the White House.
Also want to ask you what's going to take place later this morning, just over an hour from now, at the Washington National Cathedral, as the president gathers with other members of the Washington community and leaders from around the country in remembrance of those who have lost their lives, and a moment of silence for the entire country.
A moment of silence for the entire country. The message from the White House is that Americans should get back about their business, but also take some time today to pause, to remember the victims, and to dedicate themselves to what the president calls fighting back in the first war of the 21st century. Many members of the president's cabinet will go to the ceremony at the National Cathedral. The president himself scheduled to go up to New York to take part in a moment of silence there as well, in a prayer service, as well as to try to see some of the research and recovery effort, the recovery efforts up there, rescue and recovery efforts, excuse me, the weather complicating all this, but White House officials saying the president still plans to leave in just a little bit.
And understandable, John, why the president would want to go up to New York City, if for nothing else, to show the support for the rescue workers and for the people who are still living there. And yet I have to imagine in this environment, to move the president at this time has got to be a security nightmare for the Secret Service.
A security nightmare for the Secret Service, certainly very much added security precautions. We have seen that even in the recent decision to keep the president and the vice president at a safe distance from each other, so they're not in the same location just in case there is another strike. At the same time, first and foremost, the White House says in the president's mind, before he agreed to take this trip at the request of Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, was to make sure that the security presence required for the president would not interfere with the recovery efforts, the damage control efforts, any last-minute rescue efforts up on the ground in New York. Once assured by the mayor that New York City very much wanted to see the president decided to go on up this afternoon, but he will keep his stops limited so that his own security bubble does not affect the recovery efforts underway in New York.
And on that note, as far as we know, Vice President Cheney remaining at Camp David this morning?
That is correct. As far as we know, the vice president has stayed up at Camp David this morning. Again, he was moved from the White House yesterday based on some security concerns, the Secret Service calling those routine. But another senior official I spoke to later in the day said, look, you're going to have to get used to this. We view this as a national security crisis. There are going to be precautions taken that you might find extraordinary, but this is going to be the way it is for at least the foreseeable future.
John King, we'll let you get out of the rain there for a moment at the White House. Thank you so much for that information. Leon.
Actually, rain almost befitting a day of national mourning, as if tears falling from the sky. Let's go up down to Paula, standing by in New York. Paula, I'm not sure if you've been told yet or not, but we're keeping our eye right now on a scene in Washington. In the Capitol, we expect Senators Lott and Daschle to be coming out any minute now and expressing more of that bipartisan support we've been hearing coming from Congress. And we'll be going to that coverage of that in just a moment. You see there the live picture we've got set up just down in that hallway. Paula, up to you.
All right, thanks, Leon. And while you were on the air breaking all this news on the investigative front, we have learned that the president has approved the calling up of as many as 50,000 military reservists. That is new information to share with you. And right now, we want to dip back into that news conference that Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki were holding right now, New York's police chief at the podium. Just to quickly bring you up to date on what the mayor has said so far, is that 10,400 tons of debris have been removed. He made it quite clear the weather is certainly hampering cleanup efforts. He also gave a warning about telemarketing firms that are calling Americans all over the country, but mostly here in New York, for donations. And he warned everyone that if you get one of those calls, you should call the FBI or you should call the police. And in the mayor's words, if we catch you, we're going to put you in jail. He also made it quite clear if they can find any of the folks who are responsible for calling in some of those 60 false bomb alarms yesterday, bomb alerts, bomb threats, they will be arrested as well. Now, the governor actually shared with us a 1-800 number, which is indeed a legitimate number for Americans across the country who want to make any sort of donations to surviving family members or those that are injured. I'm going to quickly share that number with you now. We may even have a graphic